Shall we start? By this marathon is going to be bit different as compared to previous marathon, because this is going to be a quick single liners revision. Single liners, how it is going to be there, I will just tell you within a minute. Once I start with the session, then you will get to know about all the things. Easily, these single liners are the best source of revising many important concepts. Those are previous year questions were there, previous year questions. Those previous year question answers were converted into single liner statement, which will be easy for us to learn many things, right? So let us start with the teaching aptitude today, tomorrow research aptitude, Friday communication, like that one by one unit will be completing for the revision. Let's start by, I hope you are able to see the pointers, one by point, clearly visible. First single liner number 1. If you like the session, please do hit a like button. Let's start with the session. In the understanding level of the teaching, the learner gets an opportunity to discriminate at length between the positive and negative. And not only positive and negative, in the understanding level, try to differentiate between the positive and negative concepts relationship, as well as examples and non-examples. By using examples, you will understand more in depth, and without examples also something you can understand, because something's not possible to give the examples. So the positive and negative relationship and examples and non-example things are comes under the understanding level. And during the teaching, teacher statement that encourage the student to elaborate. So when the students are asking some doubts, if the teacher is asking a cross question and elaborating the answer by themselves, or giving opportunity to the student to think by himself, is called as an probing. This is a repetitive PYQ of 2020 as well as 2021, both the years. Screen is very clear. Please increase your resolution. You have to increase your resolution. And the following will be called as an behavioral rather than the attitude and beliefs related to competencies for becoming an effective teacher. So what are the following? Communicating, managing, monitoring, evaluating and providing a feedback. These all are related to teaching activity. When something are related to teaching activity, they are comes under the behavioral. And if it is attitude and behavior, these are personal abilities or personal things, because teaching related things are comes under the behavior. When you are executing a teaching activity, those are communication you need to do, managing the classroom, controlling the classroom, monitoring the classroom, evaluating the student, providing a feedback. All these are behavioral aspect of a teaching. Whereas attitude and belief of a one's own personal capabilities of a teacher. Right. Next, fourth one is that learner-centered methods of a teaching used in the institutions of higher learning are computer-aided instruction and simulation and role-playing. So learner-centered are computer-aided instruction, simulation, role-playing, laboratory, demonstration. All these are learner-centered, where learner will be having an active role, teacher will be a facilitative role. That is what a learner method of a teaching. And there are 4 types of evaluation that we know very well. Formative evaluation, it is the during the instruction. Interaction using it is to identify the scope and potential improvement is going to be there. During the instruction, to rectify the mistake, to improvise the learning process, to improve the performance of a student. Not only to the student it is useful, with the feedback of formative evaluation, teaching methods also can be changed to improvise the teaching methodology for the teacher. Summative, sum of all put together at the end. Summative means at the end. Intention is to judge the learning standards, or summating everything, combining everything and giving a certification to the learner. That is what a summative evaluation. And after that, criteria reference, norm referenced are systems of evaluation. CRT means comparison with a comparison. Criteria reference is a comparison with the standards or comparison with a criteria, like a 35%, meeting the cutoff. All these are criteria. Whereas norm referenced is comparison with a group. When you are comparing an individual performance with a group performance, assigning them a ranking or a percentile, that is a norm reference testing. And your standards indicative mastery in the criteria, whether they are meeting with the standards or not, comes under the criteria reference testing. Right? Last line not visible. I am telling now, by even if it is not visible, you can just see. Norm reference, percentile, rank and standard scores are used for reporting. Next, sixth single liner, the TL method. The TL method means teaching and learning. Teaching and learning, method of a teaching. Teaching and learning. Teaching and learning are integratedly related acts. Like teaching will happen because learning has to undertake. Teaching activity aim is to learn. But learning can happen without teaching. Teaching cannot happen without learning. That's what the interdependency or integrally related acts. Learner characteristics, those associated with the field independent. Just now in the plus session we completed 3 questions related to this point. This is of even 2020 question, 2021 also they are keep on asking the same question. Right? So the same question is that field independent learners, field dependent learners. Field independent they are asking over here. Field independent means they are not taking any other person support, neither a teacher support, nor the friend support, nor the group support. No support is required for them. For them, they are independent, they are the self learners. They will arrange everything, they will get the material, they will create the material, they will understand everything. That's what the self learning process, which is a field independent. So that is focusing on facts and principles. They'll prefer and likes to compete with others, not cooperation, because these are independent learners. They will not cooperate, they will compete with others. They can organize the information by himself or herself. They will not look for others to support and get the information. Right? So let us take for the paper 1 by commerce, though not possible because commerce are very complicated to make the single liners. Style related competencies of an effective teacher. Every teacher will have a proper style to execute. So the style of the way we teach, the style of teaching for every teacher will be there. The style competencies are organized demonstration, which means being orderly, clear and in control. Flexibility, which means to being sensitive and lenient in the classroom. Tolerant, having patience, as well as being sensitive towards the learners, because learners are every kind of learner will be there, not only one set of emotional characteristics. Different emotional stability learners will be there in the classroom. You must be in a position to manage according to the requirement of the learner and control the classroom, as well as you must be clear in executing the content and presentation. Right? So kindly hit a like button to match with the number of learners in this one. 9th, use of ICT, information and communication technology, is justified during the teaching with a view to optimize the learning outcome. Whether information communication technology or teaching support system or else electronic gadgets like a smart board or any gadgets that you are using, all these are aiming at to increase the learning outcome of a learner only, and learning outcomes are not contingent on the use of ICT during the teaching. What not contingent? Learners outcomes are not contingent on the use of ICT during the teaching. Not contingent means may or may not depending on the teaching. So ICT always, because of the ICT only outcome will not be there. ICT will enhance the understanding, will improvise the understanding. But without ICT, can we perform well? Yes, we can. But better understanding will happen with the use of ICT. That is why it is not contingent. It is not a substitute. Perfect, Shalini. It is not a substitute. ICT is not a substitute for learning or teaching. ICT will act as a supporting system, not the substitute system. Next, the 10th one. In the spectrum of teaching methods, tutorials as well as group discussions are considered to be dialogic. One more point I just wanted to add. In the recent just now completed plus session, tutorials and group discussion, case studies also dialogic. Case studies also dialogic. I just wanted to add one more point. Case studies also dialogic. Dialogic method of a teaching means what? Discussion mode. Teacher and student will discuss. Student will discuss. A group discussion. With that, with the learning process will increase. That is case studies, tutorials, group discussion, all these are dialogic method of a teaching. Right? Dialogic method of a teaching. Yes, interpersonal method of a teaching. That is what a dialogic. Next, the factors contributing to school learning are termed as an social competencies. Social competencies means interacting with others. The competencies, the capability of dealing with others is called as an social competencies. Those are motivation, social skills and family support. So these are the motivation level, extrinsic motivation or intrinsic motivation. Social skills means the way you interact with others. Family support, these are the three factors which are called as an social competencies. Next, teaching differs from the training, conditioning in so far as it promotes a critical thinking. By teaching, training, conditioning, three are the different teaching continuums. In the teaching continuum, teaching is executing a theoretical knowledge, explaining a theoretical knowledge. Training is giving them how to bring or how to give your best, the trainer best in someone's, like how you are training, how you are going to give the training to someone. The trainer should have a best ability to execute, then the learner will learn the training and he will get also his best. That is what a training. Conditioning means changing a behavior of a person. Changing a regular behavior of a person in another way is called as an conditioning. So this teaching is different from this training and conditioning, and training will promote the critical thinking as well as conditioning also will be different way. Right? Next. Kindly hit a like button, guys. Make it equal. Next, 13. These are the features by key behaviors which contributes to the effectiveness. What are the key behaviors given by the Gary D. Borich? We know very well, that is LITS, lights. Lesson clarity, instructional variety, teaching as well as engagement and success rate. You can see lesson clarity, which implies making ideas clear to the learner. Teacher task orientation with a focus on outcome. Yes, teacher task orientation. T stands for that only. Engagement, E, engagement in the learning process. E stands for instructional variety. E stands for instructional variety. Variety methods will be used by the teacher. And E stands for, that is, S stands for student success rate. Student success rate. That's about it. Right? LITES. Next, fourth one. In teacher-centric communication, students tend to become passive. Opposite to this statement, in student-centric communication, teacher tend to become passive. And in teacher-centric communication, students tend to become passive, whereas teacher tend to become active. In the learner-centric communication, students tend to become active. Teacher tend to become passive. Ulta relationship between the teacher and the learner in case of learner and teacher-centered communication. Alright. Next, 15th one. Features which can relate to an approach to teaching and learning in indirect strategies. There are two ways of strategies which are field dependent, field independent in the same way. Direct way and indirect way of strategies. Those are indirect matlab teacher role is very less teacher role, and they are self-study persons, are self-reliant person. They learn by everything by themselves. They'll take only help. So here in this indirect method, engagement is an engagement in the inquiry process. The learner will engage by himself. Concept based content presentation. They will go with the concept, not with just a memorization of the thing. Concept is a base for this type of learners. encouraging a student to use the references from their own experience. From their own experience, because being a student, your experience, some other student experience will be different. So my experience is teaching me in some other way, your experience is teaching in other way. So that is what, from the experience learning is an indirect strategy of teaching. Self-learner, right? Next is that the process type and the content type. The process type of question, two types of question will be there. Process type, open-ended and closed-ended will be there, na? Process type of questions are divergent questions, concept-based question, higher order question, and these are descriptive type of question. Descriptive type, which doesn't have a specific answer. Open-ended questions. Open-ended questions, which doesn't have a objective type. It is subjective in nature. It is subjective type in nature. Subjective type of exam. That is a UPSC. When you are writing in a descriptive type, in this situation, what will you do? So that type of questions are process questions. Elaborating your thought process. Whatever you are thinking, you need to put it on the paper. That's what a subjective type. Open-ended, more of descriptive in nature. Divergent, concept-based rather than the objective in nature. Whereas ulta to this one is another type, opposite type of questions are convergent questions, which are specific answers will be available, closed-ended options, objective type of testing, content-based rather than the concept, and low-level questions will be there in the objective. Like a UGC NET exam, 4 options will be there. Out of the 4 options, you need to choose. That is a objective type of testing, closed-ended type of questions. That will be comes under there. Right? Next, systems of education which are place specific, time specific, person specific are said to be formal and created by laid down law procedures. What is systems of education? Systems are nothing but, you can say, the rules and regulation which they are following. The rules and regulation which they are following usually. So here the systems of education will be a place, time, person specific. This system, when we say, when there are rules and regulations are there, they are formal in nature and they are created by the law. They are created by the proper procedure. With that only it will happen. That is what a systems of education. Usually the best example is a formal education system. Formal education system as well as non-formal education system. Both are comes under the systems only, because distance learning as well as normal academic learning, both are created by the law, both are created by a proper process, and both are in the structurized way. Time and place specific and person specific will be there, every individual. Right? Next one by. Yes, you are right. You are right. Good. This phrase is indicating what? Everything in a positive way or not? Yes, you are wrong. You are bad. That means that is a negative phrase. This is a positive. When the teacher is saying yes, you are good, please go ahead with the same type of learning process and improvising your performance. That is a positive feedback. If something negative phrase you are using, that is a negative feedback, obviously. Please do hit a like button and do not forget to share it with your friends. 19th. In the cognitive domain of a teaching and learning objectives, following are categorized as an higher order of learning outcomes. They are analysis, synthesis, evaluation. We know very well that is cognitive domain, Bloom's taxonomy. The tricks are there, na? K, C, A, S, E. In this analysis, synthesis, this evaluation are higher order. Lower order is KCA, knowledge, comprehension, application. These are lower order. They are asking about analysis, synthesis, evaluation is an higher order of type of learning. Lower order type is knowledge, comprehension and analysis. This is asked in the 2020. In the 2021 lower order they asked knowledge, comprehension, application. Just now we solved in the plus session. Right. Next is that maximum performance test. Maximum performance test. What is this maximum performance? These are designed to assess the upper limit what maximum a person can do. What maximum a person can do, that is what a maximum performance test. The examiner's knowledge and the reality. Typical response tests are, this is maximum performance test is nothing but what a person to the maximum extent he can perform. What is his capability in doing as such? That is what a maximum performance test. Whereas typical response tests are, it is to measure a specific, this is a keyword. Typical response test to measure a specific behavior and characteristics of the examiner. Specific, exact in a particular situation, how the candidate will behave. That's what is going to be measured in a typical response. If the girl is giving a situation to a boy, how the boy is going to react. That is a typical response test on how the response of other person is going to be there. Next, behavioral teaching competencies. Behavioral teaching competencies. I already told you there are two types of teaching competencies. One is behavioral, second one is personal. Personal. So when something related to the teaching activity, in executing a teaching activity, that is behavioral. When something is referring to the teacher personality, teacher one's own capability, as a person own capability, that is personal qualities. So here behavioral teaching competencies are teaching activity related, instructing, using the methods and activities by the teacher to promote the learning. What type of methods you are using, and communicating, how you are communicating, the communication skills of a teacher or in the teaching process, whether verbal communication or non-verbal communication. Managing, optimizing on task and minimizing off task. Increase the teaching activities, reduce the non-teaching activities. That is what on task and off task. Reduce the off task matlab non-teaching activities. Increase the on task means which are teaching activities. Next, monitoring, watching groups and behaviors and pace, etc. and reacting quickly. Monitoring means observing the things, observing how you are controlling, how you are managing the entire classroom, what the students are doing, who is sleeping, who is not sleeping, who is listening effectively. Those are all comes under here. So how it is as of now after 20 single liners? Chalo, let us move ahead towards the next part. Evaluation is said to be formative when intention is to identify scope and potential improvement. These are the keywords. Improvement during the instruction and mastery over the content. Listen to this word. This is a confusing phrase. Mastery over the content is formation. Certifying the learner, giving a grade to the learner, those are summative. Mastery over the content is formative. Content will come by the process of improvement. Slowly improvising, you will become an expert. That's what a formative. Learning system and the form of evaluation is informal in nature. Yes, by formative evaluation conducted by the teachers in a different way. There is no set of rules and procedure to be followed for the formative. Every teacher is having a unique way of testing the students in the classroom or outside the classroom by conducting a unit test, slip test, oral test, written test. It could be anything. And here this is a informal. That is why it is changing as per the teacher to teacher. Informal in nature, formative. And it take place during the instruction or during the teaching only. This formative will happen. Just now solved questions also having the same type of repetitive concepts by just now in the 2020 also, whatever the points now I am discussing, in 2020 also many points have been repeated. If your students are identified as an unable but willing, capability is not there for the student but wanted to achieve something, that motivation and willingness is there. What we have to do in their performance readiness level? Small step presentation with error-free task, frequent reinforcement method. We need to improvise their willingness. We need to improvise their motivational levels by the frequent reinforcement, like a positive reinforcement, by appreciating them, as well as small stepwise presentation. If we can allot them, they will do that presentation slowly, develop their ability of executing the things. That's how the unable will become able. Willingness will be supporting that ability. Achieving the success will be easy. Next, list of competencies of a teaching are related to personality. Now the point came. Till now I was keep on repeating about the behavioral and personal qualities. Now the personality and attitude includes locus of control, self-efficacy. What is this? Locus of control means how much a person inside ability, person one's own ability. Being a teacher person ability it is. Locus of concentration and efficiency of a teacher. What concentration you are having when you are teaching and efficiency of a teacher. This both are personal capability of a teacher, not the behavioral competencies. These are personal competencies, not the behavioral competencies. 25. Assessment and test interpretation methods. Assessment and test interpretation methods. Formative, summative, norm and criteria. Do you want me to repeat this one? Again the same point. When identifying a scope and potential improvement, that is a formative, which is informal in nature. And summative is a form of the judgment of the entire learning process, which is grading the learner, certifying the learner is a summative. Norm referenced is comparison of a one student performing with a group of students, then identifying a percentiles ranking, that is norm referenced. And criteria referenced is comparison with the comparison with the standards or the proficiency levels, regulations, all those are criteria referenced testing, CRT. We already understood. Next, ICT based, that is information and communication technology based. Information and communication technology based. You can just see teaching support system. Teaching support system, whether it is ICT based or ICT related gadgets or any of the meaningful tools which are called as in teaching aids that you are using, all are comes under the teaching support system only. Not only ICT related, which are non-ICT also, any meaningful teaching aids, all are comes under the teaching supporting system. Every tool is aiming at to increase the learning outcome of the student only. Every tool, any meaningful tool will be aiming at to increase the learning outcome of students. Recent research have reported that factors relating to social competencies contribute more to the learning than cognitive intelligence. This is actually a 27 point, it must be. So the research reports are showing that social competencies means capability of a learner interacting with others, capability of learner understanding the surroundings, capability of a learner how you are maintaining a relationship with the friends or the family members or with your teacher. All these are social competencies. So those are contributing more to the learning than cognitive intelligence of a person as per the research. One's own intelligence of a person, how well you are maintaining outside relationships, how well you are interacting with the entire society, that is increasing more learning outcome rather than one's own cognitive ability of a person. That's what 27th point. And here this is, you can say 28th. In reflective level of teaching, optimum scope for cognitive interchange. Reflective, high level thought process. Reflective, cognitive. Reflective, problem solving. Reflective, it is no self-study type of thing. Those are comes under the in the Bloom's taxonomy analysis and synthesis stage finally, and it could be evaluation also. Analysis and synthesis, higher order level of a thinking or a cognitive level of a thinking, right? Acha, you want me to change the pen? Na? Which one will be good? Red color is already there on the slide, na? That's why. Okay, let us take the blue color. Chalo, do hit a like button, show your support so that I can complete the things, all the subjects in the same way. Constructivist theory of a learning, which is given by Vygotsky. Lev Vygotsky given this constructivism theory. It will provide a support for active participation of a learner in the learning process in an interaction setting with an intrinsic motivation. Keyword is that intrinsic motivation as the basis. So, constructivist theory is two types. One is more knowledgeable than others. Second one is that the Maslow's hierarchy theory. These both are comes under the constructivist theory only. Even the ZPD is also zone of proximal development. That the participation of learner in the learning process will be coming by the internal motivation, not being supported or motivated by external things. It will be internal only, will be there. Right. And while reporting the result of an assessment of a college teacher, result of assessment, a college teacher makes use of the percentile rank in place of the scores. Then that is norm reference. Obviously, percentile is nothing but a norm reference testing. This is very well known, percentile. Whereas percentage is related to percentage. Percentage is a criteria again. Percentage is a criteria and percentile is a norm referenced. Programmed instructional material. Programmed means a step by step. Step by step is called as an programmed. Right. Step by step uses active responding and immediate feedback as important principles for learning. So, active responding and immediate response as a feedback. Step by step. It is like it will work like an algorithm. Give the input, you will get to know whether correct or not. If it is correct, move for the next step. Give the input, correct or not. You will get to know correct or not. If it is wrong, go back and perform the same step. Like that, step by step learning process is called as a programmed instructional material. Feedback will be immediate. With the feedback, you are performing again and improvising. Skinner's reinforcement principle as a basis for the preparation of linear types. Linear type means one way type of instruction. This is Skinner reinforcement principle, which is types of a programmed instructional material. Linear programmed instructional material is by Skinner. Wait, I will tell you. Linear programmed instructional material by B.F. Skinner. Whereas branching model of the branching programmed instructional material by Norman Crowder. Right? Skinner is given what? Linear and branching model given by Norman Crowder. Right. Characterization and organization. This C as well as organization. Characterization and organization. These both are comes under the educational objectives considered to be of higher level. So, higher level of the effective domain. Effective domain we know very well. R square VOC. Responding. I forgot by R square what? Second R please spell out in the chat box. This is valuing, organizing, characterizing. Organizing, characterizing are the higher levels. Last two organizing and characterizing. R square VOC are the effective domain. R square VOC is an effective domain. First one is responding, receiving and responding. Sorry, I forgot. Giving large number of positive and negative examples. Started with this single line point only. I already told between the examples to non-examples, creating a relationship between the positive and negative things, conceptual understanding, all these are related to understanding level of a teaching only. Second level, which is given by whom? Morrison. Given by Morrison. Right. New media learning is no longer as assembly of the facts. Now new media is not just presenting the fact. That is a digital media, social media. Facts will be there. Beyond the facts, analysis will be there. Beyond the facts, interpretation is going to be there. Beyond the facts, some summary conclusions are going to be given to the audience. That is what a new media, which is a digital media, now we are seeing. New media includes the transformation of a news channels, transformation of a print media, how they are interpreting their analysis, the experts are presenting their point of view, all are comes under the new media. Right? Memory level of a teaching includes structuring, guiding, closely supervising the student's behavior predominate. Thus, memory level means here the teacher used to be there in the childhood, LKG, UKG. He will structurally tell the A for apple, B for ball, whether students are writing on the slate or not. Guiding and closely supervising very keenly what the each timid kid is doing. So very keenly observing the behaviors of the students in the memory level. Close supervision will be there in the memory level of a learning in the beginning days. Next, the ability can do. The ability can do component for describing the competency of a teacher. By can do, competency of a not learner. Look at the word teacher competency. Teacher competency, teacher, I can do it. That type of attitude when with a knowledge of the subject being taught. He can do, he can develop that can do attitude with a knowledge that he is having. This is a personal quality of a teacher. The skill of a communication and experience in handling the learning task related situation. So if these three things are there, these three competencies are describing the can do type of a teacher. They can do anything when they have subject, when they have communication skills, and when they have experience in handling the learning task. Right? So in this can do attitude, what the problem is that, not the problem. The teachers, some people will have a knowledge, they don't have a communication skills. They have a great communication skills, but some people will not be having a subject. So both are interdependent on each other. Then only will become a good teacher. Otherwise, the teacher competency will not be there. Next, 36. When a reflective level, high thoughtful process and learning are successful, student emerge with enlarged store of testing insights. Insight is relating to reflective, highly thoughtful process of a generalized character, and it will also emerge with enhanced ability to develop and solve the problem. Solving a problem is also related to reflective level. So testing the insight, highly thoughtful process. Solving a problem is also highly thoughtful process. Both are comes under here, which are related to reflective level of a teaching, which is the third level given by whom? Hunt given this one, Hunter. Right. Next. A model of a teaching is a description of learning environment including a teaching behavior. What is this model? We have a behavioral models like a B.F. Skinner theory is there, and just now we have read Norman Crowder theory is there, Pavlov theory is there, and social learning Bandura is those different type of Albert Bandura, so Bruner's theory. All these are different, Jean Piaget cognitive development theory. All these are different models or theories of a teaching. In this each model, what is a main aim is to learning environment including a teaching behavior. They are trying to describe how the learning is happening. The method of a learning is adopted in that particular situation. That is what each model is trying to describe us, in what environment learning is happening, how the learning is happening, in what way it is happening. Right? Next, the view that teaching learning situation may be characterized to fall on a continuum ranging from memory to reflective was given by whom? So, memory level of a teaching, understanding level of a teaching, reflective level of a teaching. These three are classified by whom? Maurice L. Biggie. Maurice L. Biggie classified it. Alright. Maurice L. Biggie classified these 3 levels, whereas each level was given by different author. This is given by Herbert, memory level given by Herbert, and understanding given by Morrison, and reflective given by Hunt. So these are the 3 different author given each level, but these 3 classification done by Maurice L. Biggie. Alright, Administrative and Teacher Academic Reforms Committee. This is what the committee name is what? Gnanam Committee, Professor Gnanam Committee. Professor Gnanam Committee recommended the CBCS system in higher education, choice based credit system. Administrative and Academic Reforms Committee of the UGC, they have only recommended choice based credit system. Now presently we are following a semester system in the UG and PG, not only semester system, elective options, various things are there. This CBCS implemented by DU, Delhi University, first in India in 2015, correct? Right? A teacher in a particular college assigns a percentile ranks to indicate his or her students' performance in the unit test conducted. This is called as a norm reference, whether whatever the test that he conducted, he is assigning a percentile, which is a ranking. That's what norm referenced is going to be there. And support materials in learning use the procedures of programmed instructional technology based on the Skinner and Crowder principle. Skinner is a linear programming material. Crowder is a branching model of the program based material. So step by step instruction in the branching model and linear model, both will be there. These are the 2 type of supporting material based program instruction methodologies. All right, next, features of understanding level. Understanding level already we have learnt in the last first point also, and here also. It is basically devoted to helping the students of seeing the relationships between positive and negative, and various tools of use of facts, and conceptualization is also keyword. Conceptualization of various ideas. Conceptualization of various ideas and facts. All these are comes under the understanding level of a teaching. Next, the assessment procedures conducted during in progress teaching learning session. That's what a formative. We know very well. We are expert in it. Right? During, in progress, while executing the instruction, all those are formative assessment. And this formative assessment provides a support to enhancing the quality teaching learning sessions. Because the more you improvise the learner, the more you conduct the various tests, that will improvise the learning process over here. So this is like gaining everyday learning points and improvising their performance, which will increase the quality of a teaching, quality of a learning, both. Because teacher can also change the method by using the feedback of the formative. The use of the ICT in organizing the teaching learning programs in the universities has the potential to, again same point by, this point is repeating from the 2004 onwards. Same point from that time, but the way of statements are getting changed, but the same point is keep on asking by them. Continuously same point. Teaching strategies which are learner centered. Are cooperative learning, lab based projects, pair share discussion. These are the 3 things. Right? Cooperative learning, lab based projects, pair share discussion are comes under the learner centered. What is cooperative? In a group we will work, but individual goal will be there. Group only will work, but individual goal will be there. That is what a cooperative. We will cooperate each other, but our individual agenda is different. And lab based projects, which are practicals done by the students. Once a teacher shown with a demonstrative method, he will execute how to perform this H2O operation in chemistry. So later, that is a demonstration method performed by the teacher. After that, laboratory method will be taken up by the students. Students will execute the same which is told by the teacher. Right? right? Next, a pair share discussion is an forming like a teams. Combined studies will be there, na? Combined studies wala, this only. In the name of combined studies, pair share discussion will do the time pass. Like forming a WhatsApp group for a pair share discussion. What? Forming a WhatsApp group, we'll learn from today, we'll discuss about the only doubt solving and all. But except a doubt, everything will be discussed in that. That is what a pair share discussion. Pairing with the people and discussing. Reflective level of a teaching is different from memory level. Yes, RLT is different from memory level because pattern of communication involved is in reflective is basically transactional. Transactional means here debate type. Transaction is a highly discussion type. Highly problem oriented, conclusion oriented, more of interpretation oriented, analysis oriented. That is what a transactional communication. Two-way communication, fadafat discussion is going on. Next, features associated with the indirect instruction. Again, same indirect instruction you can just see. Focus on concept acquisition through question and answer. Indirect. By question and answer session, without teacher can ask a question, student will answer. That is a student based only. And problem solving presentation, problem based presentation. We give the problem to the student. Student has to come up with a solution for that problem, which is indirect. And participatory and collaborative moves are stressed. Participator means involving in the learning process by themselves, learner by themselves. Collaborative means cooperative is a group. Within a group we will work, but for an individual goal. Here group goal will be there. We will work in a group and we wanted to achieve the group goal only, not the individual. That is what a collaborative, collaborating together to achieve some common goal. Next, an open classroom environment. Yes, an open classroom environment marked by sharing and caring by the teachers and student in their interchange will be most helpful in the reflective level. Open classroom environment. This could be an transactional. Open means it will be open to discuss or debate the things which are problematic or which are high end process, and where the analysis and interpretation are the discussion will happen more. And it is sharing and caring by the teachers, student in their interchange will happen. That is a transactional is going to happen in the reflective level of teaching only again. Right. So the correct hierarchical sequence type of learning according to the Gagne. We know Gagne 9 levels of learning, 8 conditions also given. But out of that, are they asking a conditions or levels? Here these are conditions. Sign learning, discrimination learning, concept learning, rule learning, problem solving. These are the related to Gagne 9 levels. Out of the 9, 5 are given over here. Remaining also there. Over here. The intellectual characteristics in a teacher need nurturing in order to accomplish the subjective well-being, leading to effectiveness in motivating and inspiring the students of college level education. Emotional intelligence related factors. So they stated intellectual characteristics in a teacher in order to accomplish the subjective well-being, leading to effectiveness in motivating, inspiring the students of college level. So inspiring, motivation, all these are emotional things related. Well-being, motivating, inspiring, all these words are emotional related. Next, instructional technology is a network of techniques pressed into service for realizing the instructional objective. Instructional technology is a network of techniques pressed into service for realizing the instructional objectives. I will tell you, you are using the ICT tool or the gadgets of ICT or tools of ICT to give the instruction or to provide a proper service to the students. Service for realizing the instructional objective means learning objectives. Instructional objectives are nothing but a learning objectives only. what the student wanted to learn, taking help of network or the technology and teaching them. Wait for a minute. चलो भाई 100 कर दो likes. It should not be like a Sachin 99 duck out. I may not be a Sachin, but I don't want to be 99. Let us make it as 100. We have to complete all the one-liners. Yes, yes. The characteristics in the classroom teaching behavior as given below will be classified as part of the formative. Teacher asks the question to elicit the classification from the students. Teacher asks the question to elicit. This is a formative assessment, means asking a question and getting the response. If they are answering, done. If they are not answering, they'll get to know the correct answer. Teacher prompts and probes the students to while making presentation. Their teacher is giving an opportunity to the student to think by himself and get the elaborative answer. That is what a probing activity, which is a helpful behavior. And the teacher pauses for a few seconds, looks at the student and asks a question. When he is pausing, students are almost, they will say the answer. When the teacher is given a pause, automatically students will say that. That is what? Formative evaluation. So these three are comes under the formative assessment process only. Right? And key behaviors contributing to effective teaching includes lights. Already I told, lesson clarity, instructional variety, and teaching activity, as well as engagement in the learning process, student success rate. Right? These are the 5 key behaviors. In the learning, influence is mainly one way. Influence is mainly in one way. Why influence is one way? Learner will be learning, but influence is going on only one way. Teacher influencing a student. Student is not influencing a teacher. That is why influence will happen only in one way. Teacher will influence the learner. Learner will not influence the teacher. Communication process is active and interactive at a very high level in the RLT. Yes, high level is a keyword always for the reflective. In order to be effective, teaching and testing must go together. Teaching and testing must go together, and feedback forms essential component of formative assessment. Teach it, ask a questions, like give the you complete the teaching, then ask a questions. Whether they understood or not, you will get to know. That is why every teacher, are you getting my point? Are you understanding my point? Are you clear with this or not? Why these questions will be asked by the teachers? Because they wanted to test whether their learners are with me or they are traveling any other place in the mind. So that's what, when they are getting a proper feedback, obviously that is related to formative assessment only. Right? Maslow's hierarchy is related to higher order learning. Maslow hierarchy is related to higher order learning. Esteem, needs and need for self-actualization. Esteem, needs and needs for self-actualization. So here we know very well the hierarchy is total 5 levels, right? Maslow's hierarchy. Physiological, and safety needs, love and belongingness, and self-esteem, which are identity. Self-actualization. Actualization. Beyond the self-actualization, there is one more thing. Self-actualization, you will achieve your own moksha, maximum saturation point for your inner self. whereas another will be there self transcendence. Self transcendence, this is for oneself. Actualization is for oneself. This is for others. Your life is not for you. Your life is to help to others. That's what a self transcendence, which is self transcendence, highest level beyond the things. Right, done. Maslow hierarchy theory, higher order is esteem and self actualization. That is what I told. Self actualization and esteem are higher levels. All right, bye. So I think time up. We will discuss 58, 59, 60 and 61 tomorrow in the tomorrow session. Tomorrow research aptitude I will start, but part 2 I will take it. I will inform in the YouTube. Before the part teaching aptitude, before the research aptitude, I will complete this teaching aptitude. Then I will give the PDF. So here for optimizing a learning outcome, teaching related factors have been identified as the most effective in terms of research evidence. Teaching related factors are nothing but, you can say, helpful behavior. Helpful factors, which are helpful behavior factors, which is impacting on the teaching only, like a probing, questioning and using student ideas and contribution, teacher effect, all those are teaching related, teacher related factors. Hallmark means a symbol. Hallmarks means a symbol. So hallmark or symbol of reflective is that clear, organized, well structured. I can also add one more point. This is problem solving. Problem solving, right? So well structured and problem solving, which is a hallmark, means a symbol of the reflective level. Symbol of the reflective level. And here the correct sequence of the cognitive behavior. Sequence of the cognitive behavior in the taxonomy of educational objectives. One is knowledge, understanding, application, analysis, synthesis. We know very well. KCAASE. This is the original Bloom's cognitive taxonomy. Right. Support material in the form of a programmed instructional. Programmed instructional means a step by step. We have understood yesterday. Step by step. Step by step instruction is nothing but a programmed instruction models have tremendous potential in maximizing the learning outcomes. So because when you are going step by step, clear cut idea that will be given to the student and they will also understand everything and they will be achieving the learning outcomes easily. And characteristics which go within the category of helpful behavior. Within the category of helping behavior. Helping behavior, already told you, research evidential behavior are nothing but helpful behavior, which are probing, questioning again. Research evidential basis, those are structuring, using student ideas, probing, teacher effect and questioning. All these 5 factors are comes under the helpful behavior of a teaching. Right. Next, the activities of a teaching associated with interactive stage. Interactive means a type of a, not a discussion type, but two-way communication is going on. That is what a interaction. Two-way communication is going on. That's interaction. So that interaction stage is and presenting the content in a interposed with a questions. So content with a questions, content with a question, so that teacher will get to know whether student understood the concept taught by the teacher or not. That is what presenting the content with a proper questions at the end. And providing a feedback and probing if need be. If need is there is a requirement of probing. Probing is nothing but elaborating the answers, elaborating the students' answers by themselves. That is what a probing. So we are putting a cross question to think and elaborate their answer by themselves only. That comes under here. And providing a feedback, motivating and monitoring the student task. Motivating as well as monitoring the student task. Monitoring the student task, that comes under the interactive stage. So when you motivate, the influence on the students obviously will be there. Monitoring the student task means observing the student what they are doing, whether they are going in a proper way or not. And in Gagne hierarchy of a learning, concept learning is immediately precede the rule learning. Out of the total 9 levels, before the concept learning, rule learning will come. Rule learning, concept learning, after that problem solving will be the final stage. Right? Next. The purpose of ICT intervention in classroom teaching is to promote and optimize. Again and again this point is coming by, because ICT as well as its ICT usage gadgets also, both are part of the promoting and increasing the learning outcomes only. And here most of the online methods, those are Swayam, massive open online courses, have the potential to become effective supplements to the conventional teaching learning system. Here just wanted to ask one question. In this, Swayam Prabha will come or not? In this e-learning platforms, whether Swayam Prabha is a e-learning platform or not? Please answer this question. Good afternoon. Interpersed means interaction. Swayam and MOOC, whether Swayam Prabha will be forming part of the e-learning initiatives, e-learning platforms or not? Kindly hit a like button by. And in the reflective, the Swayam Prabha is an e-learning platform only. Swayam Prabha is an, even though it is a DTS channel, it is an e-learning, electronic learning only happening. So it is a e-learning platform. In reflective level of teaching, higher level of cognitive abilities. Higher level of cognitive abilities as specified in the Bloom's taxonomy. Reflective means high level, highly thoughtful process. Highly thoughtful process and high level cognitive abilities will be a forming part of reflective level of teaching. The teaching strategy best suited to deal with the students who in terms of performance readiness level are in the category of able but unwilling. Yesterday the single line point was unable but willing. Here able but unwilling. Ability is there but the interest is not there. The willingness is not there. So for them, what strategy we need to apply to increase their willingness? We need to involving in the task and providing them socio-emotional support. A type of a motivation we need to give. A type of a motivation we need to give. When we give a motivation, automatically their willingness will get improved and interest in doing certain tasks will be improved. So supporting with a scope for a recognition. Recognition is indicating identity. When you recognize the other person, they will do, they'll put utmost effort to increase their learning process. All right. Next, the following are said to be behavioral competencies in an effective teaching behavior repertory. So here following are said to be behavioral competencies. Planning, teaching. I already told you yesterday, behavioral is indicating teaching task related activities. Teaching task related activities are considered the behavioral competencies for effective teaching. These are not a personal capabilities or personal qualities of a teacher. That is planning and teaching, managing and monitoring, evaluating and providing a feedback. All these three things are ultimately related to teaching related or teaching activity related. Those are behavioral competencies of a effective teaching. Right. Next. Good afternoon. Kindly do share with your friends. Yesterday there were 100 members. Always the disappointment is that we will, whenever the session number 1 is there, 100, 120 like this members will come. Later in the next session they will not appear. Don't know why, the reason. Whether the default is with me or default is with you in consistency. Chalo. 70. Teaching learning system to be effective must be carefully planned, adequately implemented, appropriately evaluated. Teaching learning systems, carefully planning and adequately implementation, appropriately evaluated. Careful, adequacy and appropriately. When these three things are happening, those are effective teaching learning system, then defective. Effectiveness of teaching learning system is a prerequisite. It's a primary or else condition, prerequisite for all levels of education. All levels are nothing but it could be a memory level, it could be an understanding level, it could be a reflective level. Right. Next. The focus of concern in understanding level of teaching is to promote the scope for seeking of a relationship among the facts and ideas. Focus of concern and understanding level of teaching is promotion of scope for seeking relationship among the facts. Again, I am saying understanding level is always indicating seeing the relationship between the positive, negative, as well as examples, non-examples, creating a relationships, creating a relationship between the facts and ideas. Conceptualization is also another keyword. Conceptualization. This indicating understanding level of a teaching and learning. Right. Next. Emotional characteristics. Again, this will be a forming part of affective domain. Affective domain, which is emotional characteristics of crucial significance in adolescent learning. Hero worship sentiment, because adolescent are people who are between the 11 to 19 years of age group. So these people will be having so much concern towards their role models. Like if they are if some hero or actress or actor is their favorite, they'll worship them, they'll do puja for them. That is how the high level of addiction will be there towards anything. They'll attract towards the temporary things very easily. Those are called as teenagers, which are adolescent learners. Right. During the teaching, when a teacher uses process questions, following types have dominance. Process based question and content based question, yesterday we have seen. Process based questions are higher under, doesn't have a proper answer, descriptive answers, open ended question, subjective in nature, and you can apply your own interpretation, and doesn't have a specific answer over here. Those are higher order, indirect way of questioning, concept based questions. All these are process. Doesn't have a specific answer, subjective in nature. Subjective in nature. Right. Next, tutorials, group discussion, question and answer are dialogic. I already told you another point is there. Case study is also dialogic. Case study method of a teaching. Case study method is also dialogic in nature. Right. Are part of the direct teaching methods and dialogic. Dialogic means a discussion type, a debate type, or a discussion type. Those are common under the dialogic method of a teaching. All right. Divergent also. Process based are divergent. Project work, laboratory work, simulation, role playing are the action based and part of the indirect. Project indirect means self learning or student based learning. Student centered, learner centered or student centered learning. Learner centered or student centered learning is in project work, laboratory, simulation, role playing. Here the learner is a key role. Learner active role will be there rather than the teacher. So that's what an indirect method. In this direct method, the teacher role will be high. Whether it is a discussion or question and answer, the discussion type and dialogic method will happen. Next. If a teaching is viewed as a continuum, continuum means a process like a teaching, training, conditioning and indoctrination. Those are like in this teaching is viewed as a continuum. Instruction modality involves give and take between the teacher and learner. So in the teaching continuum, instructing, training, training, teaching, conditioning. So these are the four things will be there in the teaching continuum. In that, instructing means, if being a teacher, if I instruct something, tomorrow I am going to take the mock test for you. So you will get ready for that and you will do the preparation accordingly. So I am giving the instruction, you are taking the instruction. That is what give as well as take policy will be there in the instruction of the entire teaching continuum of all these four. Are you getting the point? Next, the correct sequence of the lower to higher indicating related to affective domain. We know very well Affective domain related to R square VOC. R receiving, R responding, V valuing, O organizing, C characterizing. This characterizing is also called as a naturalization. N also. Naturalization. Receiving, responding, valuing, organizing and characterizing. That is R square VOC, which is an affective domain. And ability of an individual or a group implies that components of a knowledge, components of a skill and components of experience, willingness of an individual. By ability will be come out by knowledge, skill and experience. Let us write this one. Ability of a person will come by knowledge, skill, experience. Whereas willingness will be out by willingness of a person. Willingness of a person will be by confidence, commitment and motivation. Confidence, commitment and motivation. Confidence to do something, the willingness. And this is also called as an interest also. Commitment to do something. Commitment to do something and motivation to do something. Whether it is intrinsic motivation or extrinsic motivation. So these are the ability and willingness. The definition of ability, what are the components will comes under the both ability and willingness, right? Next. Here management functions to be performed by the teacher. Teacher apart from the teaching activity, what he can do more? The management function, those are planning, organizing, motivating, controlling. Here it involves, planning involves setting a goals and objectives. Organizing involves bringing together the people and the resources. Organizing means whatever the material that is required for the student, bring together and present to them all the resources required for their learning. Motivating, it involves engagement of task related activities. Engage them towards the learning process rather than non-learning process. And controlling them means it is to look into like deviation should not occur. If any things are deviating from the standards or the schedule which we prepared, if it is getting deviated, teacher is the one who has to control. No, you are going out of the track. You have to come onto the track to achieve your goals. It involves the feedback of the results, follow up to the comparison and accomplishment. Right? So total 80 done. Now 81. 1 second. Cold is a very dangerous. Chalo bhai. The use of ICT has a great potential. Again and again, how many times this point is coming means that many times this question is asked. ICT, information and communication technology usage in the learning process, obviously to increase the learning outcome, because understandability will be increasing due to the use of ICT in the learning process. It will be giving a scope for variety of a learning, flexible learning, attractive learning. Now you are learning on the smart board. You can see I can mark it out anything. I can draw any type of things over here. So when I draw anything, you can easily understand. And if the charts are required, if the formulas are required, anything, this is creating attractiveness and interest in the learning process, which will be increasing the learning outcome. Next, the goal of teaching as compared to the training. Teaching is a theoretical activity. Training is a practical activity. It is to provide the opportunity of sharing and caring, leading to a critical and creative reflection. Sharing and caring, leading into a critical and creative reflection. Critical and creative reflection. Training leads to put your best to increase the skill of other person. That is what practical skills. So that includes a creative and critical reflection of a person. The Gagne learning hierarchy, 9 levels are there. Out of the 9 levels of Gagne, which one will come first? Immediately precedes the concept learning and discriminative learning. So discrimination learning will come first, later concept learning, later rule learning, after that problem solving will be there. Discriminative, concept, rule learning and problem solving. Last 4 levels of the cognitive domain. Last 4 levels of the Gagne learning hierarchy. Next, there is a abundant, means a sufficient. Abundant scope for promoting the concept learning during the adolescence. So there is a sufficient scope for promoting the concept learning during the adolescent, that is already told 11 to 19 years of age group. During the adolescent stage of development of a learner. So this is the age where the learner will be improving. What happened, Shalini? Yes sir. Is it sir or stimulus response? Sorry. Use of programmed instructional material, again, as a supplement, has a potential to optimize the learning outcome, and ICT, if used judiciously, if we are using rigorously or full-fledged ICT tools, it will render the teaching learning system effective and efficient in nature. For ensuring successful teaching learning system, both NRT as well as CRT, norm reference testing, criteria reference testing, both are required because to decide the standards whether he qualified with a minimum criteria set by the rules or not. Minimum 40% is a UGC NET. So everybody qualified who qualified for the 40% minimum standard, that is criteria, then only they will be picked up for the final result, which is a norm reference testing, that is percentiles. So norm reference, criteria reference, both are required for the procedures of interpretation of the scores have to be synthesized. Synthesized means for the summative evaluation. Synthesized means summed up. Next. Parents and educational administrators along with the student themselves need to know the status of accomplishment in terms of laid down criteria and relative positions of the participants vis-a-vis that of others. So here parents and educational administrators along with the students, parents, teachers and the students, 3 people, 3 category of groups need to know the status of accomplishment, what the child is doing every year. So whether what is the performance level of their child, need to know whether they are meeting the criteria or not, what is their ranking, everything they have to know, being an parents and teachers. Next, locus of control and self-efficacy. Again, locus of control, self-efficacy are teaching competency related to personality and attitude. These I am telling, those are behavioral activities or behavioral qualities, these are personal qualities. Teaching strategies which are employed during the indirect instruction. During the indirect instruction, emphasizing the direct and indirect examples, and inquiry based questions will be there. Promoting a problem solving. These are self-learning which are indirect instruction. Self-learning, more importance to learner and himself. Next, in memory level of teaching, teacher role is active rather than being interactive. In memory level, teacher role is active, yes. Teacher active, learner passive in the memory level, because ratta marna, learner passive role will be there. Next, depending upon the classroom situation, some media of communication are more effective than the others, and selection of a medium is directly related to the nature of message of students. Selection of a medium means the way to communicate. way to communicate. This will make a difference. What medium you are going to select to communicate the other person. So that communication medium will be directly according to the nature of the message that you wanted to communicate. If it is an informal message, you can just call them and tell them. If it is a formal message, you have to go to the classroom and inform them. So that's how it will go. When a test data tells about a student level of proficiency in a defined area, the procedure of evaluation is called as a criteria referenced. Test data tell us about level of proficiency. Proficiency means standard. Criteria. Proficiency means standard or criteria. How much expert you are. Are you proficient enough to meet with the standards or not? That comes under the proficiency. Next here, which is related to criteria reference testing again. Given are the learner characteristics associated with a field dependent. Field dependent means not active learners. Very sorry. Not active learners. They are passive learners because they are dependent on the others. They are dependent on the others. Field dependent learners. They relate the concept to personal experience and preferring to cooperate rather than compete. Cooperation will be there rather than compete. Yesterday there was a question. All the plus members who were there in yesterday's session teaching aptitude wala, can you please look into this point? Relating to the concepts of personal experience. Personal experience of field dependent. That is why in the field independent question this was not considered. This was not considered. Plus members, kindly remember this point. When we are doing yesterday, we stuck up at this point in the question. Why this personal experience is not part of the field independent? So because it is a part of the field dependent and personal experience is actually here relating with a personal experience means when the teacher is telling, when we are learning from the others, we can relate with a personal experience, and when we are experiencing directly, not relating, then that will be a part of independent. Right? So here, perceiving global aspects and concepts of material, global aspects which are universal in nature, we need to dependent on other one to learn those things. The modality of teaching has to be differentiated from the training. Teaching is different from the training and instructing because training is for the skills, practical skills, and instructing is to give the orders or the circulars, right, in terms of the critical thinking, because in the teaching critical thinking will happen. In the training and instructing, critical thinking will not be there. Critical here in one of the statement, wait, to go back. Training, where is the training wala? Okay, let it be. Next, choice based credit system. CBCS is an indicative innovations in the evaluation system. And let me ask you one more point. There is a question innovations in the CBT. Innovations in CBCS, choice based credit system, or else here innovations in the evaluation system. Means testing, assessment process. What are the two important parameters to check? This is a PYQ, please tell me. Innovations in the evaluation system. Two parameters are necessary to fulfill, then only that evaluation system we can take into account to implement that evaluation system. What are the two parameters? There is can you please tell? Kindly do hit a like button if you not yet done. So let us see, this is innovations in evaluation system backed up by two parameters. Those are validity, reliability. Validity and reliability. These are the two parameters which are mandatory when some innovative evaluation technique is coming. Suppose CBT, computer based testing, is it valid and reliable? Yes, by you can detect easily if any error occurred, you can detect easily, and if any mistake happened, or else if any wrong evaluation also happened, you can detect easily. That is, we can reliable, and it will give the same results again and again because it's a computer based testing. Right. Potential factors for effective teaching are related to instructional facilities and learning environment. Potential factors, those are proactive moves of the interactive process. Proactive moves of the interactive process. Proactive means future oriented. Future oriented. So the scope for sharing and open discussion within the classroom and the institution creates a positive learning environment. Institution creates a positive learning environment. And the shortage of highly qualified teachers. So potential factors which are affecting the instructional facilities. Why we can't able to provide the effective teaching facilities? Because of the shortage of highly qualified teachers, and proactive moves in the interaction process is also another reason. Availability of the smart classes is not there. So very less availability. These are the three reasons we are not able to provide a proper instructional facilities in the learning environment. Next, there is a rubric word. Rubric is a keep on repetitive word. This is most important word in the research as well as teaching, both. Rubric means what? It's best suited for assessment of the social skill. And social skill always been compared with a set of instructions or the rules are the criteria, right? So rubrics is best suited for assessment of a social skills. When we are in the society, we need to follow certain things, the values and the norms and the ethics, those things we need to follow. So when we compare with that one, our assessment of those social skills are comes under the rubrics in one way. But rubrics literal meaning is that set of instruction to be followed. Right. Next, characteristics and basic requirement of a teaching at the understanding level. Again, teaching becomes an activity to promote the relationship among the facts and concepts, and teacher expect the student will be able to translate and interpret the meanings in their own words. The teacher gives a large number of examples to bring home the main ideas. So these are the keywords: relationship, translation, interpretation, and examples. These are the keywords which keep on repeating in the understanding level of a teaching. Learner characteristics and description. Academic characteristics, social characteristics, emotional, cognitive. And look at these words. Academic characteristics, different themes in his or her course whenever needed. So according to the learning difficulties, the themes will be chosen. And social characteristics are learner work as a team member of the peers. Team member of the peers. Social means interaction with others. That is what a social characteristics. How well you are interacting with others. So when you are in the team member, that is a social interaction or a social characteristics. Good afternoon, Diksha. Emotional characteristics are learners start respecting the individual differences evident in likes and dislikes. Likes, dislikes of the members of the class. Emotional means the feelings or the, like it's a sadness or a good feeling. It could be any feeling. So that comes under the emotional characteristics. So cognitive characteristics are highly thoughtful process. Highly thoughtful process. Right. So learner encodes and decodes the relevant messages correctly. Encodes and the decodes relevant messages correctly. That is cognitive characteristics in nature. Next, 100th century finally. Big claps by. Do hit a like button if you like this session. Literally, these are, if suppose a 150 points are there, for example, 150 points matlab 150 previous year question repeated in very less time. Arre. Chalo, for organizing effective teaching learning system in colleges, following instructional strategies are appropriate. Attitude of a teaching in terms of can do, will do analysis. So this is can do, will do analysis type of a teaching in respect of the student readiness level. So are you ready for the next marathon? If I ask you like this, you will say obviously yes or no. Based on the previous class, you will obviously say that is what a can or will do analysis respect, trying to create in the minds of the student. Whether students ready or not, we have to know based on that. Diversifying a teaching methods in terms of the learner needs. Diversifying a teaching methods in terms of the learner needs. As per the individual needs of the learner, if the teacher is going to create a courses, then that will be a best course, because it is not possible to cover all the learners' individual differences or the difficulties, but common differences between the individuals you can able to cover it up by diversifying your teaching learning methods. Right? Involving students and giving responsibility and recognizing the accomplishment. Involving students, giving, you are beta superb, excellent, you are answering every question, keep going like that. When you are giving appreciation, automatically they will do more better in the next classes. Characteristics and basic requirement of reflective level of teaching. Again, issues are raised and with a view to shift the potential rational solution of a problem. So problem solving method is an reflective level only. Academic session which are conducted in a dialogic mode. Dialogic means a debate mode, solution oriented, more of analysis oriented, more of interpretation oriented. Detailed interpretation will happen, detailed explanation of each and every person about their argument, how they prove their arguments. That's what the reflective level, highly thoughtful process only it is. Right. Next, 1 or 2 key behavior of effective teaching is that making ideas clear to the learner who may be different level of understanding. Yes, by now you all are there, like 30 members are there in the chat box. If 30 members are there in the chat box, every member doesn't have an equal level of understanding of the concepts, right? So when the teaching will become effective, making a common ideas which will be understandable to all the learners, even though they are at a different levels of capabilities, right? That's what the effective teaching. Next, strategies of teaching which are learner centered are cybernetics, practical task based project. What is cybernetics? I just wanted to know. Please tell what is cybernetics. Cybernetics का मतलब क्या है? Wait, I'll use the kerchief too. One second only. Okay, chalo. Here cybernetics meaning is that it's a one way of a communication by using a technology. By using a technology. Communication by using a technology and artificial intelligence. Strategies of teaching which are learner centered is that they can get the answer by themselves. That is what a cybernetics, by using a technology. Various technologies they will use to get the answers by themselves. The development of a teaching support system in Indian higher education system are oral, oral, visual, audio, visual, and ICT based. So oral, oral means where you can listen and hear. Listening and hearing. Oral, oral, listening and hearing. Both are comes under the oral, oral. Next, in evaluation system, evaluation occurs informally. Informal matlab formative evaluation. Yesterday we have understood that is formative evaluation. Next, critical features of effectiveness of teaching. Critical features. To be effective in teaching requires orchestration and integration of a key and helping behavior. Again, the meaning of the orchestration we have to know. I forgot this meaning, seriously. Previously I explained this one, every time I am forgetting. Coordination. Coordination is called as an orchestration. To be effective, proper coordination and integration of key and helpful behaviors both are required. Effective teacher function as able facilitators and guides for the student knowledge building process. Guides for student knowledge building process. And through effective teaching, students can be taught to become agents of their own learning. This will promote the self-learning. This will promote the self-learning. That comes under the effective teachings of the students. Right. Organizing a teaching at an understanding level includes. Organizing a teaching at an understanding level includes. Giving large number of positive and negative, yes, positive and negative again. Conducting a discussion to examine the pros and cons of an issue means conceptualization. Providing opportunity to the student to give their own interpretation. When they are giving own interpretation, the conceptualization is happening. Right, conceptualization is happening, that comes under here. Next, a student finds it difficult to understand, analyze, interpret the concepts and principles relating to the subject or formally prescribed. That most relevant to be proved is that cognitive characteristics. When they are facing it difficult to think, difficult to analyze, understand, analyze, interpret. These are the keywords for cognitive. If they are saying only understanding, now that would have been only understanding characteristics. But they said interpretation. Interpretation will be forming part of the cognitive usually. Here, their own interpretation means what you understood. Here, interpretation analysis in a sequence wise is a highly thoughtful process to solve an issue. Next, characteristics of field dependent learner. Now again, field dependent, personalized curriculum, seeks guidance and demonstrate from the teachers, likes to cooperate. Dependent means cooperation. Independent means competition. That is what the keyword. Dependent means cooperation. Independent means competition. Dependent means personal curriculum. Personal curriculum, and you will be following based on the teacher support. Whereas independent matlab you will create your own syllabus or you will be taking a help of the material to create your own understanding. That's what a independent learners, right? In MOOCs, method of teaching ICT support is implied. In MOOCs, massive open online courses, the method of ICT, information communication technology support is always required, because without ICT there is no MOOC. There is a MOOC, that is why ICT. So with the help of ICT only MOOCs are being implemented. MOOCs are being implemented with the help of ICT only. Next, Till now, whatever we have done, total 2020, all the 24 shifts, teaching aptitude, single liner PYQs. Till now, till the 110 single liners, those were. Remaining will be December 2019 single liners. It is liners, not linears. Okay, liners. The sequence which correctly indicates the order of ensuring teaching learning activities in a constructivist, means a creative manner. Constructivist matlab from the scratch. Engage, explore, explain, evaluate and extend. What is the sequence? Engage, explore, explain, evaluate, extend. Final one, highest level is extension. Lowest one is engaging. Engaging, exploring, explain, evaluate and extend. Right. In this method, emphasis will be given on the student's creator of the knowledge. That is why I was telling constructivism means constructive itself is a creator. Creating the knowledge and explaining that knowledge. Next. Competencies of an effective teacher. Actually, because of the machine, need to put the AC. This machine, smart board is there, no? It will get heat otherwise. Here, competencies of a, which defines domains of a personality. So, locus of control, self-efficacy, teacher enthusiasm, not the behavioral one. In the context of classroom teaching, foundation on which warm and nurturing relationship with the learners can be built is called as an teacher effect. Warm and nurturing is nothing but a positive type of rapport. Positive rapport. The way you interact with a teacher and the learner relationships. Nurturing relationship with the learner improves the engagement rate, contribute to be an effective teaching. If some teacher is like very close to you and if the teacher is listening to you, solving your problem, you'll always try to attend his classes or her classes. That's what a nurturing activity. And a teacher becomes an effective classroom communicator by understanding his or her own student. What is their level of understanding? What are their problems? Solving their problems, all those things. This will promote the autonomous development, which is independent development or self-development of the learner. Independent development. Autonomous development of a teaching that leads to sense of freedom. Sense of freedom to whom? We are trying to give the freedom to the students so that they will come up with their own problems. So it will be automatically, they will become independent in solving the problems. So your level of teaching focus of concern. Autonomous development level. Effect and feelings. This is lifelong learning. As well as this is an natural learning. Lifelong and natural learning. Throughout the life, we will be learning. That is what autonomous development level. Memory, recalling of facts and information, and understanding is seeing of a relationship between the facts and their examples. Reflective is a problem solving one. Right? 115. Memory level of teaching is a lower level of learning outcome. Get focused. And here the emphasis of memory level is on thoughts and ideas which are facts based. Systematic presentation of enabling a quick reproduction. The sequence of thought makes the student correctly reproduce. The sequence of thought makes the student correctly reproduce. That is systematic presentation of enable a quick reproduction. Quick reproduction. So next, reproduction means A for apple, B for ball. When the teacher said A for, automatically you will say, the kids will say apple. Like that. Systematic presentation, quick reproduction. Reproduction is coming automatically. When I produce, reproduction is coming automatically. Mastery of content, correct sequencing of the facts. Student immediately recall the facts taught. So that is what a features of, these are features of the memory level of a teaching and learning. And non-traditional teaching learning strategies lay emphasis on. Non-traditional matlab modern, the present era. So they will emphasis on student need based resources, material, learning standards, developing the skills attitude and values, acquiring the knowledge and necessary to respond creatively. So here student need based as per the individual differences, as per the difficulties, developing a skills and values both, and acquiring a knowledge necessary to respond creatively. These are the non-traditional or a modern teaching and learning systems which are modern based. हो गया भाई, बस हो गया. People are started leaving. I thought at least 30 will be constant, but no, very bad. Chalo, anyway, whatever you give, I will give back na. That's how it will work. The statements which differentiate the teaching from learning. Teaching from learning is teaching is a social act while learning is a personal act. Social act, learning is a personal, because learning is one's own requirement. And teaching is an social act. Teaching will be done to many members, but learning is according to the whatever the learner is taking. Teaching is like selling while learning is like buying. Because as per the WTO, teaching is an commercial business. Right, teaching is a commercial business. In teaching, influence is directed towards the learner, while in learning it is usually towards the oneself. Learning is a personal task, that is why oneself. And teaching is an social task, that is why it is with all. And the main purpose of ICT for a classroom is to optimize the learning outcome. This is repeated, 1000 times it will come. Same point. Right? Next is that key teaching behavior belonging to the category of effectiveness. Key teaching behavior belonging to the category of effectiveness. Using meaningful verbal praise to keep student actively in participating in the learning process. Verbal praise means properly use your communication verbal skills, which are written as well as speaking skills. Communication skills, then that will be an effective one. And following are the learning outcomes intended to at understanding level. Understanding level again, relationship between the facts and examples. Key behavior contributing to an effective teaching. Explains the concepts, conceptualize the concept, step-by-step understanding, step-by-step presentation, positive, negative things. Those are comes under understanding. Thereby identifying the examples, also understanding. Memory level emphasis on organization of thoughts and ideas. Systematic presentation that to quick reproductions. Same points are coming. Every shift PYQ is repeating with another shift only. So mastery of the concept by correcting the facts. If mastery of the concept only given, that is understanding. But sequencing the facts is at memory level. Facts are memory level here. Next, in memory level, lower level of learning outcomes get focused. It includes a learning of the facts, rules, and this is a rote learning. Rote learning means memorization. Memorization is called as a rote learning. Right. For encouraging a learners to learning to learn. This is Aditi Madam YouTube channel. For encouragement of learning to learn, the emphasis on organizing the teaching to increase the opportunity for transfer of learning. Organizing a teaching to increase the opportunity for transfer of learning. Transfer of learning means sharing with others, learning to learn. When you can learn, you are learning the things to learn, and you are also sharing with others. That comes under the organizing a teaching to increase the opportunity for transfer of learning. Increase the opportunity of transfer of learning. Transferring from one to another is comes under the learning to learn. So showing the ability to analyze and synthesize. Synthesize is an summary. That is what synthesize. And articulation, naturalization, organization. High level outcomes of learning. This is what? Synthesis, articulation, naturalization, as well as organization, characterizations are higher level outcomes of a learning. This looks like, you know, I am pan. In that, articulation, naturalization will be last part. Correct? Now, precision, articulation, naturalization are the part of the psychomotor domain. Next, classroom interactions are influenced largely by student commitment. Classroom interactions are largely influenced by students' commitment. That comes under 124. So, classroom interactions are influenced largely by student commitment. If student is committed in the classroom, then the teacher will automatically motivated to teach more and more. Like this in the classroom. If more number of people are coming, I will be getting motivated to launch more and more marathons. If less members are coming, we will get a demotivation to take many classes. Last and final part, which is features of the learner's behavior which are associated with the understanding level of a teaching. The understanding levels are renders the facts and information in his or her own words. And own examples to explain a point. Student interpret the meaning in a various ways. All these are comes under understanding level. Factors that do not affect academic performance are indifferent attitude towards the politics and belief on God. These two are irrelevant to the academic performance. These two are not required for the academic performance. So factors which can affect the academic performance of students are self-efficacy, belief result in motivation, higher order intelligence, teachers low expectation from the student. These are increasing. Teachers low expectation from the students, self-efficiency of the learner, self-efficiency of the teacher also, motivational levels of the learners, higher order intelligence of the learners. All these are increasing the academic performance, or else in one way it is impacting on the academic performance, whether to make it high or low. Right? Academic performance of students determined by intelligence and motivation. Here, that's what intelligence and motivation. Two are the factors which are intelligence and motivation. In a group setting, following factors that can hinder means it can negatively impact. It could be a barrier. It could be a barrier. And creativity of its members. Norm to maintain consensus at any cost, to criticize if somebody's idea is not correct. But in group settings, you need to appreciate the other members, even though everybody may not be having intellectual capacity to bring acceptable ideas sometimes in the group. So in such a case, you cannot reject and degrade the other person. Norm to maintain a consensus at any cost. You must agree, even though you are not liking in some circumstances, you must agree with the group members because you are in a group. And to criticize if somebody idea is not correct. If somebody idea is not correct, don't criticize. Try to tell them, improvise the idea and come up with another new idea. So if you are doing this too now, then it will create a barrier in the group communication. That will not be correct. Right? Factors those which promotes a creativity includes. Creativity will be promoted to think without any fear of being ridiculed. Means failure. Fear of failure or a fear of going in a wrong one. So if you leave that fear, automatically you can be creative. Not to criticize if somebody idea is not correct. This is also important because creativities will not be always coming from the step number 1 itself. Sequential improvement of the wrong ideas only will become the correct ideas. Next. The form of education having high potential for providing optimism, self-esteem, commitment to personal fulfillment, ethical judgment, social responsibility from the value education. These are all words. Optimism, self-esteem, commitment to personal fulfillment, ethical judgment, social responsibility. All these are indicating a value education. Value education means ethics, morals, the things need to be followed in our life, all those things are value education. Least important for the academic success of the students. Academic success of the student, least important, that is legal competence. Legal competence, political competence, all these are not at all required for academic performance. Next, the factor which is deterrent. Deterrent means it is also adverse. Deterrent means to stop or to hinder, create like a barrier for the student to do well in the higher education. Those are political orientation is stopping, and academic strategies, comprehension ability, academic discourse. By in this, wait. In this, I think these are options written. These are correct only. Academic strategy, comprehension ability, academic discourse, helping the students to do well in the higher education. Only this should be over here. So I need to change this point. 133, make a note of this point. Stopping means academic strategy, comprehension ability, academic discourse will not be deterrent. They are actually promoting to do well in the higher education. Only political orientation is deterring in to do well in the higher education. So it must be only till here. These 2, 3, 4 points should not be there. I must have copy and pasted as it is all 4 options. Okay. I'll make a change in the PDF whenever I am giving in the Telegram. 4 type of disorders we know very well. Dyslexia, difficulty in reading. Dysgraphia, difficulty in bad handwriting. Calcia, difficulty in dyscalcia is an poor mathematical skills or aptitude or numbers, fear of numbers. Attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. Difficulty in concentration. Difficulty in concentration is attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. Factors have been labeled as a social competency in influencing socio-economic status, motivation and emotional well-being. Social competency means the competency of interacting with others. Interacting with others comes under this social competencies. Those are socio-economic status, motivational and emotional well-being. These are the 3 important points comes under the social competence. Research aptitude, total previous year questions based single liners. Number one. Here hypothetico-deductive. Now the point to be understood, what is hypothetico-deductive? Hypothetico-deductive research paradigm having following sequence is considered as an appropriate. Is it a quantitative or a qualitative? First you tell. Quantitative in nature, right? So hypothetico-deductive means that is quantitative research type. That is what we call it as an hypothetico-deductive, because quantitative usually follow deductive reasoning, and in this deductive reasoning we will be usually having hypothesis. Hypothesis making will be there in the deductive reasoning, which is quantitative in nature. Alright, in this first we need to establish the research problem, hypothesis making, hypothesis testing, arriving at a generalization. Means this is following a deductive method, which is a quantitative approach, hypothetico-deductive in nature. And here in the research procedure that figures under the post-positivism approach is an ethnography, because ethnography is a qualitative study. Qualitative study. Whenever the quality is there, multiple realities will exist. Science is not only the reality which is to give the solution for a problem. This is multiple realities are existed. Multiple realities are existed over here in this post-positivist approach, which is ethnographic study. Ethnographic study is nothing but it is a cultural study. Usually a cultural study where the people, we will be going into the participants' lives and understanding their realities. Science is not only the measurement over here, right? So after that, a college teacher plans a research program in which he or she intends to improve socio-economical aspects of his or her classroom climate during the teaching, and the research method is appropriate is that action research. Why action research? By whenever the action research comes, The problem should be an academic problem. The problem should be an academic problem. Here also academic problem, because they are speaking about the classroom. In the educational setting or academic settings only, this research is going to happen. So for that, academic action research is a best and appropriate technology, best and appropriate method of a research. Right? The following steps in the research are least vulnerable, means they are not much impacted by research ethics. So here research ethics, least harmful to the research ethics is that identifying the research variables and defining the research variables. These are not concerned much about the ethical violation or being unethical also, because there is no ethical concern in these two matters. Just identifying the variables which are there, not important, not harmful. And the personalistic styles, personalistic means which are flexible in nature. We can change according to our requirement and convenience. That is what a personalistic styles of writing a research report. Are permissible in following types of a research. That is grounded theory research, participant observation research, and case study. If you look at all these three are quality in nature. Correct? All these three are qualitative in nature. Because grounded theory is a flexibility where according to your convenience you are going to change from the data. Participant observation is an ethnographic research. After that, case study method is also qualitative analysis, because multiple interpretations will be coming. So these three are the qualitative. Wherever there is a quality, there is a flexibility. Wherever there is a flexibility, there is a personalistic. Means according to the one's own individual requirement, we can change it. Next, here nominal scale representing. There are 4 levels of scales of measurement are there. We know very well 4 levels of scales of measurement: nominal, ordinal, interval, and ratio. NOIR. Nominal means only classification of the data, means naming of the data, categorization of the data, naming only giving a name, allocating a name. Right? After that, ordinal means classification, naming plus order. Ranking also will be given in the ordinal. Third one, interval means here the classification, order, and equal gaps will be given. Clear cut distance between the gaps will be given between the data. And the ratio analysis is that classification, order, equal units, and there is a clear cut zero is going to be there. These are the 4 levels of scales of measurement. Right? Next is that the focus of action research is basically on amelioration, means improvement, enhancement, improvement, amelioration, that comes under here. And steps in hypothetico-deductive research in the correct sequence. Here again I am saying hypothetico-deductive here, hypothetico-deductive is also here. Same quantitative, same hypothesis, same deductive process we are going to follow. Here also it is same. Identifying a research problem, making a hypothesis, defining a subset which is a sample, data collection using appropriate tasks, and taking a final decision with a substantive research hypothesis called as an research hypothesis, alternative hypothesis. Right? Alternative hypothesis. Bettering the situation, improvement, amelioration, all these are comes under the action research. Correct. Next, the sampling technique in research implies a randomization. Look at randomization means which are random probability sampling techniques. Equal probability of drawing the units are called as a randomization. Those are stratified cluster. Not only the stratified cluster, what are they? We know very well, S cube, M, C, A. Stratified sampling, simple random sampling, systematic random sampling. S cube, 3S. Multi-stage sampling. and cluster sampling as well as area sampling. These are the total 6 types of probability sampling method. Next, key areas in the research, the terminology. What do you mean by research problem? Research question itself, whatever the research question we are trying to answer throughout our research is comes under the research question or problem. And research hypothesis means our expected outcome, whatever we are thinking, whatever we are expecting, whatever we are assuming, the tentative proposition, tentative statement. So tentative solution or answer to your research is called as an hypothesis. And sample of the study is nothing but out of the entire population, if you are picking up a part of the population which can represent the entire population characteristics, that is what we call it as a subset or a sample. Next, research tools. Tools is nothing but the method or a device to measure the things. Device using which data can be gathered or data can be measured. Both are comes under the tools only. Both are comes under the tools only. Kindly hit a like button. Now, a teacher proposes, look at this statement number 11 very carefully. A teacher proposes to find out the effect of a praise and encouragement, 2 things, during the teaching and learning session based on the Skinner's theory of enforcement. Either a positive reinforcement or a negative reinforcement. It could be anything, called as an applied research. Why this is applied research, you have to tell me. B.F. Skinner is a theory, practically implementing and identifying the effect of praise and encouragement in the teaching and learning. So I am implementing a theory, applying a theory matlab applied research. That is why it is called as an applied research. Applying a theory matlab applying research or applied research. Practical implementation of a theory. Practical implementation of a theory. Right. Next, using an appropriate parametric test where the assumptions are taken. In a research project, the researcher find the evidence to reject null hypothesis. In doing so, alpha error is likely to happen. Alpha error is likely to happen. Look at alpha error likely to happen. Now here, using an appropriate parametric test we are using, where the assumptions we are going to take it up. And when we have a total knowledge about the population, researcher find the evidence means proper documentary data is available to reject the null. When you reject the null, if it is correct, that will become alpha error. Alpha error. Next, action research is a intervention based. Intervention based, which is cyclical in nature. Plan, observe, act, reflect. Right. So I think PAOR, plan, act, observe, reflect. PAOR comes under the cyclical nature and improvement focus of the action research. Right. क्या हुआ भाई? Suddenly you people will go up and suddenly it will come down. Don't know why it will happen usually. Itna mind fluctuations. Why you people will even enter into the class? When you don't have an interest to listen to the entire class, actually you should not enter into the class. Because I don't want to waste your precious time in this examination period. So either if you are entering, listen to the entire class. Otherwise don't enter into the class. Any class, not only my class. Empirico-inductive, opposite to the hypothetico-deductive. Empirico-inductive means qualitative research. Qualitative research. So this focus on meaning giving subjective perspective to the depict reality. Subjective perspective to depict the reality. Subjective means, again I am telling, qualitative in nature, which doesn't have a proper answer. Right? Next is that simple random sampling, systematic sampling, dimensional sampling and snowball sampling. Simple random sampling is each unit is given with an equal independent chance of being picked up. Equal chance of being picked up means this is just another definition of the random probability sampling. Systematic sampling means first based on the population size, we will create the sampling frame. Based on that, sample size will be picked up. Size of the sample will be picked up. So that is called as an nth value, which is nth value will be picked up. After identifying the nth value, first we will pick up the randomly the nth value. Later nth value difference or interval will get followed to pick up the sample. That is systematic in nature. Dimensional units are identified in terms of various specific features identified before drawing a sample structure. Dimensional matlab it is continuation of the quota sampling. Multi-dimensional, because after picking up a proper sample, then again from that subset of the sample, two samples are being going to filter, that is dimensional sampling. Snowball sampling is an first member unit is to identify the second. This is a network. When the population is unknown to us, when the population is unknown to us, then we will follow the network sampling. Then we will follow the network sampling. Next, the purpose of the research in empirico-inductive, same qualitative, is not to arrive at a generalization but to discover the reality as lived. Because generalization is not the aim of the inductive approach. In the inductive approach, moving from a particular to general, but we are not only concentrating on generalization, we have to bring the reality in this. That is what ethnographic research. Next, a college university teacher plans to test his or her substantive research hypothesis in a major project. So substantive research means alternative hypothesis. Alternative hypothesis. So these statements are considered to be relevant in this regard. What are the statements? The statement number 1 is that substantive research hypothesis has clearly specified the relationship among the variables. Yes, alternative hypothesis should clearly give the relationship between the variables involved in this study. And research hypothesis, substantive or research hypothesis, both are one and the same only. Directed at finding out the differential effects of a relationship. Means a negative impact also will be identified. Difference matlab whatever the sample that we picked up and the result that we are getting. What is a reason for the difference? And the final decision on the research hypothesis may be reached indirectly by, if you decide the null hypothesis, then only you can decide the fate of alternative hypothesis. That is why we will always try to reject first null, then only we can prove the alternative hypothesis. That comes under here. Next, there are 4 types of reliability, right? 4 types. Test and retest. This is a literal meaning of the reliability. Means testing the same again and again to get the same results. If the results are getting different, that is not a reliable one. Reliable results are not getting if the results are getting differed. Administer the test in a one session with a 2 equivalent half of the test for the correlation. Means conducting a test again and again. Again and again you are conducting a same test to get the same result. To get same results. Same findings or same results. If you are getting a same result, then you are done. You are a reliable person and your outcome is reliable. Next is that alternate form. Means 2 or more raters score to test independently. Alternative here, experts like a Delphi technique by. Delphi technique means where the experts are going to be involved. Where the experts are going to be involved. Experts matlab like who are having a full knowledge on the particular area. Those people will be sitting and we will be giving the data and the test analysis to them, and each of the expert will give you a sort of opinion on the given data and analysis, so that if the 2 experts are giving a same results, that is alternate form method. If they are differing in their opinions, then obviously this is not reliable one. That type of reliability comes under here, right? Next, split off method. Split off method means making the test into a 2 concepts or 2 parts. Same test for this part number 1, same test for the part number 2. So that entire population is giving this part is giving a same results, or else combining the results put together is giving a same results again and again or not. Half of the data, half of the data. Perform one test, perform the same test on the both the side. Then combine the results. Is it giving a same results as if like a full one? Next is that inter-rater method. Administering the 2 forms of the test to the same group. Inter-rater is indicating two groups of sessions, means conducting a same but at a different point of time. On the same data everything is same, but today I am conducting one test, tomorrow one, day after tomorrow, like that. Timing is getting changed in the inter-rated method, but on the same group. That comes under here. Next, what do you mean by reliability? Reliability means reliability is a necessary but insufficient condition for the validity, right? In respect of evaluation tools, validity is not an all and none concept, but it is exists as a continuum. You will not understand if I say like this. Let me make it very clear. This is reliability. Then this is validity. If something is reliable, may not be valid always. But if something is valid, always it is reliable. Always it is reliable. Always it is reliable. Look at. So here, when something is reliable, it may or may not be valid. But when something is valid, it is always reliable. This is the main important concept. That is why validity is more important. Validity is more important than reliability. Than reliability. So here the relationship is that validity is a primary one or uppercase or upper hand as compared to the reliability. That's what. What happened? Ulta ho gaya B and D. Where is B and D actually? We are not discussing questions, na? This one. What happened? Acha, okay, sorry, I got it. This alternate form is a name for this one. Okay, sorry. Very sorry, extremely sorry. While placing the options, I think it got messed. This is alternative. Correct. Two groups are alternative and the judgment is inter-rater. Raters, na? Inter-rater, raters. Yes, sorry. Correct. Inter-rater comes here, alternate comes here. Yeah, thank you. It is not visible, but I will change in the PDF, don't worry. Point number 18, right? Venn diagram is absolutely correct. When something reliable, it may not be valid always. Reliable things are valid, but not always. Valid things are reliable. Yes, it is always reliable. This is correct only, Venn diagram, nothing wrong. Don't try to draw another interpretations. Everything is clear. Next, the method of acquiring a knowledge saves a time and effort on the part of the researcher. Look at method of acquiring, method of consulting authority. Means when you don't have a proper knowledge, consult the experts. Those are authorities under here. So here consulting and authority. And here features of a qualitative research. The research is concerned with understanding the social phenomena and the participant perspective, like ethnographic research. Best example is ethnographic. And it is conducted in actual settings, matlab real settings or natural settings. Real settings or natural settings. Direct source of data, which means observation directly. observation directly. Observation of data and research is a key instrument, and it is concerned with a process which is of subjective in nature. Subjective, correct? Then simply the outcome which is objective. Simply the outcome which is objective. Next is that a researcher administers an achievement test to assess and indicate the possible effect of independent variable in his or her study, and the distribution of scores on the test is found to be negatively skewed. Is found to be negatively skewed. Is found to be negatively skewed. And here, why negatively skewed, you have to know. This is what they are indicating. You can look at in the normal distribution curve. When you draw the curve like this, independent variable in his or her study and the distribution of a scores, I think this point and this point both are different by, both got merged up, I believe. Till here it is different because researcher administered achievement test, independent variable in his or her study, and the distribution scores, here this is a different point, point number 22, 23 this will be. Distribution scores on the test is found to be negatively skewed on the basis of what can be stated in this regard. Difficulty level is that very easy. Got merged. Difficulty level is very easy. When it is negatively skewed, difficulty level is, this is normal distribution. This is negatively skewed. Negatively skewed means left tail, which is test is very easy. This is rightly skewed, which is positively skewed. Test difficult. Test is difficult over here. Negatively skewed. Negatively skewed, test is easy. Left skewed, rightly skewed, test is difficult, which is on the right side. Correct? I think nothing wrong. Next. A researcher has to observe codal formalities at all stages without scope and leeway for offending. Guys, one second. Okay. Positively difficult, negatively easy. Chalo, let us see. A researcher has to observe the codal formalities. Means every time when you join into the PhD, till your completion of the degree, till your completion of the award, you have to follow the certain guidelines given by your institutions and your concerned regulatory body called as an UGC in our case. So without giving a scope or without giving any type of offending morals, ethical norms, you have to follow the codal formalities or codal rules and regulation, code of conduct we can say. And in respect of data collection, data analysis and interpretation, there is however considerably of being ethically vulnerable. So here in case of ethical violation, data collection, data analysis as well as data interpretation, we know very well data analysis, data interpretation, data collection and reporting, DDR are most important things for the ethical violation of the research. Next, let us look into the 24th point, the scope for employing the ICT support is relatively more in following stages of the research. That is data collection and data analysis. ICT is more important in collection and data analysis because you will use the Google form to collect the data. You will use various things to collect the data. That comes under ICT usage, information and communication technology usage in the collection of the data as well as analyzing a data, SPSS software and all. Why? If the PDF I will give the PDF. Please concentrate on the understanding point, because if I give the PDF now, what you will do, I will tell you. I will upload that PDF in Telegram group. You will download and do the puja every day. You will not even complete the 127 single liners which I am going to give it. That is my guarantee. But when I do the session now, I am compelling you to sit in the class and complete the single liners. So that's why I kindly request to concentrate on the class, and this is not that much big PDF which I will not provide. I will be providing it to all, to the free members as well as press members, right? So next, I bound by my words, don't worry. A cross break is a numerical tabular presentation of data usually. Cross break is an, like, you know, this is how the data in the cross break. Here one side one data will be there, and again on the other side horizontal as well as vertical. Horizontal, vertical, horizontal, vertical, horizontal, vertical. The classification of data by using a horizontal and vertical table. This is what a cross tabular presentation of the data, which is from which a variables are cross partitioned. Cross partition matlab like this. Cross partition vertically, horizontally, right? Next, research concept, hypothesis. Hypothesis is a tentative statement indicating the relationship between two or more than two variables. Hypothesis, which is a expected outcome. Which is a expected outcome. No, Manoj, I will give, don't worry. At least for Manoj, I am going to give this PDF today itself. Okay? And don't come and ask in the next session also. I will give, but don't ask. Research concept. Research concept. So here the sample is a subset ran from a larger set to represent it. And research tool is a divide using a same this question is repeated in the 2020 again and again. That is why previous slide also this is there. And there was a parametric, here the non-parametric where no assumptions are going to be taken. Where no assumptions are going to be taken. Purely when we don't have any clue about the population, then we will be going for this non-parametric test. Right? What about us? By you here Manoj is representing all the members who is there in the chat box. Na? That's why I told. You cannot divide my learner family. My learner family is only one, that you all. So family never be divided. They are having next 27. Quantitative research paradigm, the sampling methods which are given preference. So that is simple random sampling, stratified random, systematic random. So these are probability sampling method, that is S cube MCA. S cube MCA. Right? Chi-square, Mann-Whitney, Krishal-Wallis test, Spassman rank correlation are the non-parametric. Next, the statements that describe the characteristics features of qualitative research are: qualitative is indicating researcher had to analyze their data inductively. Yes, because empirico-inductive in nature. And data take form of a words and pictures, because quality means based on the words, pictures only, there are no numbers and nothing will be there. And actual settings are the direct source, which are actual setting matlab real or natural settings. Directly we are going into the world of them. Next, matlab only active in the chat box. I said who are there in the chat. who are there in the class. Itna interpretation you can use it in the exam, na? Itna brain. This much you are using a brain in the classroom. No, Manoj, not at all irritation. We are just making sarcasm with you. Just you must involve in the sarcasm. Then only you will enjoy the class. Otherwise, there is no intention to hurt you. Sorry. Ex post facto method. Ex post facto method, manipulation of the independent variable and control of the extraneous are neither possible nor desirable. Because in the ex post facto method, no manipulation, only selection of the variables. No manipulation, only selection of the variables will be there. In the ex post facto research, we have to analyze the situation. We have to do the post-mortem analysis, right? Next, the sampling method in research which are non-probability based. Non-probability based DSPCQ. DSPCQ. So that is dimensional, snowball, purposive, convenience, quota sampling. Out of that, dimensional, judgmental. Judgmental means a purposive. Right, snowball sampling, these are the three. Next, from the point of view of the research ethics, the least vulnerable means which are least harmful to the research are problem formulation, identifying the variables involved. Problem formulation, because only DDR are highly vulnerable in nature, highly harmful in nature in the ethics of the research. Features of scientific method. Features of scientific method of a research. Scientific is quantitative. All right. Quantitative. Clearly defined variables, because we have the data. We can define the variables very clearly. That is procedure also, because standard procedures usually followed in the science. In the scientific, we have a laboratory process. Everything is prefixed. Empirically verifiable. Yes, based on the observation, you can conduct the experiment and you can verify it easily. Ability to rule out the rival hypothesis. Rival means which are opposite. Which are opposite. Opposite to your expectation. You can remove them. Isko hatao. DDR means data collection, data analysis, reporting, which is a interpretation and conclusions. In these three cases of the research, three stages or steps of the research, high violation or vulnerability of the research ethics. So high violation of research ethics will be there in three cases. That's what DDR. Clear? Art with Raman. Who is this Raman? Ramana from Andhra Pradesh. So here next 33. A university teacher proposed a research project. Why parents are apathetic to the university program? And the research methods which are most appropriate to the project are participant observation based. So here a teacher research why the parents are apathetic. Actually, this is the academic problem, and they are actually identifying the problem as why they are apathetic towards the college programs. They wanted to know. So if they wanted to know, the best method is that participant observation method only, because they are the participants who are the parents and their children are going to come to the programs, and why the parents are not allowing. So if we interview them, if you talk to them, if we observe them, then only we'll get to know. Otherwise, we will not get to know. This is like ethnographic study, right? Next, the scope for violating ethics is considered to be relevant in the aspect of, again, DDR. So data analysis, interpretation, reporting, which is R, reporting and findings, use same as a basis for policy formulation. Next, a qualitative research. Qualitative research. Quality means without numbers and figures. It's an umbrella term, refers to various research strategies that share certain characteristics, because characteristics is representing attribute or a feature. Attribute or a feature comes under here, right? Next, the research data collected in qualitative research has been termed as a soft. Why qualitative is soft? That means rich in description of the people and places. When there are no numbers, that is a quality data. When there are no numbers, no statistics, no analysis, no figures and all, then that is called as in soft. Hard data is nothing but numbers, and when you are making a figures, all those are hard data, which is called as in quantitative. Qualitative is soft, because here conversations, places, about the people, describing about their behavior, all those are comes under here. People perspective in nature, no numbers. And in cluster sampling, units comprising its constituents are the group taken intact rather than individually. Cluster sampling method, what will do? So here every group will have all the characteristics of the population, means heterogeneous clusters. Heteroclusters. So that is what? Groups are taken directly, not the individual inside the groups. Directly 1 cluster, 2 cluster, 3 clusters will be picked up and clubbed for the sample, but not the individual clusters are going to be picked up. Not the individual clusters are going to be picked up, right? Acha, you are from Tamil Nadu, okay. School principal influence on the trust perspective of the mother children with disabilities. So this can be a participant observation method, and the options are given as a focused group, because here the focus is on only mother's children who are disabled children. Only they are the focus group. Out of all the children, disabled children mother's perspective only we wanted to know. That is why they are focused group. They are focused group. Heterogeneous outside, homogeneous outside, heterogeneous inside, correct. A research hypothesis is tentative statement. This is from the Bachpan ka pyar, postulating a relationship between the factual and conceptual elements of the variables, which is a tentative statement. All right, this is repeated many times. 40. A university teacher plans to study the performance of a student in implementing the specific projects in terms of their creative level. So university teacher plans to study the performance of a student only. Why it is ex post facto method? Because performance is already completed. Ho gaya. So once a event is completed, if you are going analyzing that event, it is called as an ex post facto. Ex means already happened, post means after happening of, facto means identifying the facts. Right? So next is that the features of research which are associated with the qualitative inquiry. Quality, actual settings are a real setting or natural setting, concerned with the process because subjective in nature, concerned with a what are called as a participant perspective, which is observations. Once again, bye. Okay, sorry. So characteristics of good research hypothesis. It is amenable. Amenable means feasible, practicable, possible to implement for the empirical verification, conceptual clarity, and plausibility of the relationship postulate. Plausibility again indicating a feasibility, practical possibility of the creating the relationship, having the relationships. Next, a research scholar while writing his or her thesis uses the ICT at a various stages of the research. So he or she justifies a conceptual errors. Actually, conceptual errors got committed while using ICT at a various stages, but he justifies as the conceptual errors in interpreting the results, attributing the same to the specific ICT devices. This is labeled as a technical incompetence. Actually, this is not a technical incompetence. This should not be a technical incompetence. This is not at all technical competence. So here I will tell you, he committed a conceptual error, means he is not very clear with his concept of the research topic which he chosen. He is claiming that conceptual error as a ICT error, which is called as a technical incompetence, because he is telling because of that only my concept went in a wrong way. That's why it is technical competence. Next, action research is cyclic in so far as it involves pair, plan, act, observe, reflect, pair, right? So university teacher administered a self-made test for summative evaluation. University teacher administered self-made test for the summative evaluation of his or her student. The distribution of scores are found to be positively skewed. Whenever positively skewed, we know very well the test is difficult. So already we have drawn the diagram. Whenever positively skewed, which are rightly skewed. Positively skewed. Test is difficult. Test is difficult. Next, a college teacher intends to find out as what extent student involvement in learning of a boys and girls from a rural or urban areas is attributable to the socio-economic status of the family from which they hail. And independent variable in this research study. Actually, they given multiple variables. Look at extent as student involvement, one variable. Student involvement is one variable of boys and girls from the rural and urban areas is a base, is attributable to socio-economic status. So based on the socio-economic basis, how the students from the rural and urban areas are going to involved in the study. So students involvement is an actually effect, not the cause. This is a dependent variable. But they are asking about an independent variable, which is socio-economic status is the independent variable, whereas dependent variable is that student involvement. Dependent variable are student involvement. A research scholar finds through statistical analysis that value of a t is significant. T value is significant. Then the decision of hypothesis will be null is to be rejected, alternative is to be accepted. Means reject the null, accept the alternative. Hence hypothesis is proved. Characteristics of the good research in sample, good sample in research. Representative means all the characteristics. All the characteristics in the population has to be picked up. Precision and accuracy are a most important parameter. Precision means to the point, and include those elements which are part and parcel of the population. Do not ignore any of the material characteristics of the population. Freedom from the bias. There should not be any bias towards the population. One-sided data should not be there. It must be an unbiased one. It must be an unbiased one. 48 numbers. Next. In research, formulation of policies from the admission test and screening cannot be neglect the constitutional provisions like a UGC regulations for our exam. If we are joining into the PhD, suppose I am doing a PhD in commerce, I should not go and override the constitutional provisions which are as per the regulatory body of our university, which is UGC accordingly. For example, I have taken, right? The research method which focus on establishing a causal relationship. Causal relationship means experimental method. Causal relationship with a controls among the variable of independent, moderated, dependent is called as an experimental method. Causal relationship is an experimental method. Ex post facto is not a causal relationship. The relationship which will come by the variables itself is called as a causal relationship. Sampling procedure in which units are chosen giving an equal and independent chance. Giving an equal and independent chance. So here stratified sampling, random sampling, systematic sampling. What is stratified? Stratified sampling is nothing but making a groups or stratas. Making a groups which are equal chance of being selected means which are random probability sampling, which are S cube MCA. But in the stratified sampling, groups are homogeneous, homo inside, within the group homogeneous, heterogeneous outside in the stratified sampling, right? Heterogeneous outside, homogeneous inside, heterogeneous outside, same colors in one box. Next, steps in the scientific method are: first, scientific method felt the need accordingly. First, recognize the need. After that, identify the difficulty and the problem statement formulation. After that, hypothesis making, collection of data, analysis of data and reporting of data. Usual, whether it is scientific or anything, but scientific usually starts from where? From the observation. Remember this point, scientific will start from the observation. Particular observation, from the observation only the scientific will start. Qualitative research paradigm emphasizes participant perspective. Quality means participant perspective, a point of views, observation of a person, ethnography again. So uses an empirico-inductive. If it is a qualitative, hypothetico-deductive. Quantitative, empirico-inductive. The characteristics features of a quantitative research paradigm. It's a hypothetico-deductive in nature. It lays a stress on generalization because quantitative is of importance given to generalization, deductive approach, and emphasis on numerical data, whereas qualitative emphasis on words and pictures. And a research hypothesis is a conjectural, means it's like a link, creation of a link between the statement, postulating the relationship between the variables with a view to advance the solution. Why we are creating a relationship between the variables? The importance is that identifying the solution to the problem of the study, right? Next, there is a considerable scope for violation of ethics. DDR, data interpretation, reporting using the tools prepared by others. This is also plagiarism. Why plagiarism? Because tools are prepared by some other person and you are pukad without giving a credit, you are using it. That comes under violation of ethics only. In experimental method of a research, independent variable is manipulated to observe and measure its effect on dependent variable. So in the experiment method, cause and effect relationship. Your preparation is a cause, your effect is that JRF. Preparation of the UGC NET will give you UGC NET JRF. Without preparation, no JRF. So there is no cause, no reason, no effect. There is a cause, there is an effect. So in the research, triangulation approach. What is triangulation approach? Mixed method. Triangulation meaning itself is a mixed method. So triangulation approach following can be a part of investigation, studying the parental participation, attitude and the problems, which are interview, observation, focus group discussion, mixed methods of the research. In this, quality and quantity, both methods will be used. Quality and quantity, both methods will be used in the research project, which comes under this triangulation. Yes, yesterday 2021 question is there from here. 2021 question and 2020 also this is there. Those are interview, observation, focus group are one of the qualitative methods. But in this quantitative also can be used. Applied research is a secondary research, primarily at putting it to use. Use is a keyword. Use the theories. Use the theoretical advances with an eye on exploring the potential for generalizability or solving the problems which are there in practical. Correct. Jyoti Rekha. You are plus in plus, you are Jyoti, right? Experimental method, manipulation of the independent variable on the effect on the dependent variable. And ex post facto method is conducting a probe into a causal factors. Causal factors which are involved in the study. You need to select this factor. Don't manipulate the factor. Only factors are going to be selected. There is no causal relationship is going to form. But these causal factors are, we are going to relate in such a way which can give you this some sort of inferences or other conclusions. Descriptive survey is in describing the thing simply. A detailed description of the way people believe and act in a particular society. And ethnography is a qualitative one, studying to obtain the information concerning current status of the field. No, bhai, this is, wait. I think this is given as a wrong answer, but current status is also descriptive. Remember this, even though this is how the answer was given in the question, but current status indicates a descriptive. But here the detailed description is a point which is written, that is why they went for the description survey, but the current status is indicating descriptive. In this question, this current status can be descriptive, current status can be ethnographic, but detailed description should be only descriptive only. Right, current status means identifying the present behavior of the people, live behavior is comes under the ethnography. But that can also be describing the current behavior of the people, also descriptive survey method. Both can be correct. Phenomenology is not available in the option actually. If that was there, you can go for that option, but most helpful option is that ethnography is the given option in the list too. Phenomena is also culture, correct. हिंदी में भी बता दो, मैं बता सकता हूँ भाई, बट आपको समझ नहीं आएगा बिकॉज मेरा हिंदी इतना तेज नहीं है. थोड़ा थोड़ा आई कैन अंडरस्टैंड, आई कैन नॉट स्पीक मच. The features the best describes the independent variable in research. Independent variable is the cause which will create a cause and effect relationship. It is a condition of a character which is going to be manipulated. Independent variable is the one which is going to be manipulated. And independent variable is the one which is actually initiating towards creating a relationship. When a particular statistics in a research situation is evidently declared to be significant, then following decisions are considered to be tenable. Evidently declared to be significant. Some research situation, those are, if it is significant, null is to be rejected and alternative is to be accepted. Alternative is to be accepted. These are the two things that you need to do when the research situation is evidently to be significant. Next, data must be authentic data must be authentic before it can be of any value in historical research. Because when you are doing a historical research now, you must authenticate the data that you are going to collect or already collected. Yet proof of the authenticity does not establish its value. Proof of authenticity, if you are producing a proof also, if that proof doesn't have a substantial reason, proper reason, then you cannot argue upon that one. It must also be accurate, and external criticism means no other person, if suppose other persons are rejecting or other persons are arguing upon something which is in the history happened, then that also will be evidence to prove or to strengthen your historical data that you collected. External criticism is more important in the historical research, and internal criticism is also more important. Next, chance or accidental errors. Accidental errors will cause a obtained results to depart from the true values. Accidental matlab by accident, by mistake, happened. It happened is happened, because we cannot take back. Even though after taking a precautionary measures and everything we have taken care, but still some things will happen. That is what accident. So that is go in a one direction or in other direction. Systematic error. Systematic errors are the causes which are obtained in the results to vary in a particular direction. Accidental errors can, suppose accident can happen. Accident can lead to in any way, any direction it can lead. It will not go in a proper way only. It can go in any way. Accident, that is what we call it as an accident now, which is not in our hand. And the systematic means properly the procedure error. If this mistake happened, then this is the effect is going to be there. We know very well. If you commit this mistake, this is what is going to happen. If you don't prepare, you will not get a JRF. That is a systematic error, not accidental error. Not accidental error. So here and here, it is far more likely to catch the researchers by surprise than the chance of error. This is likely to catch the researcher by surprise than the chance error. This is not a chance error, this is the process error. Interval scales of measurement is order, equality of the units are measured. Order, classification, order, equality, ranking, classification and equality. As well as the argument which is advanced in support to the action research is educational situation, because this is called as a practitioner research, and this practitioner research is majorly used in the educational situation or academic problems. In the academic problems, we will use this one. So here, the critical difference between the experimental and ex post facto. Two related, but this is manipulation possible in the experimental, manipulation not possible in the ex post facto. That is what? Control and manipulation of an independent variable. This both control and manipulation there in the experimental. Control and manipulation will not be there in the ex post facto. That is a key difference. In establishing a research problem for the PhD level course, in the initial stage, which of the following stages are crucial? Out of that, these three stages are crucial. That is defining the population of the research and its characteristics, selecting pointed issue means which is burning issue, and defining and delimiting the problem. Defining and delimiting the problem. So delimitation means which is creating a scope of the problem, that comes under here. And here, non-probability sampling methods are quota, purposive and snowball. DSP, CQ. Dimensional, snowball, purposive, convenience as well as quota sampling. Out of that, three are given over here. The goal of inquiry in fundamental research. Fundamental means a theoretical research, which is basic research. Which is basic research or a fundamental research or a theoretical research. At bringing an increment in the fund of knowledge. Fund of knowledge, bringing an increment in the fund of knowledge. And action research is a research by practitioner for the practitioner and of the practitioner. By the practitioner, for the practitioner, of the practitioner. Means what it indicates? By the practitioner, for the practitioner and of the practitioner. Action research is to solve the immediate problems, mainly to enhance the situations or to ameliorate the situations or to better the situations, which is a practical research at the third level of a research, because applied research is a second level. Research ethics mandates the use of appropriate and authentic procedure to arrive at truth and advancing the solution to your problems, and credibility of the research. Credibility, see here, research ethics are creating the credibility. Research ethics, when you follow it, that will create authenticity of your study, whatever that you performed. And moreover, credibility of a research not only a prized goal but a prerequisite for excellence in a human pursuit. So credibility can be achieved when you follow the research ethics. When you don't follow the research ethics, if you are violating the ethics, credibility for your research will not be there. So you will lose the credibility. When you lose the trust on your study, when the people are not trusting your study, there is no credibility. That is not only being a researcher, you are a failure, you are also a failure being a human, because human need to follow the ethics. Yes, trustworthy in nature. Next, qualitative research perspective and questions. Qualitative, ethnography is cultural study, perspective of the people. Heuristic is my experience of the phenomenon. Heuristic means personal experience. Phenomenology is the structure and essence of the experience of this phenomenon for those people. The perception and attitude of the people are comes under the phenomenology. And symbolic interactionism, what common set of symbols and understanding have emerged to give the meaning to people interaction. Symbolic means this is like a semiotics. Semiotic means non-verbal. With the signs and signals and symbols only, we are trying to understand the meanings and people's interaction and differentiations. A college teacher intends to study the problems of latecomers in the classroom, and the sampling method which is appropriate in this context is that purposive sampling, because the teacher only knows about their student or his student. Judgmental type of sampling, because he is the one who will be having a proper knowledge about their students. No other person will have their knowledge. So according to their knowledge, they will be making a judgments over there, which is called as a purposive sampling. The activity which will take place during this stage of reconnaissance. What is this reconnaissance in action research? Describing the facts of the situation and explaining the facts of the situation is comes under the activities which takes place during the stage of reconnaissance. Reconnaissance is nothing but preliminary inspection type. Inspection is nothing but reconnaissance. Here describing the facts, explaining the facts, both are comes under this reconnaissance stage of the research. Next, purposive is also called as a deliberative. Guys, do hit a like button. Now you can see a teacher intends to establish a relationship between educational status of parents, scholastic achievement of the people. Two variables are there. Two variables. A teacher intends to establish between the educational status of the parents and scholastic achievement of the people. Ex post facto method of research which is considered as appropriate for the above study. Why ex post facto here? Relationship between the educational status and scholastic achievement. Achievement means already achieved thing. Already happened event, completed event. Happened or completed event. So when the event is after happening, after achieving, then whether the educational status of the parents is the reason for this achievement or not. To wanted to know that, ex post facto will be performed over here. Only relationship. Why? Because achievement is already happened. After achieving only we are trying to identify parents' educational status is important for this or not. That is already happened event only we are trying to check it out. In this question there were no other options suitable to this particular situation. Next, do hit a like button. In a classroom assessment, a teacher finds that distribution of a student score is positively skewed. So the mean of scores will be greater than the median and median will be greater than the mode. Means here mean more than median more than mode. Mode is a smaller one, mean is a higher one in case of positively skewed. So in this situation positively skewed, question paper or scores are very difficult. Paper is difficult. And if the mode is higher, mode more than the median more than the mean, then in such case easy paper negatively skewed. Negatively skewed it is. Next, when the distribution of a student scores found to be normal. Normal means which is the middle of the, where all the three things median, mode, mean are equal. So all the measures of central tendency coincide means equal. That is what we have understood in the morning session also. Research ethics is must in order to learn the credibility. Credibility means creating a trust for your research study. So this credibility to the research findings and their use in the authentic situation comes under the research ethics. Their use in the research ethics. And the population in research means defined aggregate of something which is focus of this study, which is the focus of the study. The population in research means defined aggregate, means a total. Aggregate means a total of something which is focus of the study, and sample is a subaggregate. Population is an aggregate, sample is an subaggregate, means subcomponent or sub part of it, out of the total one portion, that comes under here, right? Next, the key features of qualitative research. Actual settings means real or natural settings. Natural settings are comes under the quality. Data takes forms of a words or picture, repetitive PYQs, concerned with a participant perspective, ethnographical study. And the researcher method which employs internal and external criticism. Wherever criticism is coming, that is called as an historical method of a research. Historical method of a research. So historical method of a research where we'll be taking the criticism, internal one, external one into account and deciding the data for evidence purpose. The research focus on enhancing the corpus of knowledge. Corpus means a fund of knowledge, a group of knowledge. Like it's a pool of knowledge that comes under, pool of knowledge comes under the fundamental or theoretical or basic research. Fundamental, theoretical or basic or pure research. This is also basic research, fundamental research. Next, in research, null hypothesis when rejected, it will give a scope for accepting alternative or substantive or research hypothesis. So when null is rejected, automatically alternative is accepted. Automatically alternative is accepted, which means a research hypothesis. Probability sampling techniques is S cube MCA. Simple, stratified, systematic, multi-stage, as well as cluster and area sampling are probability sampling procedure, right? Next, qualitative research characteristics. Qualitative research characteristics. You can look at again qualitative, exploring the problem and developing a detailed understanding. Detailed understanding means this is about a description or exploring type, which means to be a quality. Having literature review play a minor role but justifying the problem. Minor role but justifying the problem comes under here. Collection of data based on the words from the small number of individuals. From the small collection of data from the on words from the small number of individuals. In the form of words means this is a qualitative in nature. And whether it is small number of people or large number of people, many number of people, whatever it is, the words is a data which is a qualitative research, right? Next, when the independent variable is explored rather than manipulated to observe the effect on dependent variable, the method is ex post facto method. Here independent variable is not being manipulated, we are not changing. We are just exploring, means we are selecting and digging deeper. We are just selecting and analyzing in deeper. That's what exploring. Analyzing in deeper, because this is an event already happened. You cannot manipulate the variable in the ex post facto. You can only select and explore by analyzing more in depth. That comes under the ex post facto method. Next, scientific methods are used in empirical researches. Empirical means where the single reality, which is observation based. Empiricism and rationalism are the two components of the epistemology. Empiricism and rationalism, and ontology, axiomatic research, all those are part of this scientific methods only, which are indicating a positivism in research approach. When we perform an experiment, then the set of S of all possible outcome is called as an sample space. Sample space. When we perform an experiment, set S of all possible outcome is called as an sample space. Means here sample space is indicating the outcomes or the portion that we selected out of the entire universe, entire population that we selected. Next, even historical research also now. For what? In this, historical research is not suitable. Why? We are not going to have any independent variable manipulation of the selection. In the history, we can describe the things. We cannot introduce any variables, and we will not be having a hypothesis also. That is why. When there are no variables, no hypothesis. And when there are variables, already happened is ex post facto. It cannot be historical. Right? A researcher intends to find out the differences in motivational outlook of first degree level students in terms of their belongingness to rural or urban areas and educational status of the parents. Here, differences in motivational outlook of first degree level of students in terms of their belongingness to rural and urban areas and educational status of the parents. The dependent variable in the study is an motivational outlook. The dependent variable in the study is called as an motivational outlook. Why motivational outlook? Here, differences in motivational outlook of first degree level students in terms of belongingness to rural or urban. This will be a moderating variable or intervening variable who belong to the rural and urban. Their motivational outlook is going to impact on the educational status of or educational achievement of that people. Here the intervening independent variable is this motivational outlook. Dependent is that educational status as well as educational status of the parents, and here rural or urban is an moderating or intervening variable. Moderating or no manipulation, absolutely no manipulation in the historical research. Research ethics is observation is necessary in the interest of the credibility. This is repeating. Credibility means ethics. When you follow the ethics, credibility will come. When you don't follow the ethics, no credibility. No one will believe, no one will trust. Policy making body have to be accountable for pursuing the research and I to promote the excellence. What is excellence? When you follow the ethics, automatically you will achieve the excellence. It is not only with regard to the research, it is as a human also you must follow the ethics, then only the credibility will be increased. Right? Do hit a like button guys and kindly share with your friends, subscribe to this channel. So a college principal conducts an ethnographic probe into the problem faced by tribal students. Here clear cut only the tribal students have chosen and they said ethnographic study. Cluster sampling is the most appropriate. Why cluster is most appropriate? Because heterogeneous hetero groups they can make within the cluster hetero and between the cluster homo. So they will make sure that every cluster will have all the type of tribal students. Within the tribal also multiple dimensions or the feature or characteristics will be there. It must include every cluster will have all the characteristics of this population called as tribal students. The non-probability sampling procedures are quota sampling, snowball sampling, dimensional sampling. Non-probability we know very well, DSP, CQ. Already this is keep on repeating, same and same. Next. Historical methods of a research are implied. Usually here hypothesis is implied. Implied means no need of making hypothesis actually. What you will expect or what you will estimate. Rather being explicit, it is already included in the study itself. we assume or we presume that already hypothesis is made. But there is no requirement of hypothesis separately need to do. That is why it is implied in nature. For ensuring successful teaching and learning system, both norm referenced and criteria referenced procedure or interpretation scores have to be. Yes, by CRT criteria for minimum pass and NRT for comparison and identifying, both are necessary for evaluation of the teaching and learning. Next, parents and educational administrators along with the students themselves need to know the student status of accomplishment in terms of laid down criteria and relative positions of the participant vis-a-vis of others. Look at parents, educational administrators along with the student themselves need to know the status of accomplishment in terms of laid down. So here the question is actually point is what? Okay, parents and educational administrators means that teachers are the principals like headmasters and who are the authorities. They have to, along with the students themselves, need to know the status, what they are doing or what they are achieving. What they are doing, what they are achieving comes under here. So whether they are going as per the criteria requirement of the class or requirement of the study or not, relative positions of the participants also, their ranking and all will get to know in this. Next, the features of qualitative research. Qualitative research features are: researcher becomes immersed in the situation of the present or past. Researcher becomes immersed in the situation of the present or the past. Present or the past, researcher will be involved in this. So qualitative, he will be analyzing a past, future and present also. It develops a context. Context is again indicating a quality, not the content also, context also. It uses the emergent research design, means which is developing or modern. CRT it is. CRT only. Next, sampling methods and description. Stratified sampling, every unit has an independent and equal chance because that is probability. Cluster is also units and groups are intact. Intact means we will not break the groups. The groups are selected directly. Group itself will be chosen in the cluster. We will not break the group. Systematic sample. The members are selected using the interval obtaining by n by nth. This is here nth value will be calculated by using the population and sample size. Nth value will be chosen. Right? Dimensional sampling is the units or the members are chosen to represent the various areas of characteristics so defined. So dimensional are units or the members are chosen to represent various areas of characteristics so defined. What is CRT? Criteria reference testing, meeting or comparing with a criteria. Listen to the last class of the teaching aptitude. You will understand better. Every research institute has to enforce research ethics in order to ensure the credibility and meaningfulness of human inquiry. Every research institute has to enforce the ethics because ethics is mandatory in the research. Without ethics, you cannot have the credibility and trustworthy for your research. And when you violate the ethical norms, obviously your study is going to be unethical. And the purpose of research is also to revisit the situations, to bid to ensure the needed amelioration and improvement and action in is a format of research which is basically directed at bettering the situation. So here again they are speaking about the action research. Action research is nothing but bettering the situation, improvement, amelioration, all the words are under one. That is what? Action research. Next, quantitative research is mainly quantitative, hypothetico, deductive. Deductive reasoning will be followed and hypothesis is mandatory. Whereas qualitative, empiricism means observation is mandatory and inductive in nature, which is quantitative. And here, in order to bridge the gap between the theory and the practice, both fundamental and applied research formative to be promoted. So in order to fill the gap between the theory and practical, we need to undertake fundamental and applied research in an improvised manner. Continuously we need to invent the new theories, increase the theoretical knowledge and improve the practical knowledge also, so that we can decrease the gap between the both. Fundamental research is a theory making. Applied research is a directed at exploring the applicability. Applicability of the theory means implementation of the theory. How we can implement the theories and get the solution for it. That comes under here. Next, non-probability sampling methods are judgmental sampling, snowball sampling, quota sampling. Non-probability sampling methods are judgmental, snowball, quota. Next, in conducting empirical study, a researcher employs a non-parametric test for data analysis and finds that statistics arrived at significant 0.05 level is decision warranted will be. Decision warranted will be rejecting a null or accepting alternative. Look at this 0.05 level by here 0.025 or 0.25 and here 0.025. Total 0.05 is having a significance, that is error is there. Remaining is a acceptance region. In this, two things will happen: rejection of a null and acceptance of alternative. These are the two only which can happen over here, right? Next, there is a greater flexibility, means you can change according to your requirement, the conveniently, which is the both the methods and processes, ethnography and phenomenology. Why this both? Because these both are again qualitative in nature. That is why the flexibility. In the qualitative research, flexibility will be more. In the quantitative, you don't have any flexibility. You have to take the numbers, analyze and draw the conclusion. You cannot change the number, you cannot fabricate the number, you cannot falsify the number. So in this, you can do anything, any manipulations you can do. Researcher reports his or her research finding to the research audience in such a way that his or her personal views are necessarily getting supported. This would involve issues relating to the scientific rigor. Means, when you are doing a research, don't try to match the finding with your personal opinions. Your personal opinion is none of the business of audience. Your personal opinion nobody is expecting. What they are expecting, what the scientific study results are saying. Scientific method, when you applied, what results you got, what interpretation you got, that is getting over here, which is a scientific rigor, necessarily getting supported. This involves issues relating to the scientific rigor mainly, right? Good evening, good evening. Can you please tell me, will you provide this PDF? Kindly hit a like button, guys. Application of ICT in research is relevant to the following stages: survey of related studies, data analysis, indexing the references. So here ICT, information and communication technology, while doing a survey for a questionnaire purpose. For a questionnaire purpose, you will take the ICT and you will reach out to many members for conducting a survey and approaching to many participants. You will use the ICT tools via mails or via various survey related platforms are available, the discussion forums with the various experts, many things. And for the data analysis also, ICT is mandatory. ICT is required, not mandatory, because there is a one question in 2021. Indexing the references to draw the APA format. In the Word document also now we have a APA format, MLA format, all these formats are available under this. So we can choose that one, right? Next, quantitative is a closed-ended. Yes, quantitative is a closed-ended. The qualitative research design exploring a common experience of the individual to develop a theory. The qualitative research is that exploring, qualitative is indicating exploring a common experience of the individual to develop a theory. Individuals are the group by anyone. We are trying to get the experience, means it could be a cultural study, understanding the lives of the people, getting the participant perspectives, or participant observation based research. All these are the elements of qualitative study. And exploring the shared culture, again ethnography. exploring the individual stories, again narrative research, phenomenological research, narrative research, ethnography, all these are types of qualitative in nature. Next, hypothesis, sample, research design, research tool. Hypothesis is the expected future outcome, which is a tentative statement. Sample is a subset of the universe, which is a population. Research design is a conceptual framework within your study. Means this is a internal in nature. Research design is a internal in nature, which will give you the roadmap for the researcher. Which will give a roadmap for the researcher. And research tool is a technique used for collection of the facts and information. Tool is a device also. It is a device, or it is a method, or it is a technique of collection of the various facts or collection of the various information that comes under the tool. Planning, acting on the plan, observe and reflect. Look at planning, acting, observing and reflecting. PAR is the correct sequence of the action research. Action research based studies: plan, act, observe, reflect. And the research form which will be appropriate to fit for the improving the efficiency or efficacy of formative assessment would be action research. Improving the efficiency, enhancing the efficiency, enhancing the efficiency. Inappropriate application of ICT in research: the absence of technical expertise of the ICT resources. Inappropriate application: it is not appropriate to apply the information communication technology wherever you don't have a technical expertise. If you don't have a technical knowledge, how can you apply the ICT? You don't know how to use the SPSS. Still you are trying to use that one. It is an inefficiency here. You don't know how to apply the ICT tools. Then in such case you will use any tool for your research. You don't know what tool is required, what ICT tool is required for your study. Then you are applying it randomly. भाई एक बात बताओ, I already told in the morning session, yesterday session, day before yesterday session, none of the session some people will follow it. They will not follow any session. They'll just randomly come and ask the PDF. Why should I give the PDF who are not even attending the session? Number one point. Number 2 point, if I give the PDF also, you will not study, you will not understand all the statements. I am trying my best to add the proper explanation for each and every term which is written over here. I already told in the morning I will be providing a PDF for the completed 2 units, unit number 1 and 2 in the Telegram channel. Right? Thank you so much. If you can ask again, that will be your option. I will not respond to it. In ex post facto research design, the independent variable is selected rather than the manipulated. Independent variable is selected only, which is explored, not manipulated. That is what ex post facto research design. When a research rejects null hypothesis in his or her study and accepts an alternative hypothesis, is called as a type 1 error. Type 1 error. When a research rejects null hypothesis, that is H naught is rejected. When this is true, you reject it. That is type 1 error. When and accepting an alternative hypothesis, Actually, when it is true, you should not reject. Then it will become an error, which is type 1 error denoted by alpha. A university teacher conducts a research study where the lecture cum demonstration method is used to assess the effect on the students' level of participation in terms of the socio-economic status. Here, lecture cum demonstration method is the one variable. They are using that one to identify the effects of student level of participation in terms of the socio-economic. Students level of participation, socio-economic status of the family. And here independent variable is that lecture cum, because this method, how it is impacting on the student level of participation. Intervening variable is that socio-economic status of the parents. Right? Socio-economic status of the parents. Next, set 1. A postulate is it is a statement of the principle assumed in the absence of direct evidence. Postulate is where there is no proper evidence for the statement to be argued. Statement of the principle assumed only. No proper evidence is getting backed up. A construct is an creation. Though it is not directly observable, it is considered to be exist. It is not directly observable, it is considered to be exist. So a construct is not directly observable. We need to create it. We need to construct that methodology or whatever. So that is actually existed, but we don't know about it. That is not directly observable. If you observe in an indirect way, that may be present in your study, which is called as a construct. Variable is something which can vary over a period of time. It could be a quantitative variation, it could be a qualitative variation. Any variation it could be. No, Shivani, if you are a Plus member, I already given this PDF many times in the Plus platform, and all the Plus member, even though your subscription is expired, you know, many Plus members, I am just sending them whenever they ask. Now I am sending them personally the PDF. I am giving it to them. But when I get a a bad feeling, you know, people will not even attend. It is not about the Shivani Chaudhary just now she asked. They will not even attend this session. They will not watch anything. They want a PDF. For them, I am not going to help. Literally, I am not going to help. It is not like if you see my class only, you will get a JRF and all. I will not sell all those nonsense things. I am saying I am taking a qualitative one. When I give a PDF, you will not understand. I am trying to explain the PDF which I am going to give it. So some PDF I will give it in the free platform. Some PDF only in the Plus. Right? Sorry, no offense, no defense. Absolutely. I am just telling on the face. Systematic error. Systematic means a process error. It's a process error. It's an error in the procedure. It causes obtained results to vary in a particular direction. By whenever the systematic is there, one direction of the error you can sense it. And when the accidental error happens, whenever accidentally error is happening, this accidental error is indicating your obtained results will vary in any direction. It will not be in a one direction. Any direction it will go. Right? Either in a one direction or two way, one way, it will be going into the south, north. The results will vary in any way. That is what accidental error. Systematic error, proper procedural error when you committed, that will go in a one direction. If you are not performing, if you are not preparing for the UGC NET well, what is the consequence? You know, you will not get a JRF or NET. That is what a systematic error, only one direction error it is. If I have seen the message, I will max reply to you. Please highlight it once again. I will surely reply back. Sorry for not giving reply. I might have missed the message. So here fundamental research is adding a fund of knowledge or a corpus of knowledge, and applied research is an exploring the applicability of the truths or principles. Action research is an intervention based or amelioration, and case study is a in-depth analysis. Keywords are there by keywords, very very small keywords which will give you the answer for that particular type of research. Experimental research method is an manipulation. This is very very repetitive one. Manipulation, control of the variables, effect, cause and effect will be there in the experimental research. Cause and effect both will be there. And the sequence which correctly represents the steps of research using quantitative paradigm. Quantitative. In case of quantitative, first research problem we need to identify, review of literature, hypothesis making, testing of hypothesis, generalization, finally implication. Implication means consequences of the results. Consequence of the results. In terms of the research ethics, most vulnerable stage is the data analysis, data interpretation and reporting, DDR. Data collection, analysis, reporting. And here ICT, information and communication technology application in research, is most useful for enhancing the scope of accessibility. Accessibility means when you type it anything in the Google, you will get many sources. It could be a Shodh Ganga, Shodh Gangotri, many of the authenticable sources you will get it. So by using a ICT, you can get access to various research data which is already happened. Here the scope and potential controversy. Controversy means which is a debate or disagreeable one, is relatively more in terms of application of ICT and research ethics. So here in the data analysis and reporting, this controversy, ICT application and ethics in the research. Ethics in the research is required in the data analysis, data collection and reporting. Whereas ICT as well as ethics both are required, because ICT doesn't required in reporting. ICT required in only collection and analyzing. ICT requirement, research ethics requirement, both put together will be there in the analysis and reporting part. Sorry, ICT will not be there in the collection part. Acha, they are, this is, wait, one second. This point is, controversy is relatively more in terms of application of ICT and ethics. Acha, they mean to say, data analysis and reporting of the research. These two are the stages which are creating a controversy between the ethical violation and implementation of ICT in these two stages only. Because ICT will say there is no requirement of ICT in reporting. Research ethics will say ethics need to follow the analysis as well as reporting both. But ICT is following only in the analysis, not in the reporting, like that. Correct. Next. The personalized means flexible one. Contextualized references are permissible in ethnographic researches. So personalized, contextualized as per the requirement of the study in the ethnographic, which is a qualitative study. And in choosing a research tool, important considerations are validity as well as reliability. Both. And another also, if it is there in the option, first priority should be validity, second priority reliability. Objectivity also will be there. Sometimes accuracy also, sometimes specificity also. So various characteristics are there, but most important are validity, reliability are two. Next, here cost also, another budget is also important. By third parameter for research is that cost. In terms of the time and resources, amount of investment, the time that you need to put in the research, and in terms of the resources availability, the data collection and all, that also important. Next, last two, university teacher wants to study the relationship between the socio-economic and achievement. Again, ex post factor, because achievement is already happened one, already completed one is comes under the achievement. And second level research is nothing but a applied research. I will tell you in a simple sense. Primary level of research is a theoretical research. Right? Secondary level is which is applied research. Tertiary level is or a third level or practitioner research is an action research, right? Communication unit number 4 of the UGC NET exam. Let's start revision. Number 1, in communication process, when the sender and the receiver interchange their roles in respect of sending and receiving the message is called as a transactional model. In the transactional model, communication will happen simultaneously. The communication usually will happen, and this in the simultaneous situation, it will go like a debate. Both a sender as well as a receiver. Sender will become a receiver, receiver will become a sender in the transactional model of a communication, right? And second one is that in classroom situation, a teacher organizes a group discussions to help to arrive at a solution to a problem is also called as a transactional model, because this is happening like a debate. Teacher is helping to make a debate. Teacher is helping to make a discussion to identify a solution for a particular problem is comes under the transaction. Transaction means I am sending a message, receiver is receiving. He will also become a sender immediately, then and there, without listening to the other person fully. Just a discussion and a valid discussion is going on, and continuously the transaction type of discussion is going on, which will give you the output as a solution. A teacher who encourages students' participation in communication will ensure that self-esteem, class performance, professional development. A teacher who encourages student participation in communication, because if the teacher is asking the student to communicate more and more, that will automatically enhance the self-confidence of a student, and it will increase the class performance, because teacher is giving attention to particular student, automatically student performance will get improved, and professional development of a student also will get come, because communication skills are getting improved over here. And here communication presupposes, means a pre-requirement, a shared symbolic environment, a social relationship among the participant. Communication requires a shared, means we wanted to share something with other person. A symbolic environment means a signal type of environment. It's a positive. You can talk anything. You can come and talk to me. I can come and talk to you. Like that type of signal you need to give when you wanted to interact with other people. Social relationship means open for the discussion among the participants who are the communication participants, right? Next is that the immediacy of feedbacks essential for good classroom communication favors a classroom participation. Immediacy of a feedback. So feedback must be instant. When the feedback is instant, now that communication will be more strong and efficient. Instant feedback feedback must be there. That will be good and effective for the classroom communication. If the teacher is asking continuously, have you understood, have you understood, nobody is responding, then teacher will become silent. He will not even ask the next question also. He will just teach and go, right? Next, likes and number of members are not matching by, kindly please match it. In group discussion, some participant enters the fray with big chips on their shoulders. In group discussion, some participant enter the fray with a big chips on their shoulders. Means in group discussion, they'll give a big statements and they'll take the entire responsibility onto them only. They'll not give the opportunity to others. And communication, if physical barrier of communication is an audible voice. Suppose I am talking over here. If in this physical barrier will be outside sounds are coming. You can't able to listen my voice. Or it could be a breakdown of this any technical device. That could be a physical. Physically I can sense it. That is what? The physical noise. So audibility is, I can hear. If I am getting a huge sound, suppose the marriage bharat is going on outside, then automatically I have to stop this session, because you will not understand if I take this session. Next. Psychological barrier is an predisposed notions, attitude or belief, or else our mental process, or the nature of our mind process, cognitive ability. Predisposed notions are already we are having some beliefs. That is what a predisposed notions. In your mind you are having some thought process. Even somebody wanted to communicate, your already prefixed notions are there. They cannot change you. Language is a barrier, different understanding, because you don't know their language, they don't know your language. Cultural barrier is a stereotype, myths, beliefs. Belief of your culture and their culture may not be matching. Next, the semantic barrier of communication is implied when the receiver does not understand the meaning of the message. Semantic barrier is implied when the receiver does not understand the meaning of the message. Because of that, multiple meanings are there. Multiple meanings are there for the same words. That is why he will not understand the same message or same meaning of the sender. Multiple meanings will be there. Next up, focused listening is nothing but focused. You can understand focus means full concentration. Helps to overcome the barrier, and simple language and easy construction of the sentence also will. These three things, focused listening and simple language, easy construction of the sentences, are the remedies for the barriers to overcome. We have to use this to avoid the barriers. Next, when the communication is for the educational purpose, takes place the sequence of source, encoder, message, decoder and the feedback. Usual sequence of communication process this only. So in this, either a decoder or the decoding will come first, or else decoder come later and decoding will also come first. That's why SMCR model we usually call it as an, but in the SMCR only message and the receiver will be there. In this decoder, a decoding process also will be undertaken, which is called as an understanding of the message. Next, using media to improve the quality. To improve the quality aspect of the reception of the message, for structuring the classroom communication, media, we are using the media to improve the quality aspect of the reception of message for structuring the classroom communication. Means I am communicating by online media called as an YouTube now. So this is an online media or online platform to communicate. An academy is an online media to communicate. So the media is to improve the quality. If I am taking a class in an academy, with various tools are available. If I am taking a class in this YouTube, some tools are not available, like a poll system as well as the blackboard system is not available. So that's why there is a difference will come. The reception of a quality will get changed based on the media that you are using. Right? Next, the correct sequence of decoding process. Decoding process correct sequence will be first, our sense of organs will involve in this understanding or taking the message first. Taking the message to it, ears or else a mind will operate. After that, interpretation will happen with our mind. Later, evaluation of that message is correct or not. Finally, you will respond to the sender of the message. That's what here, which is a sequence of decoding process, not the communication. Decoding means understanding process. It's an understanding process. Alright. Correct sequence of the elements after decoding. After decoding, what is the correct sequence in the later part of the communication process? Feedback, environment, context, as well as the fourth one, interference. This is the fourth one. Okay. Correct sequence of elements after decoding. Once the decoding process above completed, then the later part in the communication. So from the feedback it will start. From the feedback, in what environment you are giving a feedback, in what context you are giving a feedback, and is there any interference in receiving a feedback from the sender side or from the receiver side also, any problem is there. That comes under the next part after giving a feedback. Next process will be this one. This is later part of the decoding. Communication involves using all 5 senses and determines a human behavior and exchange of information. Exchanging of information from one to another is called as an communication. So here we will usually use all the 5 sense of organs which we are having to communicate to other person. When a communication enhances, means improvises, the interaction of the learners is called as an psychological communication. When a communication enhances the interaction of learner is called as an psychological communication, because with a mind only other person will understand, with a mind only the sender will frame a message and enhance the understanding of the receiver. And classroom communication is a goal oriented communication. Classroom communication is a goal oriented and collaborative. Why goal oriented? Because when a teacher comes into the classroom, teacher will be having a clear cut idea. what should I teach in today's classroom, the learning objective, and this is the target topic I need to complete. These are the things I need to make them to understand. That is number one. Second one is a collaborative, because teamwork is going to happen. Teacher and the learners put together, learning process is going to happen. That is why it is collaborative, not cooperative way. Because teacher aim, learner aim is same in this. That is why collaborative. They don't have any individual agenda. Students within themselves, individual target to qualify in that exam will be there. But teacher and the learner will not be having that mechanism. They have to work on a collaborative group mode only. Right, next one. A good communicator will address the issue in the classroom before it comes to precarious. Actually, before it is becoming big issue, teacher has to handle the things in a very grateful manner, and without giving a lenience to the student to establish more mistake of the teacher or the students. So precarious means without harming to the classroom interaction or communication, he need to take care before it is getting serious. Right, do hit a like button, guys. So communication barrier, semantic communication barrier is a faulty message, or a message is having multiple meanings, message is having small mistakes also. Psychological is a poor retention, mind related, you can't able to retain the message sent by the person. Personal barrier is a lack of time, you don't have a time, that is why you can't able to listen to others. Physical barrier is a lack of physical clarity in the channel, or you are having a noise in the communication is called as a physical barrier. Right. Next, signs as well as symbols have an internal relation to produce the meanings, and this is possible because of the network of signs through relations. Network of signs through such relations. By signs and symbols, whatever the signs and symbols are called as a non-verbal communication. Correct, or non-verbal communication. This non-verbal communication with the symbols and signs and facial expression, body movement, all this voice modulation, all these are part of the non-verbal communication. They have that internal relationship, because if the internal relationship is not there, meaning will not get produced. If I say like this, then what is that? Hello to all. If I say like this, it can be hello, it can be bye also. So that could lead to the every sign and every symbol is having an internal relation to produce a proper meaning to it. The concept of fraction of selection, the name itself is indicating fraction of selection in the classroom is determined by expectation of reward to related to efforts. So when you put the efforts, automatically the reward will come, or else in this way it will be rewards that we are getting because of the efforts made by you only. So how much effort that you are putting, that much reward you are going to get it. The more the effort, the more the reward. That's how the fraction of selection. And efficiency efficacy of written communication is depending upon editing after writing. Written communication efficiency depending upon, we need to edit after writing the things, we need to edit it. We need to edit after writing. And brevity in sentences, don't write a lamba big sentences in the written communication. As much as concise possible, maintain a brevity in communication. And effective use of the words, look at effective use of the words. Use the punctuations and commas and full stop as well as the appropriate words by using a vocabulary and all. Use and place the proper words in a proper place. Do not do a grammatical errors, and have a proofreading also. Another feature is that in the written communication, how you can improve? Proofreading is mandatory. When you proofread, when you give the written document to some other person, they will read the entire document and they will tell you, because we will not recognize our own mistakes. When you give the same document to others, they will find out the mistake. That's what a proofreading is required in the written communication. Right? Next. It is the responsibility of the teacher to make student active listens with the help of different interactive techniques, and teacher-centric communication students tend to become passive listeners. In the teacher-centered, students are active listeners. Sorry, in the student center, students are active listeners. In the teacher center, students become passive listeners, because here in the teacher centric classroom, student interaction will be less. That is why it will become passive to them. In the student centered classroom, they are become active because their role is more as compared to the teacher. Intrapersonal communication means within oneself. Interpersonal is between the, not between the group. It is between the two or more. You can say group, but usual one is the two or more members. And group communication is with a small organization or within a small groups. Mass is a large number of unknown audience. It could be a known or unknown, but usually unknown audience. Large gathering like a public meetings, political meetings, all are comes under mass communication. Personality conflict. What is personality conflict? Personality conflicts in a classroom situation are barrier to effective communication, because my personality, your personality is not matching. We both are not in sync. You are having much ego, I am having double ego. So when we both will clash for everything. For nothing also will clash. That's how the personality conflict. Because some persons, their personality, your personality will match in some aspects. Because of that also barrier will be there. The domain of media appeal address the issue of related to emotions. Domain of media appeal. Appeal means indicating your feeling to the others. Appeal address the issue related to emotions. Your feelings, your emotions, or your whatever the expressions are there, that comes under the appeal address. Appeal means putting your expression in front of the other person. That's called as an emotions in this. One second, guys. Guys, do hit a like button. It's not matching. Right? And new members can subscribe to the channel also. Chalo. Following makes a student good listener. That is concentration, desires to understand, humility to know. You are there now in the chat box. You are having a concentration and you are having a desires to understand more and more. You are having a humility to know. That attitude is there. So that all are comes under makes a good listener. Student will become a good listener who have concentration and the desire of understanding, humility to know. That comes under here. Right? Next step, pedagogy and social interactions are two major areas of activity of teacher. It is a communication that is crucial for making both activities important. Pedagogy is a school children, the way we need to teach, the rules and regulations that we need to follow, and it is like teaching continuum that we need to follow in the school education for the school children, how to teach to the school children. And social interaction means interacting with other people. Are the two major activity of a teacher. The communication that is crucial for making both activities are important. In this both, communication is a major role. In the both activities, communication is the one which is placing a major role. Poor listeners. Type of listeners. Poor listeners are fidget repeatedly. What is this poor? Fidget repeatedly means actually they will not pay attention to anything. They don't want to listen to anything. That's what we call it as an poor listeners. Poor listeners are fidget repeatedly. They will not listen anything and they will just disturb the class also in unnecessarily. Aggressive listeners are scares others. They will scare the others. Aggressive listeners are they will scare the others. And passive listeners are easy agree with a speaker. They will passive listeners are nothing but this type of people we can find. Yes sir, correct sir. Yes. They'll pretend like acting. They'll pretend like they are listening everything which a teacher is teaching. And pseudo intellectual learners are, so our pseudo intellectual listeners are listen to ideas but no emotions behind. They will just listen to the ideas. there will not be any type of emotions behind the pseudo intellectual, right? Next, the chronological order of the educational communication ventures: Krishi Darshan, Gyan Vani, Gyan Darshan, Vyas. Actually, evaluation of this educational communication system. Krishi Darshan, I believe it is in 1994 something. I didn't remember. Please cross verify. But Gyan Vani is of 2001 March, and 2001 in the same year. But after the June only, after the March only, this Gyan Darshan got introduced. And Vyas is 2004, if I am not wrong. Right? This one, Krishi Darshan before the 2000 itself. When a communication meets the aims and objective of classroom teaching, it becomes functional classroom, because function of a teaching and learning is happening in this. Function of teaching and learning is happening in this. Next, physical barrier to effective communication. What are the, psychological barriers to effective communication are inattentiveness. You are not much attentive, and too much reliance on the written words. Limited retention. Too much reliance on the written words means, suppose this is my PDF. In this PDF I have written something wrong. In this PDF I have written something wrong, and you are reading only PDFs. Sir, this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong. Sending a screenshot to me. Oh, bhai, I explained in the class that this is wrong, but you downloaded only PDF now. So you won't understand that point that is wrong, because when we discuss orally, we will get to know that is a mistake. When we are reading only the written document, then obviously the mistake will happen. Psychological error, it is a barrier. And limited retention. Limited retention means psychologically you are not retaining the entire communication, whatever that other person has told. Next, persuasive communication by the teacher in the classroom is intended to make his or her version of information acceptable to the student, and if it happens at an institutional level, the purpose behind this is image building. Image building. So, persuasive communication means influensive type of communication. Influential communication. You are trying to motivate or influence some other person, that comes under here. So influential communication and a teacher is intended to make his version of information is acceptable to the student. So all are going to get a JRF. If I say yes, you will say yes, we are going to get a JRF, everything. Means I know that you will say like that. That's why I told that statement. That's what an influential or persuasive communication in the communication process. So when the teacher is using at an institutional level, that purpose is to create an image building. The purpose is to create an image building. All the unacademy students are going to crack the JRF. Yes, you will say let's crack it. Let's crack it. I am trying to create an image building of my organization. Is it or not? That comes under the persuasive communication, trying to influence you in one another way. Next, communication stimulus means input. Communication input used to convey the message are known as codes, code language, coding or codes. Next is that communication activities of the learners fall into the domains of consisting perception, interpersonal skills and interpersonal relationships. Communication activities of learners fall into the domains consisting of the perception of the learner, interpersonal skills and their relationships. Both are important from the point of view of the learner. From the point of view of the learner, that comes under here. And here new media, which is a digital media, nowadays the digital media is there, that enhances the opportunity to expand the learning environment unheard of before, and learners can design their own learning process. How the learner can design their own learning process? Because of the YouTube, because of the Unacademy type of platform, digital platform, whatever is there, because of the Google platforms or the web-based platform, where you can sit at home, whatever the lecture that you wanted to listen, you can just sit at home and type it in the Google or YouTube, you can get it and you can design your own way of a learning process. You can expand your learning to a much extent possible by listening to many of the different lectures or different source of learning. So all those are happening because of the digital media. If the digital media is not there, then you would not have this much opportunities to learn the things, right? By cracking yourself day and night. Not all the JRFs crack themselves day and night, right? And don't overestimate your competitors, don't overestimate yourself also. Bas. The sequence of elements in the linear model of communication is linear model, one-way communication. Linear model is an one way of a communication. That comes under encoder, message, medium, noise and decoder, right? Encoder, message, medium, noise and decoder or comes under the regular way of the interaction, one way of interaction. When the decoder after this, if the feedback comes, that will become an interaction. If the feedback getting added over here, then it will become an interactive model, right? Next, dyadic communication, didactic communication. Dyadic communication provides an equal opportunity to communicate. Public communication is an occurs within the formal and structured setting. Occurs because public communication is best example railway announcements. Railway announcement. Yatrikan Krupya Dhyan Dijiye. That one occurs within a formal and structured. Everything is pre-decided. In a formal way only it will communicate. Organizational communication is a formal communication. This is also. It's a formal through a network hierarchical structure. Interdependent means a CEO to attender, top to bottom or bottom to top. Mass communication uses a medium to each large number of anonymous audience. Mass number is unknown audience will be there in the mass communication, right? Next, the chronological sequence of the institutions of educational communication will be All India Radio, number 1, old one, and University Grant, this is 1936 All India Radio. University Grant Commission, UGC countrywide classroom is also initiated after the Act in action. And this Consortium of Educational Communication, CC stands for Consortium of Educational Communication Group. Gyanvani is a recent one, 2001, right? In classroom, every teacher has to perform gatekeeping function. What gatekeeping function means? I have posted one video about a gatekeeping. What is a gatekeeping meaning? Gatekeeping meaning is that what you are allowing into the classroom, what you are not allowing into the classroom. Accept, reject. That activity, that type of security function has to be done by the teacher. What is allowed, what is not allowed. And in both mass communication as well as classroom, mass and classroom communication, filtering of information and content is referred as an gatekeeping. Yes, that's what the gatekeeping concept. Whether it is in classroom communication or mass communication, wherever it is there, filtering means bringing down the message as concise as possible. What you wanted to communicate, communicate that only. Avoid the unnecessary things in the communication process comes under the gatekeeping. What to allow, what not to allow. Next, most prominent elements in the management of communication in an educational institution is structuring the work roles and keep others informed, guiding others wherever possible. Prominent element of management of communication in an educational institution means in the teaching and learning. Suppose this is an educational institution, I am running a college. In that college, what I have to do? Structuring a work roles. You are a teacher and you are also a class teacher and you are also a headmaster, you are also a principal and you are taking care about this head of the department, that head of the department, and you are a placement counselor. Like that, I have to assign the proper work roles to the each and every person. Keep others informed about their roles and responsibilities and function to perform. Guiding others wherever possible, because in the educational institution, you need to give a input to the others whoever don't know about it. You need to guide others wherever actually possible. Because of the new media, learning is no longer an assembly of the facts. Beyond the facts it is. Analysis has to be there. Due to the digital media, now everybody can tell about the factual information within a click. Factual information interpretation will give you the more in-depth analysis of the things. Right? Next, shifting of technologies. Shifting of technologies is and communication institution contribute to a system integration. Shifting of technologies, I will put this term in a better way. 2016 before Geo introduction or 2017 and after the Geo introduction. Before the Geo introduction, for a 1 GB we used to use for a 28 to 30 days. That was the era. Now after the Geo implementation, we are using in daily more than 3 GB also, literally more than 3 GB. Shifting of technologies and communication can't be a system integration. By slowly technological development got upgraded. Technologically we got developed and we have changed the entire system also. System itself got changed due to that introduction of new technologies. Shifting of the technologies has brought a major change in the systems itself. Right. Next, 46th. The positive impact of communication depends upon the planning, media selection and use of language. Positive impact of the communication. How you are planning, what you want to communicate, how you want to communicate. How means media selection, proper media selection, face to face, telephone or social media, what mechanism you are using, media. And use of language. Language which should be understood by the receiver has to be selected, and which is not understood by the receiver will not be understood. Right? Next, universality of communication makes education vital and vibrant. Universality of communication makes education vital and vibrant. What is this? Most important. Universality means communication itself is a universal one. You cannot escape from the communication in any way, in any means. That's what a universality of communication. Communication is everywhere. You cannot escape from communication. Not to communicate is also communicating that you wanted to become silent. So being silent is also one communication. Being violent is also another communication. Chronological sequence of the development of historical communication. This is how the history of the communication. History of the communication. Cave paintings were the first one. Cave paintings. Cave paintings like the paintings on the, color paintings used to be there. That is what a cave paintings. On the temples also we can see this. Emergence of the language also. Lipi. We can say this is a lipi. Emergence of language is a lipi. And interpersonal communication, which is a verbal communication, started slowly. Appearance of printing technology. Printing means a newspaper started. After that, telecommunication, which we are seeing in the present era. Telecommunication, which we are seeing in a present era. Expert and experienced teacher not react suddenly when students are trying to teach, do wrong or one thing. But in what context that comment was? Is there any statement given as such because of the gatekeeping? Okay, however it is. List 1. Addressing the nation over the national TV networks is a mass communication, because TV channel is a mass communication mechanism. Conducting a workshop, selecting a number of teachers is a group communication. Number of teachers is a, whether it is small or a long group, it will be a group communication. Internal conversation with a fellow workers. Internal conversation with a fellow worker is a horizontal communication, because with a fellow workers. Okay. Internal conversation with a fellow workers are means other workers who are like a colleagues, we can say. And recollection of the past events, intrapersonal communication. Recollection of past events is a intrapersonal communication. Past events means that girl left me, that boy left me, मेरा जिंदगी बर्बाद हो गया, like that. Some people will think that girl left me. Because of that only now I am in big position now. That's what intrapersonal communication. On that day you left me, now see what is your position, what is my position. Aisa. Next, reframing in communication means employment of new metaphors. What is metaphor? What is metaphor? Reframing in communication means employment of a new metaphors. Actually, metaphors means replacement of the words. Means reframing means actually replacement of the words. Replacing the words are a meanings in a other way to make them understand more in depth. By when I said something in one manner, you didn't understood. I should not repeat the same thing, because that way you are not understanding. You have to change the way of explanation by using a different words. Comes under here. Replacement of words comes under here. Next, which of the following contribute for effective cross-cultural communication? For this also I have made a video. You can just go through with this channel. Cross-cultural communication. It's a selection of the simple words, taking turns to speak, maintenance of etiquette. Maintenance of etiquette. Etiquette means it's a manners. Manners comes under the etiquette. So cross-cultural communication, when the people are from the different culture, you must use the simple words. Do not use the high-level words. And taking turns to speak. You have to take your chance to speak in front of the other culture person. And maintenance of a manners also. Some respect and dignity you need to maintain while speaking with the other culture person. Right? And exactness of communication in cross-cultural is flexible and responsive. This is a wrong statement given by our beloved lover, that is NTA. So exactness of communication is in a cross-cultural setting is not at all flexible, not at all responsive. Because how can you reach the exactness when you don't know the other culture language, when you don't know the other culture expressions? You cannot reach to exactness. This is not possible. Accuracy is not possible when you don't have entire control. When you have a control, the accuracy can be reached to a possible extent. But that is not possible in case of cross-culture. You don't know other culture. Right? Next, the emergence of media communication in chronological sequence is newspaper, film, radio, television, internet. So newspaper is the initial one. After that only films came into picture. After that only third one is that radio, All India Radio 1936. After that television, recent one is internet. Recent one is internet. Your lover, not mine. Oh, bhai. Don't get disheartened. Lovers will be in the form of the enemies also. They love more than the friends also. You don't know. Experience that one. Because we will disturb their mind like anything. They will disturb our mind like anything. Even our friends and family members and our close one also will not disturb that much. Our enemies will disturb us much. And if we are enemy in someone's diary, our name also will disturb them much. And here, prayer in the silence is an interpersonal communication as per the NTA. But this is not interpersonal, this is intrapersonal communication. Intrapersonal communication. Teacher talking to the students outside the classroom is a group communication. Right? It's a group communication. Next, The CEO of the company issues a circular to his subordinates is a vertical communication. Is a vertical communication. You experienced it. By every motivational speaker will say many things. That means everything is experienced by him. I am not a motivational speaker, but I am telling the things. Whenever teacher says anything, he is not always experienced in that thing. Na? Rumors mongering among the employees of an organization is a grapevine. Mongering, rumors mongering is nothing but creating a gossips, kitty party aunties. And in communication, interpretation of the message is depends upon the context. Because in what context you are interpreting is more important. I love you is a word. When the mother is there, different context. When the girlfriend is there, different context. When the wife is there, different context. When the nani is there, that is different context. Context will differ. In that only interpretation also will get differ. Right? The sequence of cultural institution in communication is, the factors important in communication is framing the parts and priming and immediacy. Framing means properly arranging the words and to communicate with others. What do you mean by priming? What do you mean by priming? Immediacy means the feedback should be immediate. Feedback must be immediate. That comes under here. What is priming? Actually, I also forgot the priming meaning. I think it is arranging. Wait. Priming means be prepared for that. Get prepared for that. You are telling to someone to get prepared to understand the communication, whatever you wanted to send to them. Na? So you want them to understand. You are making them to get ready to understand. That's what we call it as an priming. Next is that sequence of cultural institutions in communication are family, school, religion and mass media. In the family, less number of members, school, some more extra members, and in the religion, more number than the school, and in the mass media, many unlimited numbers are going to be there. So, sequence of cultural institution based on the size, how the size is getting increased. Giving orders to the students in the classroom is a specific form of communication. And the manner of orders depends on the cultural background of the students involved. Giving order to the students in the classroom is a specific form of communication, and the manner of order depends upon the cultural background. By how you have to tell to the students, based on their understanding, you have to give the order to them. Suppose you are coming from all the different parts of the India. I am from southern part of the India, which is from Hyderabad. How I have to tell? In the way you will understand, I have to give the order. In the way my culture will be different and my place is different, how I will tell to this native place is different, how I have to tell to other places must be different. So that depends on the cultural background of the student. If I can tell, they will understand in a better manner and they will do accordingly. Right? Next. Language is inseparable from the culture. Whenever you speak about the culture, first one is that language. Whenever you speak about the language, first one is that your culture. So both are interdependent on each other, language and culture. When I talk about the Telangana people are culturally different. Culturally, why different? Because they know only Telugu, or they know their language is Telugu. Not only Telugu, their language is Telugu. Or Karnataka people are culturally different because their language is Karnataka. So first and foremost, when you talk about the culture, you will talk about the language only. And here, next one is that meaningless sounds and words is called as an paralinguistic. By paralinguistic is an meaningless or meaningful, both sounds will come. Both sounds will come. Means high pitch or low pitch, the volume or a volume modulation or else voice modulation comes under the para language or paralinguistic in nature. Paralinguistic in nature. Linguistic means a language. Para is the sound. Para is a sound. So here both words and sounds are given. That is why it is paralinguistic in nature. Traffic light signal is a non-verbal communication, obviously. And words that have a different meanings is a polysemy. This is a type of semantic also. Semantic. Right? Words that have a different meanings is a semantic or a polysemy. Polysemy. Next are two persons exchange their meeting is a dyadic. Whereas didactic is a single. Didactic is an one-way communication. Linear communication is called as an didactic. Next, poor listening by the audience leads to inaccurate inferences. When the mother told anything not to do it. Coming. Like that we'll say inaccurate inferences. What she told we don't know actually. We are busy in some other thing now. We don't know what she told. So poor listening that is. Next. Aristotle speaker-centered communication. Shannon-Weaver model given top-down linear communication. Wilbur-Sachram given circular model of communication. Circular model of communication. And David Berlow given SMCR model of communication. So the chronological sequence of the following countries opting for the educational channels are chronological sequence. United States is number 1 and Great Britain, Canada, Australia and India opting for educational broadcasting channel like a Swayam Prabha and Gyan Darshan, Gyan Dara, Gyan Vani. All these are educational big Swayam big platforms. TV channels they are getting adopted. Broadcasting channel, not TV channels. So we are in the we are in 5th rank as compared to the other 4 countries. United States is adopting more early, and after that Britain got adopted, after that Canada, after that Australia and after that India. Here there are list 1, list 2 we need to match. Sending an email is a formal communication because email when we will use either in the organization to communicate with the higher officials or to any official for a formal communication only we will be doing an email usage, right? Verbal instruction is a informal. Verbal instruction means now this is informal. Now whatever I am doing now, even though it is a formal teaching, a lecture type of teaching is going on, still verbal usually indicated as an informal because nothing is written over here. This is a formal communication which is written over here. But when I am speaking that will be informal. The flexibility is there for me to talk anything, to explain in a better manner. That is why informal communication. Exchange of information between the two groups of people is called as an transactional. Transactional communication always happen between in the debate or a contextual manner. Many of the debate away in this relational aspects, socio-psychological aspects as well as socio-cultural aspects. 4 total contexts will be there. Total 4 contexts will be there in the transactional communication will happen, and this will be a simultaneous interaction will happen. Simultaneous two-way interaction will happen. Two-way interaction in a simultaneous way. Right. Traffic signals are semiotic. Semiotic means a non-verbal communication. Semiotic is indicated as in symbols or the signals. Symbols are the signals. Comes under the semiotic type of communication. Right. Interdependent in nature. Great. Just now we have learnt in the plus platform in one of the PYQ na. In the transactional, communicator and communicative both are interdependent on each other. Interdependent in nature. Great point. Nice. This is how we need to link. Guys, do hit a like button to match with the number of members. Announcement of a arrival and departure of the trains. यात्रिकन कृपया ध्यान दीजिए. गाड़ी नंबर 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is arriving on the platform number 10. That is called as an public communication. The railway announcement are called as an public communication. Right. Factors that contribute for effective classroom communication are effective classroom communication. It's a balanced flow of words. You must have a control over your tongue. What you are speaking, the words must have a control. Balanced flow of words. Circular flow of words. You have to speak, other person has to take that, and other person has to give a reply. Circular flow of words, then only effective communication. Without giving a chance to the other person, if you are continuously talking only on one side, that will be a defective communication, not an effective communication, right? Next is that mechanism to access the assess the feedback. You must understand the feedback of the other person, you must get the feedback of other person, then only you are in a position to say whether your communication is properly communicated or your message is communicated or not. You will get to know based on that feedback only. Next, the content and style of communication are the predictor variables of effective teaching. What is predictor variable? Predictor variable is nothing but an independent variable, whereas predicted variable is nothing but a dependent variable. So when you manipulate the predictor variable, the impact is going to be there on predicted variable, means which is impacted variable, that is dependent variable will be there, right? So correct sequence of following transmissions. Here telegraph introduced originally, early days, initially first telegraph, after that telephone came into picture, broadcasting, narrowcasting, podcasting. Podcasting is a audio only audio, and narrowcasting is a very less coverage. Narrowcasting is like a private meeting. Narrowcasting is a private meeting. Broadcasting is a many number of people can able to access to this broadcasting. All right. Next is that here a company boss telephones his or her secretary for some help from outside is an informal communication, because he called to that person, which is a oral communication, and that too not for the casual routine office work. This is for some help from the outside, which is a informal or outside the formal communication scope. A company issues a circular. When it is circular, it has to come from the hierarchy, top level management to middle level management, and to the low level management it has to reach. So there will be a hierarchy which is getting followed, comes under the vertical communication. And employees discuss certain issues among themselves, and this is called as an horizontal. Certain issues among themselves means a same level over here. Same level is called as an horizontal communication. Alright, same level. And next, company sends a formal letter to its retailers and wholesalers is an marketing communication, because this is about the marketers. Retailers, wholesalers are comes under the marketers. So they are in the chain of the marketing chain only, or the supply chain they will be there, which comes under the marketing communication. Next, the following is essential in classroom communication: frequent repetition of message in different ways. Why the teachers will repeat more number of times the same thing? Why the teacher will repeat the same thing? That doesn't mean he don't have any other work. It is not about the irritation of the student. It is not to irritate the student. It is to make them understand in a possible different ways. When the same thing we are telling in a different possible alternative ways, every student will capture in one way at least. At least every student they will understand in at least a one way. That is the main objective of frequent repetition of the same sentences or same words again and again. Because they wanted to emphasize that is more important a point. Classroom communication involves a formal lecturing, informal discussion, and explaining. Just now we have solved a question in the plus platform. Formal lecturing, informal discussion, and explaining. Explaining as well as another one is there. What is that? Exemplification. Exemplification as well as practice. These three are comes under the direct teaching strategies. Right? So in the direct classroom communication involves formal lecturing, which is explaining, and informal discussion also. The oral discussion will happen between the teacher and students. Practice will be there like a drill and all, and exemplification means more in detail explanation, comes under the classroom communication. Right guys, kindly hit a like button if you like this session. Next, to be effective in the classroom, teacher should minimize the communication barrier, and since the communication is a complex process, regular feedback analysis is essential for this purpose. Minimize means reduce the barrier. When you reduce the barrier, automatically your effectiveness of communication will increase. When you reduce the barrier, your effectiveness of communication will increase under here. And here, publicity is a non-commercial promotion. Publicity means usually without payment publicity will happen. Now if you go and say to your friend, Shiva sir is teaching very well in the paper 1, so you can go and watch this YouTube session and you can join in the Unacademy free platform plus platform also. That is a publicity, non-commercial, without payment. Propaganda is a carrying capacity. This means communication with a proper motive. This can be used in two ways. By that is, one way is that positive, one way is that negative. If you use it in a positive way, generally propaganda is generally termed as a negative way of expression, creating a certain rumors on the person or opponent party, and by creating with some facts will be there. Propaganda base will be some facts. Based on some facts only propaganda will be created on the other person. But out of that, adding many rumors to the existing small fact and creating a wrong picture of that person, carried by the many people and shared by the many persons and believed by many persons. That's what with a proper motive to degrade the other person or to increase the person value also. That comes under here. Right? Next, advertising is a paid message, whereas public relation is a reputation management, how the customer's relationship management is there. In the same way, public relationship, how we are maintaining a good relationship with the others. Next, here the correct chronological here it is there. Okay. Chronological sequence of the communication. Sumerians as well as Romans, Chinese, Germans and British. British comes under here. So these are the evolution of communicators. How the communication evolved from since a long ago. The people, we can say various countries or the geographical area wise, how they got evolved. Sequence. Immediacy of cues in communication is depend upon one's own cultural background. What is this immediacy of the cues? Immediate response. Or immediate response or a feedback. Those cues, how you are responding verbally, non-verbally, both in the communication depends upon one's own cultural background only. What happened in the chat box? Okay. The method which helps to improve the academic communication. What methods? Training is an individual student communication skills. Practical skills improved by the training. Restricting too much generation of information. Too much generation of information means avoiding overloading of information. Avoiding overloading of information. Avoiding overloading of information comes under this one. Next, recognizing cultural and linguistic differences among the student. Recognizing cultural and linguistic differences between among the students means this is an individual difference recognition only. When you recognize their culture and their language barrier, accordingly if you can fit your teaching methodology, then it will be a more effective and improving the academic communication between the students. Next, No. I belong to Hyderabad, not Tamil Nadu. So your verbal communication takes place in real time. In real time, verbal communication now, actually verbal includes a oral and written. Here in this sense, verbal is an oral because only oral communication is real time, not the written communication, because written may be real time, may not be real time. Real time means live in nature. Next, the correct sequence of emergence of following publication are news sheets, after that news book, standard newspaper, tabloids as well as broadsheet. So you can see news sheet initially, after that news book, standard newspaper, tabloids and broadsheet. Whereas here communication systems, Western communication system is a heterical devices. Heterical means influencing devices. Modern type of communication systems are influencing on the other, whereas Indian are emotional variants. Because why Indians are emotional? We are connected by feelings and all. Indian are emotional one. We are connected by emotional variant. And Buddhist type of people are non-competitive and cooperative. They are not about the competition, they are about the cooperation, and Lord Buddha teachings only they will be promoting more with the people. Chinese are coexistence of binary opposition. Binary opposition means always they wanted to compete with others. That is the attitude of this. Always they wanted to compete with others. Here the Chinese. Right? Next, Buddha is non-violence, whereas Chinese is more about the violence only. Not violence, I would say. Coexistence of binary opposition means they want a competition. And the entry of new media. The entry of new media has made online learning independent, because at your home now you are sitting and opening you opened a YouTube app, and via that only you are attending this session. You are now independent. Wherever you are now, you can listen to this YouTube lecture or any other lecture, or you can Google it and get the information just sitting at home and doing accordingly. Even though somebody is helping, whoever is teaching or the platforms or the mechanism is helping, but that is independently, student got independence to learn whatever he wanted to. That's how the independence is correct, right? Next, removal of communication barriers in classroom will result in clear enunciation of the specific instructional behaviors and a climate of purposeful student interaction. So here, removal of the barriers. When you remove the barriers, obviously what the teacher wanted to say, and students will understand the same what a teacher is teaching. Clear cut understanding will get developed when you decrease the barrier. The climate will also be a positive climate. Don't use two words when one will do the guiding principle that work. So don't tell the alternative things when the first one itself is giving a work to giving a final meaning to it. So suppose I said I love you. Then if other person didn't understood that, then I can say 1 4 3. Later I can, if other person didn't understand when I told the first term, then only I can go for the alternative things. But until unless if first one itself is getting understood by the other person, what is the use of this 1 4 3 and alternative words are not required. Don't use two words which are alternative things. Comes under here. Next is that correct sequence of phases in communication development is cave painting. Yesterday also, initially cave paintings and as well as language developments, how the languages were developed in India. These many languages are there. Cave painting matlab the lipi on the walls or lipi on the temple walls, like that. Wooden blocks for a printing, and acta dirna and metal printing. These are the various scriptures in the communication development process, historical communication development process, right? Next, Mode of communication and list of communication. One-to-one communication is an interpersonal communication, and one-to-many is a mass communication, especially a print media, news media comes under here. One-to-one interpersonal, one-to-many mass communication, one-to-many mass communication, and many-to-many. Many-to-many is a network transactional. So many-to-many means now internet is a transactional one. Many people are interacting with each other. So that could be a transactional, and it is a network based many-to-many people communication. One-to-none is a intrapersonal communication. Speaking with yourself only comes under here. Right? Next. Array, what is happening? By concentrate on the class. Hut. Chakodi jalebi. Distance in interpersonal communication is indicative of one's own culture. Just now discuss, based on the culture or a language only, the classroom communication will be effective. According to the culture and the language, we need to decide. Distance in interpersonal communication is indicative of the culture. I am in Hyderabad. You people are other parts of the India. So that based on your language or your geographical area, I can recognize that culture is different. This is because of the distance. This is because of the distance. So the distance is a base for recognizing the culture. The culture is a base for recognizing the language. So that's how one is interconnected to other. One is interconnected to other. Chekodi Jalebi means their names. Two people names here in the chat box. Next, the correct sequence of the elements in the later part, second part of the communication process, is after decoding. By once the decoding done, after the decoding, till the decoding process will be different, but after the decoding, we will start with a feedback. Once the feedback done, in what environment you are giving a feedback, in what context you are giving a reply, and is there any noise, that is interference in reaching your reply or not. Yesterday we have done. So what is the process, beginning part of the communication process after decoding? Because the decoding process is one process, after decoding is this process. After decoding, this process will come. Right? Next. Synchronous media. Synchronous media is a telephone. Asynchronous media is a email, and rich media is a interactive media. Rich media is nothing but they are not rich in paisa wise, they are rich in representation wise, they are rich in information wise, they are rich in communication skills wise. That is how the rich media in communication. Interactive media according to the requirement of the people. Hypermedia is application of the multimedia. When you apply the multiple like audio, video, everything when you are using and communicating, that's hypermedia. Asynchronous is not live. Asynchronous is not live. And synchronous is more of live communication. Right? More of live communication. Kindly hit a like button, guys. Social. Rich and hyper difference is that by rich is a part of the hypermedia. I would say if this is hypermedia, which is a bigger one, in that rich will come, because rich is a use of multimedia only. Again, solid information within the brief and concise information within the possible less time comes under the rich media. Whereas hypermedia is a broader one which is using a same multimedia. But here interaction of a people will be there in the rich media. In the hypermedia, it is like a TV news channels only that will comes under the hypermedia, I would say. More clear and authentic information comes under the rich. Next. Effective communication align appearance with a body language and tone, and such an alignment forms part of the art of persuasion. Art of the persuasion. So you can look at effective communication aligns appearance with a body language and tone. With a body language and tone. With a body language and tone, such alignment forms part of the art of persuasion. Persuasion means influencing the people again. Influencing the people, right? So it will be align or consistent or match with a in align with a or in line with the body language and tone. By my body language and my tone, it has to match. My body language is like this. Then can I say, hello guys, how are you? I am like this, the great collie. Then can I talk, how are you all? What is your body language? How you are talking? It will not match now. So both has to align together. Align together. Then only you can influence the people. Otherwise you cannot influence the people. You cannot influence people. And contributive to positive influence on the teacher-student communication. So the persuasive attitude will create a positive attitude in the student-teacher communication. Acknowledging the participation of the student will be a main parameter. When you acknowledge the student name or when you acknowledge the student participation, if they are answering properly, effectively, they are participating in the discussion. Now, if you recognize them, they will get a pleasure. They'll get a satisfaction to answer more and more. Fostering a sense of belongingness also. This is what a third level of the Maslow's theory, love and belongingness, comes under the classroom communication also. Right? Next, the impact of classroom communication should be so regulated that it should be result in exchange of ideas and information. Exchange of ideas and information. So regulated, it should be so regulated that it should result in exchange of information by whether it is classroom communication or any communication. Idea and information has to be exchanged between the persons. That's the entire fund of the communication, whether it is classroom or not a classroom, right? Next is that in classroom, the following limitation is easy to talk about something we do not want to. In classroom, the following limitation is easy to talk about something we do not want it to. That is working memory and conscious awareness and yes tags. Wait, limitations is easy to talk about something we do not want to. Acha, I think this is about, wait. When we don't want to talk about something in the classroom, then we use this one. Yes, you are correct. Like that, these S tags will be there. Yes tags as well as conscious awareness. But I think these two are getting contradicted. By hold this point number 97, hold this, because this is I can relate easily, but these two are just need to check back again. I am only saying by 97 is not clear. That is why hold this point. Again you are coming and saying the same thing. Thoda ruko, rather than discussing something nonsense without any confirmation, let's hold. I will confirm this in the telegram also. Don't worry. Remove that point. A straightforward admission of one's own limitation is acceptable in an academic ecosystem. Straightforward admission of one's own limitations is acceptable. By when you accept your mistake, being a teacher, you will get more respect. That's for sure. In the academic ecosystem, that is mandatory. Accept the mistakes in front of everyone because you made a mistake in front of everyone. So when you submit or admit your mistake in front of everyone, that is a most acceptable type of personality in the teaching or academic ecosystem. Next, sequence of selectivity in stages of mass communication is exposure, attention, perception, retention, attitudinal change. Can you please type the same sequence? Exposure as well as attention, perception, retention, attitudinal change. In the mass communication they are asking. They are asking in mass communication. They are asking in a mass communication stages. You must exposure to the particular issue. Later attention about that issue and how the people are perceiving. You must give the information about that one and later retain that information, and after that taking the information, attitude of the people is going to change. That is why even people, when they take some information, when they take some information from the social media or a mass media or a print media or anything, their perception or their attitude towards something will get changed because they don't know about that previously. Now they learn from by having this mass communication. Previously they don't know about it. Exposure, attention, perception, retention and behavior change. So attitude change. Next, non-verbal communication occupies more space for personal communication. Non-verbal communication, why it will occupy more space for personal communication? May I know why it will occupy? Exposure means exposing towards a particular issue that you wanted to understand or you wanted to know. Right? And here please look at non-verbal communication occupies more space for personal communication. Why personal? Because you are more interested in it. And unless until the person is there, unless until something is there, you cannot communicate with other person. Because non-verbal you can communicate over the call. So verbal you can communicate over the call and face to face everything. But non-verbal communication requires a personal presence of a person. The behavior, the facial expression, the body language, tone of the voice as well as the touch and everything will be a part of this one. Next, listening. Listening is help the internalize the messages. Internalize the messages means listening is one's own understanding. How you are listening. Listening can happen in two ways. Listening through with mind. Hearing is through only ears. Hearing will reach to only ears, but listening will go to mind. That is what? That is internalize the messages. Right? Next is that empathetic conversation. Empathetic means seeing the same thing from the other's viewpoint is called as an empathetic communication. So falling under the shoes of the other and understanding from their perspective everything. Next, stress management through communication reflects confidence in one's own self. Stress management through communication is and reflect the confidence in one's own self. Stress management is in one's own self. Next, storytelling is considered as an effective form of the verbal communication. It is considered as an effective form of the verbal communication. And the following are the useful in positive components of classroom communication. Storytelling is effective form because when you tell the stories, people are ready to listen. That is why it is effective. And the following are useful in a positive component of classroom communication. Empathy, punctuality, follow-up means a feedback. Follow-up means a feedback. How they are doing, what is their performance. All those are comes under the follow-up. Whereas here, empathy means try to not only understand the student, try to help to the students also. That is what. Punctuality means be on time. When you be on time, students also will be on time. Next, interactive and multimedia system provides a new culture for teaching and learning. Interactive as well as multimedia systems. New culture means because in place of the traditional, the modern world will be replaced. The modern tools will get replaced. Instead of the traditional, the blackboard and all, now the smart boards and all the things are came into picture. Due to that enhancement of the multimedia and interactive only. And this sequence, the sequence of stages of message processing, that is one, perception, understanding, selection and internalization and action. Sequence of stages of message processing. Perception, understanding as well as selection and internalization, digesting information and giving action means a feedback. By message, once you receive the message, how you are perceiving that message is more important. Understanding, decoding that message, selecting Out of the total message, what you wanted, select that only and digest that, internalize the message and give your feedback. That is an action. Newspaper is a broadsheet. Newspaper is a broadsheet. Why broadsheet? This is a mass media, which is a print media, right? Radio and television is a broadcasting. Casting means radio and television is visual as well as audio, both appearance is there in this, that is why it is casting. Sheet means a print, newspaper. And social media is a networking. Networking is a social media, which is a digital media. Multimedia, audio, video, graphics, all the three things are present in the multimedia, that comes under here. Selection may be before understanding. You will see, without understanding the entire context of the message, you will not able to filter the information. You will not be able to filter the message. That is why first you try to understand the context. Later go into the selection or filtering process. After that, internalize means go in-depth understanding of the particular thing which you selected. Guys, likes and members are not matching. Kindly do match it by, please do hit a like button. Those who haven't done. If you hit a like button now, pakka you are going to get a JRF. That's my guarantee. Subject to some conditions. So depending upon the classroom communication, the concept of entropy as used in the communication is related to order. So it is related to order because entropy is a barrier. Entropy is a barrier. And entropy is creating a breakdown of the order. It is breakdown of the order. Whatever the sequence is there now, that breaking down comes under the entropy. Breaking down of. Next. Arey wah. Immediately it went to 70, you know, from the 60 to 70. Wow, 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 wow. I will tell the condition after the exam, because after the exam, after the result, I will say, on that day I told, na, you will get a JRF. That's why now you got a JRF. I will tell on that day, result day. Depending upon the classroom situation, some media of communication are more effective than the others. And selection of a medium is directly related to the nature of the message for the students. So depending upon the classroom situation, some media of communication are more effective than the others, because if the classroom strength is more number of members are there, the media you need to use is a digital media is mandatory. If in the classroom you are not having that many members, you can use the direct face-to-face interaction also. The media of communication how you are using depends on the classroom situation, and the selection of the medium is directly related to the nature of message that you wanted to convey. Is it academic or non-academic or administrative message, right? Next. Structured classroom communication can be categorized as in group communication. Structured is a classroom. Structured means a classroom communication, which is a small group communication. Small group communication. For effective communication inside a classroom, a teacher should embark upon listener analysis. In the offline classroom, you can find the people. They'll stare at like this only. They'll see the teacher like this only. When you go and do like this in front of them, they will not respond. Means they are, by opening eyes, they are sleeping. Means teacher, when he is standing on the dais in front of the students, he must observe the students. Who is yawning, who is sleeping, who is nodding their heads like this, and who is observing, who is attentively listening. That is his duty. Actually, that is his duty. Right? Next, communication skills of a students can be improved by exposure to the new technology, fostering a critical thinking, Discriminant use of vocabulary. Discriminant use of the vocabulary. You can just see communication skills of the students can be improved by exposure to the new technologies. Correct na? Exposure to the new technologies. Means previously we don't have access to smartphone. Due to that, skills of the communication, people are getting improvised. People used to even think much for talking on a call. Now they are making a video call. Means communication skill with a social interaction got increased. So that's exposure to the new technology. Next, fostering a critical thinking. Critical thinking means your thought process. Thought process of the students, when you develop their thought process, critical thinking ability, when you are making them to go for a reflective level of understanding, automatically that will improvise the skill. Discriminant use of vocabulary. Discriminant doesn't mean making a partiality and all. Discriminant means at appropriate use of the vocabulary, the words and the language and the punctuation at a proper places. Right? Next, successful communication inside the classroom depending upon. Successful communication inside the classroom. Describing the theme. Today I am going to discuss the communication unit number 3 UGC NET, unit number 4 communication, paper 1 UGC NET exam. That is my theme. When I describe my theme, I clearly written in the thumbnail. That is why you have seen that you require a communication topic, you are attending the live class now. So describing a theme. Use of persuasive words and phrases. Use of persuasive words and phrases. There I have written breakthrough revision means you are going to break through with a JRF only. Sida you are going to land on the JRF zone. That's what. Use of persuasive means influensive words, influensive phrases which are required. Clarity in explanations offered. Now you are attending the class. You have to tell whether you are getting a clarity in the concepts or not which I am explaining. Right? Next is that if a teacher consider his or her students ill-informed means misinformed. 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 Teacher's behavior is described as an pluralistic ignorance. Pluralistic ignorance. So if a teacher consider his or her students ill-informed, teacher's behavior is described as an pluralistic ignorance. Means don't ignore your mistake if you committed in the classroom. Two sets will be there. Either you can ignore if that is not much important. You can ignore it. You should not ignore, you should intimate them again in the next classroom or in some way you need to communicate to them. This is what I have done a mistake, wrongly informed to you and wrongly explained to you, I am communicating now. These are the two ways you can do. Pluralistic means double stand you can take it. Next, communication begins usually with pictures in mind. Correct now? So now today I am going to propose to a girl who is my dream girl. So dream girl means you in your mind something picture is there now. Before you are going to meet and see that girl for the first time, you are having a clarity picture in mind. So every communication have a proper picture in mind. You are going to sit in the examination or you are going to write tomorrow exam. Acha, my examination center is going to be there like this. Computer will be coming and screen will be coming. I will be sitting at 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. That's how a clear-cut pictures in the mind will be the starting point of communication. Pictures in mind for every situation, for every context. Communication begins usually with that, and the key to the effective listening by the student in classroom are empathetic learning. Empathetic means be helpful to the students, be a problem solver to the students, being a teacher. And communicated message is considered as an social product. Once your information is communicated, then obviously that is a social product. Means it reached to many number of people who is there in the society. You got communicated it. So that becomes a people in their hand only. They will take and they will understand in that way. Right? Do hit a like button. Next, Semantic noise in classroom communication can be limited by avoiding the use of clinched jargon. What is clinched jargon? Semantic noise means multiple meanings or multiple understandings. Multiple understandings in classroom communication can be limited by avoiding the use of clinched jargons. Jargon means technical words. Too much technical words. Too much technical words. Heavy words. In the colonial world, the our big master is there now, who is our previous minister, UPA, Shashi Tharoor sir. His language is too much technical. We can't able to understand, right? So next, useful in overcoming the communication barriers in classroom are identifying the level of redundancy. Redundancy means a repetition. Redundancy means a repetition. So identifying the level of redundancy, more repetition also will get a boredom. And voice inflection, how you are talking. Voice inflection means the voice modulation, in how many ways you are talking to the people. Contextualizing means according to the situation. By voice inflection is a barrier. Sorry, voice inflection is a one way to avoid the barrier. And here identifying the level of redundancy. Level of redundancy, why to identify, you know? For the repetition also there is a level. Don't go beyond the too much repetition also will create a boredom. So you must restrict the level of redundancy. So to what extent you can speak or you can repeat the things. Next, skill of oration coupled with wit and humor makes a classroom communication compelling. Skill of oration means, what is oration? Even I need to check this word. Okay, formal speech. Right. I forgot some words by. Skill of oration coupled with humor makes the classroom communication. The way we speak. So skill of oration in the classroom communication, it must be formally a communication plus it must be in a humor. It attached by the humor also. Because humor is the one which will make the classroom more engaging manner. Otherwise it will create a monotonous or a one way of communication. Students will not enjoy much. There must be a humor also. Right? Next, it is preferable to start the classroom communication with anecdotes. Anecdote is nothing but storytelling. Storytelling comes under here. It is preferable to start the classroom with an anecdotes, means with a proper introduction, proper storytelling or some sort of stories that you need to bring, so that classroom will be in an engaged manner. Next is that a good classroom talk should help to develop the summary sentences. By usually help to develop a summary sentences means, after teaching a 1.5 hour class, student must be in a position to make his own summary. When he got that type of skill, he properly understood your lecture. That summary sentences development should be created by the teacher. That type of intellectual teaching or high level teaching or conceptual teaching is required. When you make them properly understanding of entire concept, automatically they will create their own summary. That is what I understood in the entire 1.5 hour. Right? Next is that a good written communication will have a intended purpose. Intended purpose means written communication. When a CEO is giving a circular to all the employees in the organization, when a girl is writing a love letter to a boy, intended purpose is very clear, because writing requires a purpose. Without purpose, no one will write. Dynamics of efficient communication, balancing interactive and static elements as well as brainstorming procedures, and understanding the learner's sociometry. Sociometry means capacity of interaction with others. Right? So here, understanding the learner sociometry and brainstorming procedure, as well as here balancing and interacting and static elements. Next, for impact of communication, the individual student must be considered as a product of common use. Impact of individual student must be considered as a product, because each and every individual in this classroom, they are treated as a product. I am using the each and every student for my communication, because for you only, for your understanding only I am developing, then that comes under here. And effective teachers normally attempt to identify the general characteristics of learners to communicate with them. Right? Effective teachers normally attempt to identify the general characteristics of learners to communicate with them. Right? That's about the 2020. Same I was thinking. Acha, only you people are Satya Harishchandra and you people are very clean and green. I am only the polluted person. No, I am only having polluted mind. Oh, bhai. There, still the points are there. Ruko. Who are going? Wait. Let me have water. Sorry. My dear Abhishek Sharma, Commerce Goals, Jyoti Kashyap, Vanilla, thoda ruko, I will give butterscotch to you. Ruko. 2019 December, the concept of proximal development reduced to educational communication was developed by Lev Vygotsky. By concept of proximal development, zone of proximal development, with the help of a teacher, without help of a teacher, what a student can do. That comes under this zone of proximal development, which is given by the Lev Vygotsky. The factor which affects the teaching in a positive learning environment in an institution is called as a positive reinforcement. When the teacher is conducting a test, some student perform well, they will get a positive reinforcement because they topped in the exam. And some students are not topped, or they got very less marks, they will get a negative reinforcement, which is a type of punishment to them. Instructional communication in the distance education mode is structured and interactive. By distance education is not unstructured, it is more of structured in nature, and it is also interactive, but it is interactive only to the distance education people, but not like a regular education mode. The distance interaction will be on the distance mode only, it will be there. They will be having a digital media to communicate. More of digital platforms are there to communicate. Right? Digitally they will be interactive in nature. The pitch of the teacher's voice in the classroom is described as an paralinguistic communication. Paralinguistic communication is nothing but a voice modulation. Voice modulation comes under here. Right? Next. Sir, I need chocolate flavor. Yes, total mix. For you, special thing. Chocolate, butterscotch, vanilla, all the things. Mix karke ek flavor aata na, that I will give to you. Your part is that only. The components of paralanguage communication includes voice, emphasis and impression. By paralanguage means, look at my voice, my emphasizing on the words, important, verbal signposting, how I am stressing the words, how I am impressing the words, How I am stressing on the words, emphasizing or giving a more expression to that words. Means the way we need to spell, out the things is also will make a paralinguistic communication, which is an paralanguage or a voice modulation. Right? Fleeting changes that occur in a facial expression in teacher in a classroom are described as an micro momentary. Fleeting changes means small. You can look at these small changes which the teacher is doing. Now eyebrow is heading like this, and eye expression is increasing, decreasing, and he's giving us sudden expression, slow expression, speed expression like this. Those are uncontrollable changes in a person when he is communicating, whether he is a teacher or any person. Some changes which are happening in the facial expression are uncontrollable in nature, that we cannot control. Is comes under the micro momentary movements. Fleeting changes, we call them as fleeting changes, right? We call them as fleeting changes. Next, expressive communication is driven by encoder's personality characteristics. Encoder is the one who is framing a message. Who frames a message is called as an encoding. Encoder's personality characteristics. Because if I am framing a message, based on my personality, the expression is going to differ. How I will communicate may be differ. How other person will communicate the same message will differ. Because that depends on the who is framing the message, who is expressing the message. Right? Next one is that mini summaries at the end of the classroom are called as an verbal signposting. I already told you, teach entire class. At the end, last 5 minutes, give the summary. When you are in a position to give the summary, that is called as an verbal signposting. Verbal signposting means just recapping the same whole lecture in a short form. And signs are considered as a secondary product of channelization. Actually, this is a vague statement. Signs means a non-verbal communication, like a signs, symbols, logos, all these are, they are saying product of channel. By using which channel you are using, that will be the base for using the signs. Suppose if you are using the WhatsApp as social media, there the emojis are called as in signs, and you are using a direct YouTube or a Zoom type, there the hand raising emojis also will be there. That is a channelization. By way of that networking channels also you are using these signs, and by direct interaction you are hand raising, and these are signs. That is also direct way of channel. So based on the channel you are getting the signs, right? Next is that in the classroom communication process, signs derive a meaning throughout the network of interrelations. Communication process, signs derive a meanings through network of interrelations. By network of interrelation means integration of many things under the one. Integration of the things. Because until you connect these signs and the meanings, properly alignment is done, then we will not have the meaning of it. So the signs should be the whatever the symbols or signs are there now, that has to be properly matched, then only we can have the integration of the meanings or the interrelation, we can create it. Right? And communication in the classroom takes place at a superficial level. Communication in the classroom takes place. Superficial means academic in nature. Personal level means suppose superficial is an academic in nature. Superficial level. So more of subjective discussion inside the classroom that will happen. And 3 levels will be there. Superficial level, personal level, validating level. In the validating level, what happens, sharing the beliefs. This is a surfacial level which you are making only academic interaction. Whereas validating level, validating level of communication. In this validating level, more about the changing the belief. Changing about the beliefs. You will interact with the teacher. You know, sir, usually in my life, I don't trust the people. And usually in my life, I don't like the people who lie to me. I don't like the people who is doing this type, that type, because I'm not that kind of a person. That is changing your belief. Changing your belief, your opinion with the teachers, which is at a validating level. You are trying to get a validity for your opinion in front of your teacher. Comes under the validating level. Whereas personal level is that personal level. Personal level is that personal level. What is personal? Personal is going into the depth of the teacher. Personals. Sir, are you married? Ma'am, are you married? Are you single? Aisa. Thoda. Mirchi masala will be into the personals of the teachers. Comes under here. Validating means exchanging the beliefs and opinions about the how the weather is there, how the weather today economy is falling down, nowadays floods are more, how we need to control this one. This is a general talk, which is quick revision with a single liners, logical reasoning, which is a unit number 6 of the UGC NET paper 1. All right, if everybody is ready, please give your attendance. Good evening. Let's move ahead, guys. Logical reasoning. First, in the first 20 or 15 minutes, you get ready for a factual details. You must use your memory to remember all the factual details which I am going to tell you in the beginning of this session, because at the end you will feel bored for this. So that's why I kept the all important factual details in the beginning only. So as much as possible, when I am telling the factual details, try to type it in the chat box so that your memory will be remembered. And the same question, if it comes, or the same type of factual details, if it is asking in the exam in a different way, you will be in a position to answer that question. Right? Done. Mahatma Gandhi is called as a father of the nation. Yes, obviously, by this is a universal statement or universal truth statement. If you see the same statement in the logical form, that is universal affirmative in nature, because this is speaking about all, which is a quantitatively universal in nature, and affirmative means it is a positive in nature. Affirmative means it is positive in nature. Right? Next, a nature of logical argument. Argument always, either it will be a valid argument or it could be an invalid argument. Argument can be valid and invalid. Whereas proposition or a statement or a premises can be true or false, but argument will be valid or invalid situation. This is many a time the same question got asked. And here quantity and quality, AEIO of the categorical proposition is to decide the mood. In order to decide the mood of the mood and figure is there now. In order to decide mood only, we must see the AEIO quantity and quality. That is, if I can say like this, A, E, I, O. This total 4 categories will be deciding mood of the particular statement. Mood of the particular statement. Whereas figure will be decided by what? The position of middle term. The position of middle term. Figure will be decided by, that is this. 4 figures are there now. Figure number 1, 2, 3, 4. That will be decided by position of the middle term in the subject and predicate, where it is placed. Right? So here mood will be decided by A, E, I, O. These are the 4 categories of syllogism we are having. Mood as well as figure, both combinedly we should take this into consideration, then only we can finalize anything. Alright, bye. Let's come back to the single liner. Now, between two universal propositions having the same subject and predicate but differing in quality is called as an contrary. What it is? Two universal propositions. By two universal means A as well as E. Yes. Having the same subject and predicate. Differing in quality. Quality means this is positive in quality, affirmative. This is negative in quality. So they both are differing in quality, but both are quantitatively universal in nature. This is called as an contrary relationship. This is called as an contrary relationship. Alright. This is called as an contrary relationship. Next, two of the following are related in such a way that they cannot both be true. They cannot both be true, but they can be false together. Means this A and E are both cannot be true together. If A is true, E will be doubtful. That will be obviously false. But if A is false, E will be true. Like that it will be contrary. Means both can be having a false situation, but both cannot be true situation. If A is true, there is impossible to become E is also become true. So this is not possible. Both cannot be true. But if A is false, there is a high possibility that E will be either true or false also. Doubtful situation. Right? Doubtful situation. In such case, both false together is possible, but both true together is not possible in the contrary relationship. In the contrary relationship, both true together is not possible. All men are honest, no men are honest is the example. Earth exists either through the blind chance or through inner necessity or through an external cause. Earth exists either through blind chance or through inner necessity or through an external cause. So this is usually a universal statement which is given over here. And theories and philosophers who given the theories. By you need to type the same thing in the chat box. I request you to epistome and doxa given by Plato, potential and actual being given by Aristotle, and Vyavaharika and Paramatmik which is Sankara, and rational and actual being which is Hegel properties. These are rational and actual is a Hegel properties. These are the theories and the respective philosopher. We need to memorize the things. We need to memorize. Right? Next. Philosophers and concept, phenomenon and noumena which is Kant, and potential and actual being Aristotle already discussed, mind and body dualism which is Descartes, and primary and secondary abilities Locke, primary and secondary abilities Locke, and knowledge and recollection given by Plato. Knowledge is either analytical Knowledge is a recollection which is given by Plato. Knowledge is either analytic or synthetic which is Hume. And knowledge is synthetic a priori which is Kant. Here also Kant is there. Here also Plato is there. Where it is? Here the Plato. Plato is here. Epistome and doxa. Right? And here knowledge is a perception and perception is knowledge which is Berkeley. Berkeley has given knowledge is a perception and perception is a knowledge. By you just try to remember these things. Try to remember this thing, because if you go into the details of it now, this is not the right time to go into the details and understand each theory. Just try to remember the theory as much as possible. Some people don't like this type of ratta marna, but still, when we don't have something in our hand, we should do as much as possible to take into our hand. That is the only thing I am trying to do it. In a proposition which is a particular affirmative, neither the subject nor the predicate is distributed. This is particular affirmative means some situation. Some, which is a I proposition. I proposition, neither the subject nor predicate means we know very well what is that. What is our trick to remember? Our trick to remember the distributed, undistributed. A, S, E, B, I and OP. This is not my trick, right? I didn't invented this one. I am just following it. So this is all statements, only subject will be distributed. In E statements, both will be distributed. Both subject as well as predicate, both will be distributed, right? In I statement, none will be distributed, n, none will be distributed, means both subject and predicate, none will be distributed, means both are undistributed in nature. And in O is, in O type of statement, here predicate only distributed, means subject will be undistributed over here, right? So that's what the categorization over in the AS, EB, IN, OP, right? Now based on this, a preposition which is particular affirmative, which is I, neither a subject nor predicate is distributed. Are you getting the point? Neither the subject nor predicate, none will be distributed, means both are undistributed in nature. All the knowledge is a recollection, it is true on a certain account. All men by the nature desire understanding. Is it correct? All men by the nature desire understanding. As per the above, all knowledge is a recollection. If this is true on certain account, then all men by the nature of understanding is also true on certain account. That's how the relationship between the two statements, right? Next, when I look deep into myself, I always stumble with one perception. or another. I can never catch myself, and self is a logical presupposition of all knowledge. Therefore, the concepts like substance and person cannot be applied to it. They are speaking about a one simple example which is given there. Look at, when I look deep into myself, means I am thinking about myself. I always stumble with a one perception or another, and I can never catch myself because I am not in a position to recognize myself. I cannot able to perceive myself in a logical way. It is myself is nothing but the knowledge that I am having, or else the concepts like a substance and person cannot be applied to it, because we know the concept of substance, but we cannot apply it to it in a practical way, even though we know about it, even though we are having a knowledge about it. Different communities exist independent of one another. But jointly somehow they give the idea of communitarian life of a society. Different communities exist independent of one another, because one community, other community may not be depending on each other, but jointly somehow they give an idea of communitarian life of a society. Means everybody communicating each other, but they are not depending on each other. That's what the funda. Now deduction proceeds from universal to particular. Deduction will be proceeding, and particular to universal is an inductive process. All right. Now analogies. What do you mean by analogy? Analogy means a comparison first. Analogy means a comparison. So comparison, newspaper in a press, cloth mill. What is this actually? In a printing press, newspaper will be printed. In a mill, in a cloth mill also, the cloth will be printed, or cloth will be produced. Dog, kennel, mouse, hole. So dog will be going through with a kennel, mouse will be coming through with a hole. Hen and chick, cow and calf. Hen will be having a chick and cow will be a calf. And darkness, lamp, thrust, water. With a water you can fulfill the thrust, and with a lamp you can fulfill the darkness, means you can come into the light. Good evening. Hello Bharti. Hello Hina. What is that? Hina? Here to learn. Poptic. Next. Worse, bad, doting, fond. So this is just a comparative words. Worse means a bad, synonyms. Doting means a fond, which is fond of something which you are likely to. Now pairs of analogies again. Assign a lot. Similar. Mend and repair. Mend means it is like repairing something or rectifying something. Length, meter. Meter is in the form of length, whereas kilogram is a mass. And hospital. In the hospital, doctor will be there. Office is in office, clerk will be there. Key for lock and password is a code. Lock for that key is required to open. For the code is a password. And here lizard, reptile. Lizard will be having reptiles and eagle is a bird, whereas lizard is a reptile. And tennis, in court you will play the tennis. And skating in rink. In rink you will play the skating. And bull, cow, wizard and witch. Bull is a cow and wizard is a witch. And botany, plant. Hematology, blood. Blood is related to hematology, plant is related to botany. These are total, the comparisons are kich comparisons. The same thing will not be repeated. Something will come in the exam directly where you need to understand that particular small term. If it really comes in the exam, then again you need to understand the meaning behind it in your own language, then try to match it. Bas. Right? That's how it is. And here features of Aristotelian syllogism. It is only deductive and formal. It is only deductive and formal in nature. Deductive and formal. Because Aristotle's syllogism is more of syllogism itself is deductive in nature. Syllogism itself is a deductive in nature. Syllogism never talks about the inductive. It is usually referred as an deductive. The major and minor terms stand apart in the premises and it is verbalistic in nature. Means orally we can able to prove these things. Orally these are having a substantiability. Right? Kindly hit a like button, guys. In the figure of categorical syllogism, quantity, quality determine the mood of the syllogism. In the moods and figure, just now I told you AEIO will decide the mood of the figure. That is universal and particular statement, which is quality and quantity will decide the mood. Figure is decided by the middle term position. Figure is decided by the middle term position. Based on quantity, quality, moods of the statement differed as an affirmative or negative. So here based on the quantity and quality, moods of the statements. Moods of the statement means whatever the statements are given, I will be in a position to categorize them as an whether positive or negative easily. Positive or negative, I can easily categorize them. All girls are cheaters. This is what mood it is. It is all girls are cheaters is a positive sentence which is speaking about the quantity all, and cheaters I didn't use the negative word which is affirmative in nature. Universal affirmative means A. Universal affirmative means A it is. Right. And no girls are intelligent. If I say this one, no is a negative and no is an universal and no girls are intelligent is a negative form. That is universal negative form. So like that we will be in a position to conclude. Next, arrange in a sequence the theory of causality. This is also asked in recent exam. Theory of causality given by Aristotle. In this, the material cause will be a first one. After that, formal cause, efficient cause, final cause. Material, formal, efficient, final cause. Material, formal, efficient and final cause is a sequence of theory of causality of Aristotle. Next, human reason has a particular fate that it reaches at a stage where it can neither answer certain question nor it can ignore such questions. Human reason has this particular fate. So this is actually a universal truth. Whether someone will agree or not, human is having a particular fate where every human will reach to a particular position where it can neither having answer to all questions. Obviously, by no human is having a capability to have the answer for all questions, and sometimes they cannot ignore such questions or they cannot ignore all the questions because they wanted to answer. But sometimes they will not be having an answer. It is limited knowledge. We are having a limited knowledge. We are not the dictionaries. We are not the missions to say or to give the answer for every question. Next, human reason by its own nature, it is not competent to solve certain questions concerning the ultimate reality. Yes, we don't have a capability to solve all questions that are there in the world. That is the reality which is existed, ultimate reality. We are not competent enough to solve certain questions. We can solve only certain questions. We cannot solve certain questions. There are impossibilities and restrictions are there. And next, in terms of the relationship match, frown and pain. Frown will give you pain, or from the pain frown will come. And a smile means out of the joy you will get a smile. Out of the joy you will get a smile. Out of the pain you will get a frown. Means frown is a type of sad feeling. Smile is a type of a happy feeling. Two propositions are given below. All philosophers are fallible. Hegel is not fallible. Don't try to look at the meaning of what is this fallible in the exam. None of our business. The important point here is that in what proposition, what they are asking actually. We are very much careful, or we are very much intelligent in the exam. We will try to identify the meaning for this. By meaning का कोई फायदा नहीं है. Identifying the meaning is not at all required here. We must understand the relationship that is existed over here. All philosophers are fallible. Hegel is not fallible. So they are speaking about all and some not. All and some not. What it is? The relationship is ulta relationship, which is contradictory in nature. Right? Which is contradictory in nature. Next, two propositions are given below. Some animals are fierce. Here also, fierce meaning is not required for us. We are not interested in it. Some animals are not fierce. So here the relationship is I is the statement number 1 and O is the some not, which is statement number 2. The relationship that existed exactly between the two particular things is called as a sub-contrary. Alright, it is a sub-contrary relationship existed. In universal negative proposition, means E. In universal negative proposition, the terms are distributed, both the terms are distributed. That is A, S, E, B, I, N, O, P. We know very well. So here we are talking about a universal negative, which is E. Both, B, means both will be distributed. Predicate and subject. Substance is always the subject of all predicates. Substance is a self-existence and self-conceived. What do you mean by substance, which is actually existed? Substance means something which can be, I would say this substance exact meaning, wait, I will show you. Subject is actually a physical matter which is existed with the properties. We can able to define the properties or the characteristics, right? So that is self-existed and self-conceived. We no need to explain anything. They are self-explanatory one. The salt on the table has iodine. Sentence cannot fit into the AEIO framework. Why it cannot? Because the salt on the table has iodine. What we are indicating? Actually, is it all or none or some not? What it is indicating? This is not indicating any of the AEIO framework. This is general or a usual statement. It is usual statement. God is great because he does great things. Wah. This is a fallacy of petition principle. There is a one example which I given in the class of the fallacies, that is, I didn't vote him because he can't win in the election. He can't win in the election. That is why I didn't vote him. That's how. Argument is petition principle. Circular, then and there. Circular argument. Next is that everyone believes that there is a soul. You should also believe it as a fallacy, which is ad populum. Bandwagon fallacy. Right? Everyone believes that there is a ghost. Or else everybody believes that there is a soul. You should also believe it. That is ad populum, bandwagon effect. Appeal to mass, bandwagon effect, or else ad populum, whatever the name that you call. It is indicating like majority are going in one way, I will also go. Like goats will follow, no? Goats will follow their line. Right? Planets are big, therefore the atoms from which they are also big. This is a fallacy of division. This is a fallacy of division. So this watch is an expensive, assume, not expensive, just for the example. This watch is an expensive. So every part of this is an expensive? No, boy, only the battery might be expensive. Only the sensor might be expensive. Who knows? So that we need to identify. Based on the big thing, you cannot count about the small things. Based on the whole, you cannot say about the particular things also. Right? Great, officer. Super. Next, some teachers are not sincere is an example of particular negative. Some teachers are not sincere. For the teaching exam, itna bada statement, why they given? Particular negative, that is why it is particular negative. So because not is mentioned, this is a O statement. O statement. Particular means only some they mention, not all teachers. So every teacher should think that you are not under this. Some men are not married. Some men are not married because they didn't find the girl. The predicate is distributed because I. Sorry, O. Statement is O. In the O, predicate distributed. OP, right? Predicate distributed, subject is undistributed. Have you stopped telling lies? Is an example. Fallacy of complex question. Have you stopped telling lies? You say yes. That means previously you were telling lies. 2 answers. 1 question, 2 answers. 1 hit, but 2 birds will come. That comes under here. Have you stopped telling lies means fallacy of a complex question. 1 question give a multiple answer. Have you stopped telling lies means if you say yes, you stop. Previously you were telling lies. If you say no, still you are telling lies. Like that. Next one is that guys, do hit a like button, guys. All Indians eat rice. Some Indians eat rice are example of subalternation. All and some. That is A, I. All and some. Which is subalternation. Truth downwards, false upward. Doubtful. Truth downwards, usually false upward. And she is very caring and cooperative. Statement expresses information, use of language. She is very caring and cooperative. Statement expresses information. Just information only. She is very caring and cooperative. NTA or the board of exam can use he also. No? He is also very caring. In majority cases, he actually. Okay? No problem anyway. Mr. X is an penniless. Means he don't have a money. Mr. X is penniless. He don't have a money. Therefore, he should be preferred for the admission to the college. Petition principle. This is like, ad miscordium, which is appeal to pity. Sir, I didn't prepare well for the exam and I have 2 kids and I have my husband also to take care. My mother-in-law is also there to eat my brain. Everything is there. In spite of all this, I couldn't able to prepare for the exam. So I didn't got the JRF or the NET. So please give me admission. I saw. Ad miscordium, appeal to pity. Options which does not belong. Option which does not belong to the class of other 3. That is neurologist, cardiologist and gynecologist. Alchemist is different and gynecologist, neurologist, cardiologist is different. But alchemist, who is alchemist? Who is alchemist? Philosopher, right? I believe it is philosophy related. Chalo, let's take it. Whatever it is, but remaining 3 things are related to health and they are specialists in their health. But this alchemist is different. Some animals are not harmful. O statement. Particular negative proposition. X is wrong. Mr. X is wrong. What he said, because he is undisciplined by nature. Ad hominem, against the man and personal attack fallacy. Mr. X is wrong because in what he said, because he is undisciplined by nature, in personally. So actually, rather than arguing on the argument, you are going in personal and attacking him. I know about you. You are like this only. So now, a personal attack is called as an ad hominem. A personal attack is called as an ad hominem that often contrary to the rational argument. Rational argument is that you must argue in the context. Right? When the girl found or a boy found that girl is starting with some other boy, boy found that. So boy has to argue upon the chat to whom you are doing, with whom you are doing, or to whom you are texting, why this much late you are doing, why late night calls, why you are every time on social media, why all. You should question on the context or argument. If you are going, I know about you, you are since the beginning like this only, then that will be a fallacy, ad hominem. You are going in personal attack rather than the argument, rational argument you are losing, and you are going in undisciplined by nature, and they'll give a fallacy. Right? Next. No television is a computer. Yes. Some television are not computer. Yes. According to square of opposition, this is E, this is O. It's an subalternation. Yes, by E, O. Subalternation. Truth downwards, false upwards. And subalternation. This is subalternation. A and I also subalternation. Right? Next, when the subject and predicate of both the premises is same, they differ only in quantity. They differ only in quantity, known as subaltern. Subject and predicate of the both are same, but they differ only in quantity. That is all some. So it is differed in quantity, but subject and predicate wise both are same, means differed only quantity is a subalternation. Major premise is that no squares are rectangles, E statement. All rectangles, A statement. Some circles are not. This is what statement it is? O statement. So mood and figure, mood will be E, A, O. Sorry. Fifth point. By this is simply A and I, E and O. These two relationships are called as an subalternation. This A is an universal affirmative, but this is an particular affirmative. This is universal negative, particular negative. So they are quantitatively, this subalternative are differ. They are differed in quantity only, but quality wise they are same. AI are same and EO are same quality wise. They differ only in quantity. Next. And deductive argument is invalid if premises all are true but a conclusion is false. Because why it is invalid? In deductive reasoning, when all the premises are true, conclusion must be true. There is no possibility to escape from the conclusion to become true. So it is impossible to become false when all the statements are true. It is impossible because necessarily the conclusion has to follow from the premises only. It should not escape from there. A cluster of proposition with a structure that exhibits some reference, some inference is called as an argument. A cluster of proposition with a structure exhibits some inference is called as an argument. Identify the argument which involves a leap from the known to unknown is an inductive, because known is a particular thing, unknown is a general thing. So from moving from a known to unknown is an inductive argument. Inductive argument. right? Inductive argument. Next, the argument which claims that its conclusion is supported by its premises conclusively is called as a deductive argument. When the argument conclusively 100% supported from the premises is called as a deductive argument. It must be necessarily has to follow the premises only. Two propositions are contradictory when truth of one will falsify the other, that is A and O, E and I, contradictory, right? The instances a deductive argument is invalid when its premises are true but the conclusion is false. Deductive argument is invalid when its premises are true but a conclusion is false. So here already this point and this point almost one and the same, not almost, same it is, but they appeared in different question. Jyoti, you are having a dislike button now. Please do hit that one. For you type of people only it is. For you type of people only it is. You can hit a dislike button. Hit first. Even I am also feeling you are very, Ajib. Sida will become assistant professor. Behwakoof. Look at inductive argument proceeds from particular to universal. Here truth of premises may not always in the conclusion, because conclusion only probability. You must stand here. Then if any student tells you like your teaching is very ajib, by already many students are watching already. Who are you? You can get out of the class. So the reasoning which would be helpful in seeking new knowledge of facts about the world is inductive in nature, which is particular to universal again and known to unknown. So the relation that exists between the premises and conclusion is a logical necessity. This is what I am saying. Suppose two true statements are there, conclusion must be true, or this is a valid situation. This is valid situation. An example of correct deductive argument. There are 24 CDs on the top shelf of my bookcase and 14 on the lower shelf. First statement is that 24 CDs on the top shelf of my bookcase, 14 on the lower shelf, and there are no other CDs in my bookcase. Therefore, there are 38 CDs in my bookcase. How? Because 24 plus 14, how much? 24 plus 14, 38 total. Count. Leave it. Come back, guys, please. Let it be. I feel even this type of people not even eligible to become a teacher. Ignore about assistant professor. Chalo. This is 38 is coming, right? In valid deductive argument, if the premises is true, the conclusion must be true. This is keep on repeating by same statement. How many PYQs are there on that? Validity in logical reasoning refers to relationship between the premises and conclusion. So validity is indicating when all the premises are true. When all the premises are true, conclusion must be true. This is a valid situation. But there is also valid situation will come. That is another case where the conclusion even true, but sometimes the false conclusion, where the premises even true, conclusion will be false. This will be a weak, or this will be, I would say, this is valid but not strong. Achha, strong and weak, cogent, uncogent. That will be deductive. Okay. Let it be. Tenth point. So 10th point is actually, Shalini, first they stated there are 24 CDs on the shelf. Later they stated 14 CDs are in the lower shelf. Now the conclusion is that 38 CDs total, na? 24 plus 14, how much? 38 will come, right? So that comes under here, which is a conclusion. Guys, please concentrate. ठीक है? Even I am getting distracted. Please come back. So validity, logical reasoning refers to the relationship between the premises and the conclusion only. That is true and false. The following statements are correct with respect to truth and validity. Now look at this last two statements which are most important for our examination perspective. Truth and falsity are the attributes of individual property. This is a 2021 question also, even I believe recently we solved, na? Truth and falsity are attributes of individual propositions, means individual statements. Validity, invalidity are the arguments. So validity, invalidity is speaking about the arguments, whereas truth and false is speaking about the individual statements. When we say truth and false, now that is only applicable for the statements. Validity, invalidity applies to argument. This is a repeated PYQ. Next, among the following, which one of the following argument is rooted in the empirical investigation, that is inductive? Among the following, which one of the following arguments is rooted in the empirical investigation? Empirical means observable. Observation is the base for inductive, because from the observation only everything will start. From the observation, slowly hypothesis. From the hypothesis, making and theory. So this is moving from a general, so particular to general, which is of inductive in nature. Small observation to general conclusions. Truth and falsity attributable to proposition, yes. And when the conclusion of argument follows its premises necessarily, then the argument is called as a deductive. This is again repeated. Now one example is given. Every law is an evil. For every law is an infraction of liberty. Every law is an evil. For every law is an infraction of liberty. This above is an argument. Why it is an argument? Because this is about the validity of the law we are speaking, and first we will decide whether these two statements are true or not. If these two statements are true, then we can give the one conclusion, right? But here the conclusions are not provided, only two statements are provided. Every law is an evil. For every law there is an infraction. For every law, this is an reason for this. For every law is an infraction of liberty. Means by giving this type of strong reason, you are substantiating that the statement which you given, that is every law is an evil, because of what? It is having infraction of liberty, that is why it is evil in nature. So you are trying to argue, and here reasoning from specific case to general conclusion is known as inductive logic. Reasoning from specific to general, that is again common, same statement, 14th and 18th. Under which of the following conditions argument it may be valid? By look at this last and final statement, which is 19th one, most important. When its conclusion and premises are true. When its conclusion, premises true, conclusion also true. Okay, 1. Even when its conclusion or one or more of its premises is false. Premises true or false, conclusion is true. Premises false or true, conclusion is true. In all these cases, it is valid in nature. This is what I was trying to tell you before also. This is what? Both the two premises, conclusion is true. One of the false premises, still the conclusion is true. One of the false premises, still the conclusion is true. Then in such all these three cases, argument is treated as a valid argument in the deductive process. Right? Next, previous year question single liners. Again same. Please do hit a like button if you haven't hit a like button till now. So in logical reasoning, square of opposition, we are having a E, I, O. A is an all, no is an E, some is an I, some not is an O. So these are the universal affirmative, universal negative, particular affirmative, particular negative. A, E, I, O in a logical reasoning. A, other names of A, all, each, every, any, and which is Ram, which is singular is also by. This is singular. When it is noun, this is also comes under the all statement. Remember this point, because many a times you will make a mistake. Even sometimes NTA is also giving a wrong answer, because when it is singular, they are treating that as a sum. There are previous year questions of 2020 where they are treated as a sum also, and they given as wrong. They given as an wrong. So E is an no, never, none. E other names are no, never, none. I is few, some, certain, most, many. Most is also not A. Remember this. Most is some, many is also some, almost is also some. So these three are confusing words. Most, many, almost. Usually out of our excitement now, usually we will make it as A, which is wrong. Some not, hardly, which is O. Some not and hardly, which is O. Now, contrary, contradictory, subcontrary, subalternation. Let us look into all these four. Right? All these four. Contradictory means it's a statement between the A and O, whereas E and I. So both are contradictory to E. If this is true, then this will be false. If this is false, this will be true. True, false, false, sorry, true, false, like this. Ulta relationship. Truth of one will become falsify the other. Truth of one is denial of the other. When the subject and predicate both are same, when the subject and predicate both are same, but they differ in quality, quantity, means universal to particular, positive to negative, universal to particular, negative to positive. So they differ. Contradictory differs both in quality as well as quantity. It will differ in both. Now contrary statement is in between A and E. A and E. This is about all, this is about no. Right? Between the universal only. So both are universal, but one is positive, one is negative. Quantity wise same. Quantity same, but quality different. Correct now? They differ in quality. Quantity wise same, but they differ in quality. Right? Subcontrary. Subcontrary is an opposite to the contrary. So here I and O will come. The relationship between the I and O. Some not. Some not. Same. Quantity same. Particular only. But the particular positive, particular negative. So quantity wise it is same. Quantity wise same, quality wise differ. Subalternation. Subalternation is an A and I, E and O. Right? So this is between the universal to particular, particular to universal to particular. But this is quantity wise differ, whereas quality wise same, because both are positive, negative, negative. Quality wise same, quantity wise universal to particular you are coming. That comes under the subcontrary. Yes. False upward, truth downward. Truth downward in the subalternation. Alright guys, this is about the false upward. Alright. Next, Indian logic concerned with the pramanas. Pramanas means the way we can bring the truth or the way we can achieve the knowledge. As per Nyaya, there are 4 types of pramanas. 4 types of pramanas. Apramas also there. But pramanas are 4. Pratyaksh, Anumana, Upmana, Shabda. Pass. PAUS. Right. As per the Nyaya itself, 2 apramas are also there. Apart from this, 2 apramas are Atapati, Anupalabdhi. Atapati, Anupalabdhi is also there. Pratyaksh, Anumana, Upmana, Shabda are pramanas. 2 apramas are Atapati and Anupalabdhi. Pramanas are usually valid source of knowledge. Valid source of knowledge. These are invalid source of knowledge. Atapati and Anupalabdhi is an invalid source of knowledge. Next, as per Mimamsa school, it is 6 types. That is, Purv Mimamsa, Uttar Mimamsa is there. There, apart from these 4, this Atapati and Anupalabdhi is added by this Purv and Uttar Mimamsa only. Pratyaksh Pramana means a perception by using our sense of organs. Right? Anumana Pramana means a assumption, which is influence or a supposition. Inference is a anumana. Inference is a anumana, which is rooted invariably concomitance with a middle term. By middle term major term relationship is called as an what? Middle term major term relationship is called as an vyapti. So anumana purely based on this only. Anumana is purely based on vyapti only. If vyapti is there, then only we can talk anything about the anumana. Otherwise, no. Why by this much? Okay, carry on. Why you people even enter into the class? By we never requested to come and attend this type of sessions. You don't even come and don't demotivate us to like who are teaching in English, who are listening in English. English is also one language. It is not something coming from heaven, right? English is also like Hindi. We are also not talking much typical English because we don't have that much typical English. We have basic English. The preposition which is pratijna, the usual structure of anumana is an pun. Pun. Preposition is a pratijna. Ground, this is a reason which is hetu. On what basis you are arguing is hetu. And illustration is an udarana, example. Right. Application which is upanaya means a reaffirmation. Reaffirmation. And the conclusion is an nigamana. Conclusion is an nigamana. Conclusion is an nigamana. Pun. Ah, yes. Control, sir, control. What control by? No need to control anything actually. Pun is a technique that will follow this sequence of structure of anumana. By following these 5 stages only, we can able to get the inference and a proper knowledge by using a second stage of anumana called as a second stage of pramanas called as an anumana, which is an inference. Right? Reason is hetu. Proposition which is hypothesis is pratijna, which we have to prove it. South India, North India, kuch nahi bhai, ek hi India hai. I am living in. Kinds of anumana. Puravat, Seshavat and Samanyatradista. Puravat anumana which is previously. Puravat is about past. Sasavat is about remaining the future. Whereas Samanyatradista is a present and existed one which is a movement. Neither they will speak about the past nor they will speak about the future. So here it refers to the reasoning obtained from the cause to effect and inferring an unperceived effect from the perceived cause. Right? Their clouds are so it is going to rain based on the clouds. But this is here it is given ulta, is it? Cause from effect. Effect to cause. Cause to effect. Right? Puravat anumana, effect to cause. Sorry, cause to effect. So based on the clouds, you are inferring that rain is going to come. That means this is actually, wait. This is actually ulta written, na? Ulta written. Yes. I need to remove this one. This is actually future. This is actually the past. Effect to, because based on the effect we are going to identify the cause is the past. Seshavat is a past. And whereas Puravat is an effect. Here based on the cause we are going to infer the future which is effect. So that comes in. Samanyato Drishta is an inference, that inferential knowledge obtained through generalization of particular matter when inference is not based on the causation but on uniformity of coexistence. Means neither past nor future, and even this is not this will talk about the all together. The example is that sun and earth, right? Sun and earth. Neither a cause nor an effect. Neither a cause nor an effect, or neither a past nor a future, but usually coexisted, not based on the causation but uniformity of coexistence will be there. So sun and earth movement is there now. They are neither cause to each other. Actually, whether sun is rotating or earth is rotating is not known over here or not required over here, but both are moving, both are coexisted to each other. Both are coexisted to each other. There is no relationship, I would say. Correct. Movement is called as an Vrajya in Indian logic. Super Bhatti, nice. Which I given as a note, this one. Movement is called as an Vrajya. Ready? First of all, please give the attendance if you are ready, and do not forget to hit a like button. That is what attendance button that you attended this session. Chalo. First, the pramanas which are accepted by Vaiseshika philosophy are Pratyaksha and Anumana. We have a one table, right? In that Vaiseshika accepted Pratyaksha and Anumana. And not only Vaiseshika, Buddhism also accepted Pratyaksha and Anumana. Not only Vaiseshika, Buddhism is also accepted Pratyaksha and Anumana or inference. Second one, Indian philosophy, Nyaya philosophy advocate theory of extrinsic validity, and Mimamsa advocates a self-validity of knowledge. Extrinsic matlab in the Nyaya, what we'll do, we are trying to prove the knowledge in front of the others. For the others' sake, knowledge will be working. Means we are trying to make them understand. We are trying to prove everything for others' understanding. Whereas Mimamsa is full of self-validity, self-understanding, or Parartha Swartha is there. Na Swartha is of Mimamsa, Parartha is of Nyaya. Next, the sequential order of the Nyaya syllogism. We know very well this sequence is most important in the Indian logic. That is Pun, Pratijina, Hetu, Udaran, Upanayan, Nigamana. Upanayan, Nigamana. So Pratijina means the statement which is a hypothesis which required to be proved. And Hetu means a reason. Hetu means a reason, underlying reason. For what purpose this, there is a fire on the hill that we are telling. That is logical statement to be proved. Udaran means an example. And Upanaya means a reconfirmation or reaffirmation of the same statement that we told. And Nigamana means a final conclusion. Is comes under the Nigamana. Next, the sequential order of the Shabda. Shabda sequential order is that AYST. AYST, that is Akanksha, Yogyata, Sannidhi, Tatparya. Tatparya is a final meaning of the words which is spoken by the authenticated person or the source. Right? Next is that here, Nyaya philosophy is of deductive in nature and deductive inductive process with a deductive as well as inductive process. Both process, like from particular to general, general to particular it will go. And Nyaya school is of Abhava concept. Abhava is nothing but again here. Abhava, Nyaya school proposes Abhava concept. Abhava is also Abhava. By hold this point because Abhava is okay. Just hold that. To infer the rain in the past by perceiving a muddy in the water is called as an Sesavat Anumana. Here to infer a rain in the past by perceiving a muddy means effective to cause. Effective to cause is an Sesavat. Sesavat is about past. From the effect we are going back to the reason. Whereas Puravat is about future. Puravat is about future from the cause to effect. The fallacy of Hetobas is produced in the conclusion to the repudiation of Sadhya. Repudiation of Sadhya. Fallacy means error. Hetobas in Indian logic is called as an fallacy. The fallacy of Indian logic is called as an Hetobas, means a error. Error will come by what? So due to repudiation of Sadhya by Hetu. So we are rejecting the middle term by the major term. We are rejecting the middle term by the major term. Right? Next is that it is known as, when we are rejecting the middle term, it is known as Viruddha. Viruddha, Aviruddha. Aviruddha means acceptance of Hetu, which is one of the main characteristics. Viruddha means rejection of a Hetu. And the Hetu or a middle term contradict itself. Hetu or middle term, when it contradicts itself, that is sound is eternal because it is produced. This produced is This produced is a hetu which is getting contradicted with a sadhya. So the repudiation of sadhya by the repudiation of sadhya, sorry, this production of a is repudiated by or rejected by this sound which is a minor term. Sadhya is a minor term, right? So that is comes under here. Here produce, instead of proving the eternality of the sound, it proves the non-eternality, because whenever you produce then only it will come, otherwise it will not come. It will not come. Right? So golden mountain is fiery. There is nothing called as a golden mountain which is existed. This is subject matter itself is not there. Then that is called as an asraya asiddhi. Asraya asiddhi, that is comes under the golden mountain is fiery because it is smoky. This type of fallacy is called as an asraya asiddhi, because here the unfounded minor term, unexisted or not existed, unfounded minor term. Unfounded minor term, right? Wherever there is a smoke, there is a fire. So relationship between the middle term, that is hetu, middle term and the major term is called as an, middle and major term is called as an vyapti. Relationship between the middle term and major term is called as an vyapti. Next, the fallacy of the middle term not present in the minor term is called as an asiddha. Asiddha, look at, the middle term is not present in the minor term, and when middle term has to be present in the minor term, now that we call it as an paksha dharmata. We usually call it as an paksha dharmata. If paksha dharmata is getting rejected, or if the paksha dharmata is not getting valid, then in such case middle term will not be present in the minor term. That means violation of this paksha dharmata. That means that fallacy, whenever middle term is not present in the minor term, then unproved middle term becomes asiddha. It could be a asraya siddha, vyapatva siddha, and it could be another third one also there. Next, asraya siddha. Look at asraya siddha, vyapatva siddha. Asraya siddha, when the minor term unreal to the middle term. That is what I told here. Golden mountain, minor term is not real to the middle term. Golden mountain is fiery because it is smoky. This is asraya siddha. Minor term contradiction, unfounded minor term. Vyapatva siddha, conditioned middle term. The hill has a smoke because it has a fire. Vyapatva siddha is like, conditioned one. It is having a middle term condition has to be satisfied, then only that will become a proper one, otherwise it will be an error. There should not be any condition attached for the middle term to make it possible or to make it correct. So if it is present any condition, then that will become fallacy. That will become fallacy. Swarupa siddha, right? I forgot that one. Guys, do hit a like button. Kindly match the number of members and the likes. Different schools and concept. Abhava, which is a Nyaya philosophy. Abhava is related to Nyaya philosophy, but Abhava concept is there separately. Anupalabdhi is an Vedanta. There is another word other than Abhava, which somebody told in the chat box. There is an apoha word, which is an inference. There is an apoha word, which is an inference. In one of the questions, this got asked. Here only, Buddhism. This is even accepted, related to Buddhism, but the apoha is nothing but inference also, as per the Nyaya. Anupalabdhi is an Vedanta, and Syadvada is there in the Jainism. Syadvada is there in the Jainism. Right? Next, Nirvana. There are schools, different schools and concept. Nirvana is a concept which is there in the Buddhism school. And Nisresa is there in the Upanishad school. And Apavarga is there in the Jainism. Here Syadvada Jainism, here Apavarga Jainism. Moksha is an Sankhya philosophy. Moksha is an Sankhya philosophy. Okay. Next, wherever there is a smoke, there is a fire. There is a smoke in Mr. Verma's chamber. That means there must be a fire. This is simply till here there is a question, and must be a fire in the Mr. Verma chamber is a conclusion, which is an answer for that question whichever is given. So wherever there is a smoke, there is a fire. So there is a smoke in Mr. Verma's chamber. That means there is a fire in Mr. Verma's chamber. We can say indirectly. In accordance with Indian logic, Vyapti. Vyapti. In accordance with Indian logic, this is an example of Vyapti. So what is an example? Acha, that word got missed. 17 we can eliminate by, remove. In order to authenticate environmental values as advocated by our ancestors, as advocated by scholar cites examples from the Vedas, means they are telling from the Vedas or ancestors is nothing but trustworthy person they are trying to tell. From the proper trustworthy text only they are trying to take the example. So that is called as an Shabda, which is a verbal testimony. Orally, whenever some person, orally or else verbally some person is saying something which is a source is trustworthy source. Whether it is Bhagavad Gita, Quran, Bible or the Vedas, Upavedas, anything, that is a source of our history. So which is called as an Shabda, verbal testimony. The knowledge that we are gaining from the trustworthy sources. Right? Next, verbal testimony is an element of the trustworthy person. From the trustworthy person, trustworthy source also. It could be. It is not only from the person. It could be from the book. It could be from the Puranas also. And typical Aristotelian syllogism and technical names of Nyaya philosophy. Socrates is a mortal. This means this is the one which we require to be proved. Whether Socrates is a mortal or not. Which is a Pratijna. That is Pun. Because he is a. Because means a reason that is. This is the reason for this statement. Hetu. Whoever is a man is a mortal. This is an example. Trying to give an example which is Pythagoras. That is example Pythagoras is given. Udarana. And here Socrates is a man who is invariably mortal. Reaffirmation of the same statement over here. That is Upanaya. Reaffirmation or reconfirmation. Therefore Socrates is a mortal. Therefore Socrates is a mortal is a final conclusion that we got it. Right? So fire is cold because it is substance. By fire is cold because it is first itself it is wrong. Fire is never be cold. How the fire will be cold? So that itself, formation itself is wrong. That is Badita. Fire is cold because it is substance. Here the middle term substance. A thing or ingredient is there now. Substance. Is perceptively contradicted to the major term coldness. By when it is substance, this middle term is a substance. Actually fire never be a cold. It is already contradicted. And the substance is also contradicting to the major term, that is coldness. Fire is a, another one is there na. The hill has a smoke because it has a fire. It is a Vyapatva Siddha. The hill has a smoke because it has a fire. Can we say this? This we cannot say because here we are trying to infer what? The hill has a fire, we should say, because it has a smoke. In that way it is correct. But here misplacement of the middle term and major term happened. This has to come over here, this has to go there. Then only this is a correct statement. Otherwise it will become fallacy. The fallacy is that Vyapatva Asiddha. Vyapatva Asiddha is nothing but replacement of the middle term and major terms. Replacement of major term and middle term. Major term and middle term. That is Vyapatva Siddha. All knowable objects are nameable. There is a pot which is knowable. Therefore, pot is nameable. So, everything without any negative statement. No negative statement. That means Keval Anvayi. Keval Anvayi. When all are negative statement, Keval Vyatireki. Keval Vyatireki. Vyatireki means that is Keval Vyatireki when all the statements and conclusions are in a negative, not form. That is Keval Vyatireki. You can see. All things which have a smoke have fire. The hill has a smoke, therefore the hill has a fire. Till here it is Keval Anvayi. So no non-fiery, no is a negative. The hill has a smoke, therefore this is not non-fiery. This is totally a negative one, which means Keval Vyatireki. When this combinedly given in one form, that comes under the Anvay Vyatireki. When this positive plus negative became na, that will become Anvay Vyatireki, which is a third type of inference. Alright. Next, Asiddha is a fallacy when the middle term is unproved. When we can't able to prove this, here we can say Asiddha is there. Here we cannot prove the smoky in case of golden mountain because that itself is not there. And here Ashraya Siddha is there. And sound is eternal question also there. That is actually indicating, it is indicating unproved middle term is there, which is Asiddha fallacy. Asiddha is an fallacy when the middle term is unproved middle term, then that will become Asiddha fallacy. Fat Krishna Datta. Whenever this fellow comes now, Krishna Datta and another Datta is also there. Another Datta, I didn't remember. That Datta is there. So here Krishna Datta eats either during the day or at night time. So fat Krishna Datta does not eat during the day. Therefore, fat Krishna Datta might be eating at a night time. This is example of the Arthapati, which is an imagination or implication based on the some known thing. We are imagining about the other thing. Imagination, right? Imagination. Fat Krishna Datta eats either during the day or at night. Does not eat during the day, therefore eats during the night time. This is an example of implication, which is an Arthapati. Devdatta, sorry. Devdatta. Correct. Not devastating, it is Devdatta. Kindly hit a like button, by not matching. In terms of the Indian logic, this hill has a smoke which is invariably associated with a fire. This hill has a smoke which is invariably associated with a fire. That is a statement which is given. This is actually what? Reaffirmation of the thing. Reaffirmation or reconfirmation. Reaffirmation or reconfirmation comes under here. The application of universal concomitance to the present case, which is a Upanaya. Right? Next is that when the middle term is both positively and negatively related, that is Anvaya Vyatireki. Just now we have learned. Ashraya Asiddha, which is subject matter itself. Golden mountain is there, na? Same. Subject matter, that is minor term itself is unfounded minor term. Not existed even. Upamiti is defined as a knowledge of a relationship between the word and its denotation. Did you remember the example of her face looks like a moon in charmingness? What is the Upamiti in that? It's like a comparison, like comparison. Her face looking like moon in charmingness. Charmingness is an attribute that you compared. Charmingness is an attribute that you compared. Right? So it's an attribute that you compared. That is an attribute. Whereas her face is an subject over here. Then moon is an another one. With what you are comparing is a moon. So it is defined as the knowledge of a relationship between a word and its denotation. So here what is Upamiti? You have to tell. What is Upamiti? What is Upamiti? Upameyam, Upamiti. Moon is an Upamiti, is it? Brother of Upamana. By see the answer batao. Brother, sister, sister-in-law, brother-in-law, wife, sas, all these don't want. Answer please. Upamiti is what in this? Face is Upameyam. Great. Moon is Upamanam. Charmingness, which is an attribute, Upamiti. Yes. So this charmingness is an Upamiti. With what we are comparing? In charmingness only the attribute. The attribute is an Upamiti. And moon is an Upameyam. Her face is an Upamayam. Upameya, that is, sorry. Upamanam. Next, characteristics of the middle term. It must be in the minor term. There are 5 characteristics of the middle term or hetu. Middle term must be present in the minor term, which is called as an paksha dharmata, right? It must be present in all the positive instances, which is sapak satva. Sapak satva. It must not be present in all negative instances, or else it must be absent in all negative instances, that is vipak satva. Vipak satva. Sapak satva is an must be present in all positive instances, and middle term must be absent in all negative instances, that is vipak satva. And it is drawn from the preceding preposition. What is this? Is it badita or abadita or aviruddha? Is it abadita or aviruddha? Abadita or aviruddha? It is drawn from the preceding preposition. What it is? But it must be abadita, not badita. If it is badita, na, then it will be a fallacy. It must be a abadita. Abadita aviruddha. Abadita aviruddha it must be. There should not be any badita. Badita means a error. So, Upanaya in Indian Nyaya syllogism corresponding to the Aristotelian syllogism is known as minor premise. Upanaya is what? Upanaya is an reaffirmation. Upanaya. Actually, in the Aristotle syllogism, in the Nyaya syllogism, we are having Pratijna, Hetu, Udaran, Upanayan, Nigamana. So, here is the 4th one, which is a reaffirmation. Whereas, as per the syllogism, as per the Aristotle, you know, Aristotle syllogism, it is Drastanta, which is the Pratijna, and which is a Hetu, second one. After that, example, which is comes under the final one. So, that's here. Upanaya in a Nyaya syllogism corresponding to the following Aristotelian syllogism, that is this one. This is here the same Upanaya is an Drastanta over here, which is a minor term or the statement which required to be proved. Statement which required to be proved. Right? Next one is that Keval Vyatireki. Keval Vyatireki is a form of inference that when the middle term is the differentium of the minor term, means it is simply a negative relationship which is being created by Keval Vyatireki. Next, the knowledge of the relationship between the name and an object is denoted by that name is called as a comparison. Relationship between means likeness as well as resemblance. Resemblance. Right? So here, resemblance. The second member of the Nyaya is an Hetu. Obviously, second member PHUUUN. Second member is H Hetu. Sat Pratipaksha. Here the middle term is contradicted by another middle term. One middle term contradicted by another middle term is an Sat Pratipaksha. Inferentially contradicted middle term, that is sound is eternal because it is audible, and sound is non-eternal because it is produced. Non-eternal is non-eternal and here it is eternal. Both are major terms which are opposite. But here the reason is produced is a one reason which is contradicting the audibility over here. Here produced and audibility both are contradicting middle terms are there, that is Sat Pratipaksha. Sat Pratipaksha, two middle terms. Next, in Indian philosophy, Nyaya advocates the theory of extrinsic validity. Nyaya advocates the theory of extrinsic means pararth. For others' understanding. After having a self-understanding, we are trying to prove For others, Parardh Paramavad. Swardh Pramavad also will be there. Swardh Pramavad means just for self-understanding only, which is Mimamsa. Next is that the Mimamsa advocates that self-validity. These 2 points are already repeated by in the first itself. First 2 are these 2 only. The following pramanas are which are accepted by Vaiseshika philosophy. But let us try to repeat the things. Try to have the total chart of that one. Charvaka accepted what and what? Charvaka is accepted only the Pratyaksh. Now, Buddhism as well as Vaiseshika philosophy accepted the Pratyaksh and Anumana. Now, Jainism, Sankhya, and what is another one? Jainism, Sankhya. Jainism, Sankhya. Another one will come by Yoga. If I am not wrong, Yoga. Yes. Yoga. Accepted Pratyaksh, Anumana, and Shabda. Right? So next is that Sankhya philosophy, here Nyaya accepted Pratyaksh, Anumana, Upmana and Shabda. Pass. Mimamsa, whether Purva Mimamsa or Uttar Mimamsa, both accepted all. Pratyaksh, Anumana, Upmana, Shabda, Anupalabdhi, Atapati. All. Am I correct? Is there any mistake in this? I hope there is no mistake. Right? So that's about it. Next, let us go. So some doctrines are there here. Pratitya Samutpada is related to Buddhism. Abhava is a Nyaya philosophy and Samyavada is an Sankhya philosophy. Adhyasa is an Vedanta philosophy. Here the weather is very cold today. Gyan Lakshana. Why Gyan Lakshana? It will always talk about the features. Gyan Lakshana is always talk about the feature like a hardness or softness. Having a prior knowledge, you will think about the hardness or softness of something which you are. The weather is very cold today. You can about the sense. The cold or hot, we can able to sense it easily. And that is Gyan Lakshana, which is comes under the Pratyaksh. And Charvaka is a schools not accepted Anumana as a valid source because they accepted only Pratyaksh. Pratyaksh as a valid source of knowledge. Right? Next is that the water of the pond is muddy. It must have rained at last night. Sesavat. Effect to cause. Past. Effect to cause. Past. Sesavat. Pratyaksha Pramana has been accepted by Buddhism. Not Buddhism accepted Anumana also. And the distinction between the Puravat and Sesavat is an Anumana, which is an inference. Puravat and Sesavat made with reference because in the Anumana only Puravat, Sesavat, Samanyato, Drishta, the 3 types based on the casuality. Right. Next implication is an Atapati. Atapati means imagination. We know very well. Imagination. Imagination comes under the Atapati. So it's an assumption of a unperceived fact. We don't know that fact. Under the 2 apparently inconsistent perceived facts. Something from the known facts we are trying to imaginate about or assume about the unperceived fact is called as an Atapati. Next, Savikalp and Nivikalp. Savikalp is not a sense of organ according to the classical Indian school of logic. Means in the Savikalp, Here we will not be using any of the sense of organ to get the knowledge of anything. We will be using, here I will tell you the best one. In Indian logic, the means of knowledge is drawn from the similarity between is called as in comparison. Comparison is nothing but upamana. Upamana. Right? Wherever there is a smoke, there is a fire. There is a smoke, there is a fire. The relationship is invariably concomitance between the fire and a smoke called as an Vyapti. Fire and a smoke is called as an Vyapti. So according to Indian school of logic with reference to Anumana, Hetu is a middle term, Paksha is a minor term. We know very well, Hetu is a middle term, Paksha means a minor term, the subject. Sandhya is an, which is major term. Sandhya is a major term. Relationship between this Hetu and major term is called as an Vyapti. Right? Relationship between the Hetu and the major term is called as an Vyapti. Now let me tell you another point. The point of distinction is more important. Here relationship between the Hetu as well as, that is middle term, and major term. What is the relationship? Please type it. And relationship between the Hetu, that is middle term, and the minor term. And the relationship between the minor as well as middle term. Minor as well as middle term. This comes under where? So this is, first one is an Vyapti. Second one is what? First one is an Vyapti. Second one is what? Paksha Dharmatha. Perfect. Because Hetu must be in the minor term, that is Paksha Dharmatha, which is first character of minor and middle term. Sorry, this is minor and sorry, what I have written, minor and major term. Minor and major term what? Pramsa. Yes, it is called as an Pramsa. P-R-A-M-S-A. Pramsa it is. It is called as an Pramsa. Alright. So that's about. Next one is that all perceptions seem entirely loose and separate. They are cojoined but not necessarily connected, since the perception of hardness is not necessarily connected with a color, and it is said that perceptions are loosely connected. What actually here they wanted to say? This is totally inferring about what one? All perception seems entirely loose and separate. They are cojoined but not necessarily connected, since the perception of hardness is not necessarily connected with its color. So it can be said that perception is loosely connected. Actually till here the statement was given. Later this was the remaining answer. We need to pick up from these statements, 5 to 6 statements or 4 statements which is given in the option. We need to pick up to match with the concerned situation which is given in the exam. Right? So here as per the Hindu scriptures, look at, if there is a contentation or contestation between the Shruti and Smriti, Shruti always perceived over the Smritis. Why Shruti is always perceived over the Smritis? Smriti is in Vedangas, Upavedas, or the Dharma Sutras. These are Puranas or comes under the Smriti. Puranas or comes under the Shruti. Whereas Shruti is saying, Smriti means a memory based on the Puranas, Dharma Shastras, Upavedas, Vedangas and all. Whereas Shruti is in Vedic Samhitas. Those are Rig Veda, Yajur Veda, Samveda, Atharveda, Brahmanas and Upanishad. All these are broader in sense. So always this Shruti is more than the Smriti. Shruti is always more than the Smriti. Shruti is always more than the Smriti, because this is a broader sense of Vedic literatures. Those are Vedas, different type of Vedas. Under that only this Vedangas, Upveda, Dharmasutras and epics as well as Puranas, everything, Stotras also will come there only. Shruti represents the philosophical aspect of the Vedas, whereas Upanishad, while Smriti is an application of the philosophical ideas. Upanishad, while Smriti isn't just application of philosophical ideas that we are having from Vedangas, Upavedas and all. Whereas Shruti is a representation of entire this Vedic things. 51 is nothing but this is a statement which is given till here, softness or hardness. So we cannot infer something based on the softness or hardness until unless we touch that one. But based on the color, we are not in a position to say whether, suppose something red color is written. Can I say red color is always a solid or hard one? When we touch only we'll get to know. Based on the color we'll not get to know. That's what the entire statement is speaking about. Right? So that's about the Indian logic by. We comes to an end of the Indian logic, small part revision. This is major repeated points. Kindly hit a like button. Subscribe to this channel. Right? Good night everyone. Have a great day. So kindly support to this channel also. Your support is necessary at this point of time to reach to many members. Kindly share it to your social media platforms. So whether it is WhatsApp or Telegram which you are having, kindly share it over there so that I will also get motivated to upload more and more sessions like this.
If you like this video, please subscribe my channel and please like my video and press the bell icon to get new video updates. Thanks for watching. Please subscribe.